the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1076 Attack. When Thor arrived, Kai had already left. Loki. What happened to you? Fortunately, Thor didn't care about Kai. He cared more about his brother. When he saw Loki, who was pale and unconscious, he immediately ignored everything and rushed to Loki's side. Odin held the Spear of Eternity and looked at Thor, who was shouting and screaming, feeling helpless in his heart. Odin actually heard everything Kai said. It was nothing. He had already gone too far to snatch Loki from Kai and bring him back to Asgard. Even the Ancient One expressed anger at his actions. Now Kai saw that Loki was living so comfortably, and it was human nature to vent. If this happened to Odin, he would be more angry than Kai. But people are like this. As long as things don't happen to them, they can always be fair and just. But as long as it happens to them, no matter what justice is, I will help the right people instead of the relatives. Of course, there are those who value justice more, but Odin is definitely not one of them. The strength of a person's ability has never been related to his moral standards. Odin is very strong. He is the Lord of the Nine Realms, a wise ruler, and the most famous strong man in the universe, but he attaches great importance to his family. Perhaps Odin used to be like a standard Asgardian macho, full of desire for conquest, eager to fight, and despise weakness. But after paying a very heavy price, Odin finally understood what he wanted. Odin couldn't kill Loki just because the victims on Earth sought justice. Imprisoning him was the greatest concession Odin could make. Thor finally learned the whole story from the guards around him at this time. Thor didn't think too much and picked up the warhammer to find Kai. Stop! The eternal spear in Odin's hand paused fiercely. Let Thor freeze in place. What do you want to do? I'm going to find Kai. Let him remove the curse, Thor roared angrily. He has a good relationship with Kai, but when it comes to his brother, Thor naturally doesn't care about that relationship. Come back, Odin said in a low voice. He really felt tired. 2 sons, or rather, all his children, seemed to have grown up in the wrong direction. He clearly tried so hard to educate them to be better, but, one by one, they had to develop in the direction he didn't want to see. He hoped that his eldest daughter could become an excellent warrior and a powerful commander, which she did, but she went too far and ran to the other extreme, becoming a cruel tyrant who took killing as her pleasure and death as her occupation. His eldest son, he hoped that he would become a wise king. Well, this one was even earlier, and he ran all the way towards the reckless man. He couldn't pull him back. The youngest son was smart, and he hoped that the youngest son could be called a wise man who could assist the eldest son. If possible, he could let the youngest son inherit the throne. But the word smart is sometimes ambiguous, such as Loki. No one can say that he is stupid, but this guy is only a little smart, and he doesn't have the tolerance and overall view of being a king. What's worse is that his mind is completely twisted. It can be said that when Odin overheard what Kai said, he didn't explode immediately. That's because Kai made sense. Damn, he is indeed a fool. He taught all 3 children the wrong way. This is all Loki's own fault, Odin said bitterly. Kai did not kill Loki directly, which was Odin's greatest luck. Now Loki is at least alive. But, as a brother Khan, Thor certainly does not accept such a thing. Although Loki wants to usurp the throne and kill him, and even kills hundreds of thousands of humans and surrenders to the Dark Titan, he is still a good brother. So he wanted to say something. Then tell me, how should you tell him? Odin interrupted Odin expressionlessly. I will beg him, Thor said seriously. Is that so? Odin expressionlessly said. Then do you think he will agree? Thor softened himself first. No, at the beginning in Stark Tower, if Odin had not appeared in time, Loki would have died. Thor has been on Earth for a while, and he knows Kai's character too well. In fact, Thor admired Kai very much. On the contrary, he felt puzzled by Batman's style. Shouldn't the most severe means be used when facing criminals? What the hell is the principle of not killing people? This kind of woman's behavior is too unpleasant. But, that's Loki. Kai will not show special mercy just because Loki is his brother. After all, Loki's sins are so sinful that even Thor can't defend him, and Thor's personality is not suitable for this job. But Thor didn't intend to quibble, he planned to force it. Then use this. Thor's face became hard and cold, and he raised the Mjolnir hammer in his hand. Odin was even more disappointed. What was Odin's biggest expectation for exiling Thor? It's not to make Thor realize his mistakes, but to hope that Thor can awaken his divine power. Become a real Thor, instead of relying on a hammer for everything like now. What is that? Thor is the god of thunder, not the god of hammer. Do you think Mjolnir can deal with Kai? Odin said with a sad face. Don't forget, when you were exiled to Earth, the hammer fell into Kai's hands. Although I don't want to say it, he may be more suitable for this hammer than you. Using Mjolnir to deal with Kai's like hitting a dog with a meat bun. Forget it. Odin waved his hand tiredly, as if he was exhausted. In fact, it was almost the same. Just now, he had been trying to remove the power of the Mind Stone. He wanted to save Loki from the eternal nightmare, but Odin couldn't do it. Don't think that the Mind Stone is like a toy in Loki's hands. The person being controlled can get rid of the mind control as long as he's knocked unconscious. It's a mess. But the Mind Stone is 6 cosmic stones, the products of the explosion after the previous universe returned to the singularity. They represent the most basic rules of the universe. The power contained in them can even affect the entire universe. It can be said that each one contains unimaginable power. However, how much effect the specific stone can play depends on the ability of the user. Loki, in the universe, is really a weakling. If he used the Mind Stone directly, he could control many people, but he would have to hold the funeral right after that. So the Dark Titan Thanos gave him the Mind Scepter, which is actually a device specifically used to control the Mind Stone. But even so, Loki could only control a small group of people, and that was it. It's not that he didn't want to, but he really didn't have the ability. To put it bluntly, the effects of the Cosmic Stone in different hands are completely different. For example, in Kai's hands, Loki was controlled by Kai and fell into an endless nightmare of self-doubt and self-flagellation. Odin tried to access the power of the Mind Stone and rescue Loki's wolf from the Mind Labyrinth, but it was impossible. In this case, unless Kai took the initiative to remove the Mind Labyrinth, Loki could only continue to reincarnate in self-blame and regret until his life came to an end. Or, let him go and let him commit suicide. We are no longer in a position to ask others. This was explained to others. If there was a way, do you think Odin would be so reasonable? In this world, strength is the truth. Frigga held Loki's hand, tears streaming down her face. She was also trying to use magic to break Kai's curse. But it didn't work. Thor looked at his frustrated father and sad mother. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he turned around and ran out. Odin was angry and wanted to call him, but Thor turned a deaf ear to him. Kai was lying on a very large recliner, watching Thor, the reckless man, kneeling not far from him. So, why should I let Loki go? Can you give a reasonable reason? Kai drank from the Asgard gold cup, while Sif was on the side, looking at Thor with complicated eyes. Thor actually knelt down for that bastard Loki. Why did that bastard Loki do that? Loki is my brother. Thor's face lit up, and he said loudly. Kai's face was filled with black lines. Reasonable. Reasonable. You know what's reasonable. This is a bullshit reason. I know Loki did something wrong, but, enough. Thor, that bastard did more than just do something wrong. You want me to let him go? Fine, as long as you can resurrect those innocent people who died, I promise you to let that idiot go. This is not fair. Resurrection. If you have the ability to do that, then what's the point of talking about it? Fair? Because of your family's little trouble, no one died in Asgard, but a lot of people on Earth died. Do you think this is fair? He should have been arrested the first time he caused trouble on Earth, but you protected him. Do you think this is fair? Then because he killed hundreds of thousands of people, these people didn't know anything, they were just living their own lives, but they died because of your bastard brother for those inexplicable reasons. Do you think this is fair? What's even more ridiculous is that after doing all this, he can still live like a vacation. How do you think this is fair? Thor was scolded and didn't know how to explain. Didn't he know that they were doing too much? Yes. But so what? Wouldn't he save Loki? Impossible. This is also the difference between Marvel and DC. DC is a living saint, so their overall style is a lot darker. Who wants to live like a saint? But Marvel is more down to earth. Every superhero has his own human side, such as Steve who wants to protect Bucky regardless of right or wrong. For example, no matter how big a mess Loki makes, he can't die. More importantly, everyone feels that they should work together, because most people will basically make the same choice after gaining strength or power. Thor was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say, so he froze there. But soon, Thor didn't want to beg for mercy. Boom! Thor and Sif came to the window at the first time. It was the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. A dark elf razor fighter crashed on the Rainbow Bridge. "It's Heimdall," Thor shouted loudly to the guards below. "Enemy attack, beep beep." Then there were bursts of low howls that resounded throughout the god's domain. Every Asgardian knew what that sound represented. Heimdall is the god of light and dawn of Asgard, as well as the patron saint of Asgard. He always stands on the Rainbow Bridge, using his extremely sharp superhuman senses to keep a vigilant eye on all enemies that may threaten the peace of Asgard. His senses are so acute that he can hear the sap flowing in the trees, and the smallest plant growing in the hidden mountain, and see and hear everything that happens in Asgard or on Earth. Heimdall is able to detect the flapping of a butterfly's wings 1,000 worlds away. Heimdall can also sense the life essence of the Asgardian gods throughout the 9 worlds, and has the ability to focus on specific sensory information or choose to block his senses, being so alert that he never needs to sleep. His 2 most important artifacts are responsible for the defense of all of Asgard. Bolgang, the rainbow sword, is used to open the Rainbow Bridge, and he also has the Gjallarhorn, which warns Asgard of an invasion. That was the sound of the Gjallarhorn just now, although it has not sounded for thousands of years. But every Asgardian knows what the Gjallarhorn represents. Soon all of Asgard was in motion. The young warrior returned to his house and took out his armor and weapons. Among the old men, the gray-bearded man stood up quickly and began to gather the men within his sight. The gentle and kind old ladies also quickly picked up their children and ran to the nearest shelter. Of course, the women of Asgard are not weak and powerless foils. One by one, the women also tore off the gorgeous skirts that were in the way, picked up swords or shields, or picked up staffs and gathered together. From birth, Asgardians will learn corresponding skills according to their qualifications. Most people will choose warriors, but there are also many women who will take the path of wizards because of their insufficient physique. It can be seen here while Loki is unpopular. In short, there are very few timid and cowardly soft eggs in Asgard. Then dragon-headed warships rose all over the city. It is not wrong to say that Asgard is militarism. These people are too tough. But soon they were dumbfounded. Except for the Rainbow Bridge, they could not see any enemies. There was no way. Not everyone had the extraordinary perception of Heimdall. His eyes could see through everything. He saw the dark elf fleet sneaking into Asgard's airspace. But others couldn't see it. Boom. Suddenly, a dragon-headed warship was hit by a red light. In an instant, the dragon-headed warship was broken in the middle, leaving only 2 pieces of flaming wreckage falling from the sky. Boom boom boom. Then, explosions sounded in the sky one after another. Dragon-headed warships were shot down one by one. But they still couldn't see where the enemy was. Chapter 1077 Fatal Blow. Invisibility technology is not rare in the universe, and even every star-level civilization has this set. But obviously, the Dark Elves have come to the front. According to Heimdall's eyesight, general invisibility technology will be seen by Heimdall before it approaches the defense radius of Asgard. When the enemy thinks they can launch a sneak attack, Asgard has actually made full preparations. The enemy will see that a large number of Asgard tough guys are waiting for a big fight on the dragon-headed battleships and countless anti-aircraft artillery. What's more terrifying is that the super protective shield covering the entire god's domain has also been opened, and it is impossible to cause any damage to Asgard. But the Dark Elves' invisibility technology made Heimdall discover it until they entered the Asgard domain, which is very telling. In fact, invisibility technology has always been a very cost-effective technology in the universe. Generally speaking, some disadvantaged forces will vigorously develop this technology to use it to win big with a small investment. If you are not strong enough, you can only use this trick. The Dark Elves are very weak and are about to become extinct. But this does not mean that the Dark Elves have really done nothing in these years. As a pure war race, they are more eager and understand war than any other race. In the case of insufficient strength, the Dark Elves naturally have to vigorously develop technologies with higher cost performance. It has to be said that the Dark Elves really have a set of skills. Of course, it is more likely because they once held the ether particles. The ether particles are actually the reality gems. Only a few ideal thoughts can control all possible realities. Heaven or hell, it is determined by it. Science and laws will be abolished, and facts will lose their meaning because they will no longer exist. As long as the holder wants. It can turn all the imaginations, fantasies, why, etc. in the mind into real reality, ignoring all real logic, natural laws, and scientific laws. This kind of thing gives the Dark Elves unlimited possibilities. Although the ether particles have been lost, since they have held the ether particles for such a long time, the Dark Elves still rely on it to develop some completely unreasonable technologies and weapons. For example, their black hole grenades, dissociation rays and the final destruction energy cannon. These technologies are unique black technologies even if they are taken to the universe. And, their invisibility technology. While Asgard was being beaten, the Dark Elves' main ship had quietly approached the core of Asgard. The palace. The pale-faced king stood at the observation port of the ship, watching the dragon-headed warships being shot down one after another, feeling extremely happy. He had always dreamed of seeing such a scene. The defeat of the battle between light and darkness was so tragic that even the Dark Elves, who are known for their indifferent emotions, could not forget the deep hatred. Today is the prelude to the settlement of hatred. Of course, Malekith knew better that all this was just an illusion. Asgard would react quickly as time went by. They just took advantage of the surprise attack and Asgard's unexpected superiority in their stealth technology, but to be honest, this advantage was not worth mentioning for Asgard. It won't take long for Asgard to take countermeasures soon. They need time. Algorithm. I hope you can succeed. This made his thoughts go back to a day ago. At that time, Malekith had already sensed that the ether particles appeared in Asgard. This was the scene that Malekith least wanted to see. If Asgard sealed it up again, Malekith didn't know if he could wait for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The Dark Elves didn't know if they could hold on until then. So Malekith decided to rush in. If he didn't succeed, he would die. If a man dies, the birds will fly to the sky, but if he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. Faced with Malekith's decision, the warrior leader Algorin beside him said, "Master, do you really want to do this?" Odin, the son of that man, is there. Malekith paused. Odin, the son of Buri. Buri, that is a wound that Malekith will never heal. Every time anything related to Buri is mentioned, Malekith's mood will become extremely bad. The Dark Elves have always paid great attention to Odin. That man is more powerful than Buri. But facing his loyal generals and bodyguards, Malekith did not get angry. I know. But we have no way out. I have no choice." After learning of Malekith's intention, the loyal warrior looked at Malekith with a firm expression and said, "Then please let me become a cursed warrior. Only in this way can I buy you some time." Malekith was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Algorin, his eyes revealing sadness. Dark Elves are all ruthless monsters. That is the survival strategy learned by generations of Dark Elves in fighting. Only ruthless Dark Elves can live longer. It's ridiculous to say that the Dark Elves, have a much longer lifespan than the Asgardians, but few people really live to the end of their lives. Malekith is not ruthless, on the contrary, his emotions are extremely delicate and rich. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on this crazy path. Such a path is not something that can be supported by ambition alone. No one knows that this unfortunate son born on an unfortunate day has abundant emotions that Dark Elves should not have. When he was a child, his mother sent him to a funeral home. He could understand his mother's choice because all the men in his family died. If he didn't go to the place where even the lowest level Dark Elf slaves were unwilling to go, then he would be the next to die. But he still felt sad. In the funeral home, he saw those soldiers who were abandoned directly because of their serious injuries being thrown into the crematorium one by one, and he felt more heartbroken than anything else. Many of those soldiers could still be saved, but the scarce supplies made them abandoned. Because they needed too many resources to recover, and the time for recuperation was too long, the Dark Elves did not support idle people. Instead of this, it would be better to allocate scarce resources to those stronger and healthier warriors so that they can continue to fight. He loved his teacher, who rescued Malekith from that living hell. His teacher saw the unparalleled grief in Malekith, not the deep numbness in the Dark Elves. He knew very well that Malekith had what the Dark Elves needed most, a power called change. He loved his mother, he loved his teacher, and he loved every member of his tribe he saw. But for a greater love, he sacrificed them. Now it was Algrith's turn. This subordinate, general and confidant who had been with him for 10,000 years. At this moment, Malekith's emotions, which had not fluctuated for a long time, surged again. "Algrith, you will die, the cursed warrior. once the most powerful warrior of the Dark Elves. It was also the most helpless choice. It was the product of the Dark Elves' most desperate time. Malekith risked the lives of his people to manipulate the ether particles to create a batch of ether fragments. They have some of the abilities of ether particles. It can be regarded as a disabled monkey version of ether particles. Their role is very simple, allowing elite warriors to use their lives to burst out the brightest and most dazzling brilliance. Just like fireworks, it is fleeting. But their power is beyond doubt. It is because of them that Malekith was able to escape the pursuit of the Asgard army with the last remaining people. Even Buri had to choose to give in when facing these warriors. They killed hundreds or even thousands of times more enemies than themselves, but they were too few, and there were too many warriors in Asgard. In the end, they died. In fact, as I just said, they are fireworks. Even if they are not killed, they will soon extinguish and turn into ashes. Algorym chose this path, that means he will definitely die. Of course, legend has it that Dark Elves cannot laugh, and Algorym is the most serious and gloomy among them. Even his tribesmen call him the Ruthless One. But now he laughed. Isn't this the meaning of my existence? Live for you, die for you. Malekith quickly calmed down, just like his previous choice for the people he loved. He chose to sacrifice them. For a greater cause. For the Dark Elves. I know. Soon the ceremony began, and with the blessings of all the Dark Elf warriors like the Whispers of Hell, a set of strange armor was soon delivered to Algorym. It was a set of armor that looked very old, even backward. It was not even made of metal, but bone. It was covered with rough and simple patterns. Algorym opened his arms and let the servants around him take off his original high-tech armor and put on what could be called a prehistoric relic. Finally, a bone helmet with a hideous face carved on it was placed on Algorym's head. The last step of the ritual. Malekith came to Algorym with the last ether fragment in his hand. He gently placed it in Algorym's chest. Without any hindrance, the ether fragment entered Algorym's body. Along with Algorym's screams, waves of crimson light surged from his body. His already tall body became even taller, but his muscles became extremely uncoordinated. His upper body became very thick and his muscles exploded, but his lower body was much worse. Then his bones began to break, reorganize and break again. The new bones pierced the skin, connected to the bone armor, and merged into one. A few minutes later, a monster 3 meters tall, with bone spurs all over his body and a face replaced by a bone helmet appeared. The last cursed warrior of the Dark Elves appeared. Then, according to Malekith's plan, Algorym took advantage of the space fusion to run into Asgard, and then injured many Asgard guards, and then was arrested. Recently, because of the 9 stars in a row, strange creatures have appeared in Asgard inexplicably, which is the biggest security incident in Asgard. So no one thought he was abrupt, but because his power was too great, he was locked up in a special cage in the palace. Well, it's about the prison for the most dangerous people in the universe. It is shrouded by Odin's power, and the chance of escaping is almost zero. It started, Malekith said softly. At this time, Algorym, who was in a cell not far from Loki's original cell, opened his eyes. Asgard has forgotten the reputation of the cursed warrior. They actually brought a cursed warrior into the palace like this. But it's not Asgard's fault. After all, even Odin has never seen what a cursed warrior is. And the cursed warrior only appeared in the last battle, and he himself is actually not well known. But this is also good, things are going much more smoothly than originally planned. He shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the light curtain. The Asgard guard next to him saw the scene and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Sit back immediately, the attack outside has alarmed the dungeon, and all the guards are on alert. They are afraid that there will be trouble in the dungeon. If these extremely dangerous and vicious elements are allowed to escape, then there will be big trouble." So all the prisoners were ordered to shrink to a corner of the cage and not to make trouble. But Algorym did not listen to him, but stood in front of the light curtain and raised his fist. Groups of deep red light emitting an ominous atmosphere gathered on his fist and arm. Stop. Stop. The guard immediately activated the defense measures in the cell, and lightning flashed on the originally bare wall and struck Algorym. But those means that could have paralyzed people instantly were like a spring breeze on Algorym's face, and had no effect. Boom. A powerful attack. The golden light curtain was shattered by a blow. The cursed warriors are out of the cage. Asgard's warriors are not in vain. The moment Algorym was out of the cage, 4 brave guards rushed up and stabbed Algorim's body with swords and spears. Success. The 4 guards were overjoyed. But when they looked up, they saw Algorim's bright red eyes. A hint of mockery was clearly visible. Damn. The warriors' instincts made them immediately understand that something was wrong. There are many creatures in the universe with super fast regeneration and tenacious vitality. But the next second, they found that they were wrong. Ominous crimson lights quickly spread to them along their weapons. With screams, the 4 guards immediately turned into ashes. Even the weapons on Algorim's body turned into flying ashes in an instant. The next thing was simple. Amid the excited and bloodthirsty shouts of many prisoners, Algorim began to kill in the prison. No Asgard warrior is his opponent. Hey. You hate Asgard, right? Don't worry, I'll give you a chance to release your anger, Algorim said as he turned on the control switch of the cage. One after another, golden light curtains disappeared. With a fair smile, those dangerous people imprisoned by Asgard ran out of the cage like hungry beasts. There are quite a few big shots among them. Chaos began to spread in the palace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1078, The Battle of Old Enemies. Boom. A huge explosion occurred in the direction of the palace. Successful, Malekith looked at the explosion in the magnificent palace in the distance, and then the golden shield that originally covered the entire Asgard flashed and suddenly disappeared. Since the beginning of the raid, Malekith's main ship has been in a silent state, in order not to attract attention. And in just a short while, several Razor fighters have been found and destroyed by the Asgardians. Compared with the lingering Dark Elves, Asgard's advantage is too great. Even if the Dark Elf stealth technology is very advanced, there is no way to beat everything. As long as Asgard comes to its senses, there will naturally be a way. Of course, this is not the most serious problem. The most serious problem is that Heimdall has opened the protective shield. Asgard is also a fighting nation. When they established Asgard, they naturally took into account the protective power of the divine domain itself. Among them, the protective shield covering the entire divine domain is their last line of defense, and its protective ability can even be unique in the universe. After all, this is connected to the supreme power of Asgard, and it is very difficult to break. As early as Heimdall blew the horn to warn, he used the Rainbow Bridge Swordbird Steel to open this protective shield. In other words, although the Dark Elves broke into the gods' domain, they were also blocked by Heimdall inside Asgard. Although the area of the gods' domain is large, it is ultimately limited. In this way, the Dark Elves lose their greatest advantage, concealment and flexibility. Asgard can completely close the door and beat the dog, cleaning them up little by little. And the Dark Elves can't run away even if they want to. If the Dark Elves still have a huge army as before, Heimdall is looking for death. Because no matter what the outcome of the battle is, Asgard will suffer incalculable losses. But the problem is that the Dark Elves are almost extinct, and there are only tens of thousands of people left. Even if they are all thrown into Asgard, they can't make waves. So Heimdall dared to do this. But Malekith also has this understanding, so Algorim sneaked in. Infiltrating Asgard is the first step, causing chaos in the dungeon, but the second step, now destroying the Guardian Array, is the third step. With the news of the shield, it means that the Dark Elves have temporarily taken the initiative. Even if the plan fails in the end, they can escape. When Asgard saw the explosion, it was a completely different mood. The palace was attacked. The protective magic circle was also destroyed. Almost in an instant, panic spread among the Asgardians. You know, in the minds of almost all Asgardians, the palace of the God Realm is the safest place in the entire universe, because Odin is there. But now the palace has been attacked. So what happened to Odin? When a ruler's prestige is too great, it is certainly good for ruling. But correspondingly, once such a ruler has problems, the turmoil and panic caused will be particularly great. This is the disadvantage of strongman rule. There is no doubt that Asgard politics is strongman politics. So some people began to support the palace, some worked harder to deal with the invaders, and some didn't know what to do at all. So Asgard, which was originally united, suddenly began to be chaotic, so the Dark Elves seemed to be more at ease. Gorgman. You filthy monster. Die. At this moment, Odin's roar resounded throughout the gods' domain. At this moment, the originally chaotic Asgard was filled with roars of joy. Odin is fine, he is dealing with his own enemies. That's good. At this moment, the courage to move forward returned to the Asgard warriors again. Then the three warriors of Asgard appeared. Hagen, holding the order of Prince Thor, presided over the defense and fought against the Dark Elves. Fandral was responsible for communication, integrating the various forces in Asgard, as well as the transfer of civilians and other matters, so that Asgard could restore order as quickly as possible. Volstagg found the most elite Asgard warriors and went to support the palace. Roar. With a loud roar, a huge monster rose from the palace. The monster had a yellowish-brown body and a funny face, a bit like a Japanese no mask, the evil demon mask in Japanese no drama, which looks unlucky, and a thick long tail. Odin, the monster roared Odin's name while raising a fist as big as a car and smashing it hard at Odin. Gorgman, Volstagg recognized the monster. Even in Asgard, the existence of Gogman is a taboo. Few people know about it. It has been imprisoned in the bottomless abyss deep in the dungeon. This monster is not a naturally formed creature, and it can even be said that its appearance is inextricably linked to Odin. At some point in the past, a certain deep space race encountered Odin, who was fighting all over the country at that time. At that time, Odin was not as calm as he is now. At that time, Odin had just inherited the throne of Asgard and vowed to do something big and surpass the glory of his ancestors. Then Asgard clashed with this race. During the conflict, this race made a feint to the east and attacked the west, raiding Asgard and causing serious damage to the Asgard at that time. This is why Odin at that time went all out and issued an extermination order against this race. Well, this is Odin. Strictly speaking, this guy has been the biggest warmonger in the universe for quite a long time. After defeating this mysterious race, Odin used magic to imprison the mysterious race. Because he saw the future of the destruction of the race, in order to avenge the warlike and cruel Odin, this race used a unique technology of theirs, group fusion. The tribesmen of this race merged their lives with their resentment and hatred for Odin, and gave birth to a powerful individual, Mangago. This super individual, which contains tens of millions of lives, is a veritable destructive machine. He is almost unaffected by physical or energy attacks, but his internal structure is relatively fragile. He easily withstood the entire mountain falling on him, and even lifted up rubble and used it as a weapon. He can withstand the power and lightning strikes generated by the most violent storms, and is not harmed by extreme temperatures. He uses his horns, sharp teeth, claws and tail as weapons, and seems to be able to release destructive energy from his mouth. If there is any weakness, it is that it has no brains. Although it has everything that the mysterious race has, countless resentments gathered together, leaving it with only one thought, which is to kill Odin and destroy Asgard. Apart from that, it basically doesn't consider anything else. But this is not the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem is that Volstagg remembered that Gogman had been imprisoned in a special prison called Odin's Cave, deep in Asgard. Even it escaped, then what about the others? Before Volstagg had time to think about anything else, he heard another loud noise. Thor, hearing this voice, Volstagg's eyes widened, with a look of shock. He was too familiar with this voice. Extraordinary dragon. Sure enough, a giant dragon with a strange appearance broke out from the ground of the palace. The appearance of the extraordinary dragon is like an unsuccessful fusion of the Chinese dragon and the Western dragon. It has a slender body, but like the Western dragon, it has a pair of bat wings. The key is that it is also upright like a humanoid creature. Its head that looks like a Chinese dragon has disgusting tentacles that keep twitching. It has fine green scales on its body, which makes it look like a thin version of the Hulk. Don't look at it like this, but it is not a brainless monster. On the contrary, it is a genuine intelligent creature. It comes from a planet called Kakalanila. It is an alien race called Markulum that looks like a dragon. Hundreds of years ago, this guy and his warlike people accidentally broke into the solar system. So they were noticed by Asgard. These guys are not peace messengers. On the contrary, they are existences that even their people on their home planet hate and fear. If you really want to say it, their status on their home planet is equivalent to the Nazis on Earth. They are willing to and even enjoy destruction and war. They launched wars on their home planet again and again, and then, they were beaten up. This group of evil Markorians were exiled by their own people, and have been wandering around the universe since then, creating wars everywhere. These guys can survive the beating of their home planet, so they are naturally not weak chickens. Not only that, they are also very powerful. Take the extraordinary dragon for example. It has an extremely tough body. Its scales protect it from any attack. It can enter supersonic flight with its flesh, and it also uses a terrifying force that makes countless giant beasts ashamed. It can easily lift 30 tons of weight, and it can also spit out energy breath that can corrode and burn most substances. At that time, Odin sent Thor to intercept these alien villains with the 3 warriors of Asgard and a group of Asgardian warriors. After that, all of the companions of the extraordinary dragon were killed, but the extraordinary dragon survived. It was not because Thor, the reckless man, was soft-hearted, but because he could not kill the extraordinary dragon. Its extremely tough body and unimaginable tenacious vitality made Thor try his best but failed to kill him. The two sides fought until they were exhausted, and finally relied on the thunder power of Thor's hammer to electrocute and arrest him. In that battle, except for Thor and the 3 warriors of Asgard, everyone else died. You can imagine how fierce this battle was. Thor, like Odin, met his nemesis, and he didn't show any fear at all. He just swung his hammer and confronted him. But the problem is, the 2 fathers and sons have a lot of nemesis. For example, the king of the rock trolls, Ulik, and his group of younger brothers. Trolls are creatures that appear in many myths. They live in many worlds in the 9 realms, and even the earth has been visited by them. Perhaps this is the origin of the myth. They are considered the most tenacious race in the 9 realms. They have no unified country or civilization, and exist in many worlds in the form of tribes. At the same time, they are also the most troublesome race for Asgard. Let's put it this way, since Odin conquered the 9 realms, all the wars Asgard has fought are basically related to this race. The rock trolls are actually the most troublesome race among the trolls. Their tough bodies are tougher than rocks, and the trolls' natural regeneration ability makes them a headache for anyone who sees them. And Ulik is the most difficult existence among the rock trolls. He claims that Thor has been beaten by him. They fight against Asgard on countless battlefields. Not only do they fight against Asgard themselves, but no matter who fights Asgard, they will take the initiative to come to help the scene. In short, they are just like cockroaches. But just this, they can't rank in front of those old enemies. Fortunately, he also knows that he is more keen on destruction now. After all, this is the palace of Asgard. After fighting against Asgard for several lifetimes, the trolls have never even approached Asgard, let alone the palace. Now they can destroy the palace of Asgard. Let alone other things, just this achievement, he can go back to his hometown and recruit a group of people to continue to fight against Asgard. Enough to brag about for a lifetime. There are even more strange aliens, or messy races from the 9 realms. It's just a riot of demons. Malekith almost laughed out loud. I never thought that the effect would be so good. To be honest, Malekith didn't expect that Odin actually had this hobby, putting a bunch of dangerous people downstairs. What was he thinking? At the beginning, they were going to let Algarth encourage the prisoners to rush into the palace. But now, don't be too happy. Odin and his son who looks very fierce were both held back. Isn't this giving him a chance in vain? But Malekith is not in a hurry now. The retreat is saved, but Asgard is in danger. Why is he in a hurry? Slowly look for ether particles and try to hit them with one shot. Algarth can still hold on for a long time. And, at this time, you can't get close to the palace. Odin and Thor are fighting with 2 enemies who look difficult to deal with above the palace. It's too easy to be exposed if you fly over at this time. So be steady. On the other side, Kai was still lying on the recliner, watching Sif looking at the distant sky with worry. At this time, Jane and Frigga also came. Sif brought people to pick them up. In addition, Loki, whose hands and feet were tied to a metal frame, also came. Is this Cosgod with a ball gag? Kai was still calm. If it were usual, he would help. But now, why? Just because of Odin's temper? Sif held the hilt of the sword and wanted to rush out to help several times. But thinking of the Queen and Jane behind her, she endured it again. She wished Jane would die, but the honor of a warrior could not do such a thing. She could only stay here with the grievance, which was too aggrieved. Frigga looked at Kai on the side and wanted to say something several times, but couldn't say it. Jane, on the other hand, was more open-minded. Director Wayne, aren't you going to help? Unexpectedly, Kai was still angry at this time. Why should I help you? Why? So many people died on Earth, but that bastard Odin just ignored it? Is it because his guardians are noble or something? They can't die. Chapter 1079 by Zhu Odonglan. Kai has always had a good impression of Asgard, until just now. But Jane felt that Kai was too narrow-minded. Asgardians are Asgardians, and Loki is Loki. We can't turn a blind eye to the disaster in Asgard just because of Loki. Jane planned to use the White Left's tricks to convince Kai. At least she felt that those civilians were innocent and Kai should help them. Kai looked at Jane curiously. You almost died just now, do you know? That was between Odin and me. What does it have to do with those people? When Jane said this, her whole body was glowing. Well, the light of the Virgin Mary. She thought Kai asked this to remind her what Odin had just done to her. But she could be very generous and not care. She was moved by herself. Oh, then do you know that the biggest reason why you were not killed is because you are from Earth? Kai asked. Jane was stunned. The faces of others were also a little strange. Who do you think you are? Kai said disdainfully. Do you think that your childish feelings for Thor can make Odin hesitate? Don't be so self-indulgent. You are nothing. Ms. Fox, do you think Odin will spare your life because of Thor's obstruction? Don't be naive. In the face of Asgard's interests, your little thing is not worth mentioning at all. Kai stood up and pointed to the battlefield outside. You are alive only because you are an Earthling. I will not allow Odin to kill you in front of me. It's that simple. To be honest, you and I are just acquaintances. We are not familiar with each other. I will protect you just because you are an Earthling. You are no nobler than those who died in the Battle of New York. Kai's meaning is very clear. If he protects you and me, there is no reason to forget the hundreds of thousands of innocent souls in New York, right? Kai is indeed a serious factionalist and has no international spirit. If Americans and Chinese stand together, Kai will naturally favor China. But if Asgardians and Americans stand together, Kai will immediately stand on the side of the Americans. There is nothing else, just because we are all Earthlings. Asgard is an outsider. But this outsider caused the invasion of the Chitauri, and not only that, it also brought immeasurable trouble to the Earth. Jane blushed and felt that Kai was unreasonable. Is that the same thing? Is that the same thing? Kai almost thought he had heard it wrong when he heard this. What did you say? Kai asked in a deep voice. Is this human language? Oh, so according to you, Asgardians are nobler than Earthlings? Jane saw Kai's face sank, and she also knew that what she just said was ambiguous. But her original intention was not what Kai thought. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that the murderer was Loki, not an Asgardian. They can't be confused. Kai's face was still not good. Why not? If it weren't for Odin, could Loki walk out of Stark Tower alive? I had already chopped off his head and hung it outside Stark Tower as a wind chime. Without Asgard to back him up, could he be so comfortable in a prison like a hotel and speak nonsense? Do you still think it has nothing to do with Asgard? Since Odin did this, the consequences will be borne by him. Kai didn't add insult to injury because he had a good relationship with the ancestors of Asgard. Otherwise, Loki would not be cosplaying Jesus at this time, but really going to see God. What made Jane even more angry was Jane. Damn. They can't tell the difference between inside and outside. Damn, they still have the mind to worry about Asgard. Where's their butt sitting? Of course. Kai is not really heartless, but there is another reason. That is, he hasn't gotten rid of the sequelae of the Mind Stone yet. This thing is simply too bad. Just like the Seven Wounds fist, although it hurts to hit someone, it doesn't make you feel any better. First hurt yourself, then hurt others. Although Kai is full of energy and spirit at this moment, he is actually not feeling well. At this time, the Cursed Warrior algorithm is following the weak connection between the ether fragments and the ether particles to find the location of the ether particles. The guards can't stop him at all. He was originally an elite warrior among the Dark Elves. After becoming a Cursed Warrior, his strength doubled under the burning of vitality. Even if he faces Thor and Heimdall head-on, he won't be much worse. What's more, if he is willing to sacrifice more, even Thor and Heimdall may not be able to stop him. Of course, if he meets Odin, he is not interested in considering this issue. Do you really think the Eternal Spear is a joke? Let's put it this way, Odin holding the Eternal Spear can hang up and beat Thor. Otherwise, knowing that the Cosmic Cube was on Earth, Thanos still chose to let Loki, a traitor, run to Earth with a Mind Scepter to cause trouble. As long as Odin is alive, those alien forces that are spying on Earth dare not really launch an invasion. Think about the time when the Chitauri. It was really an internal evil. If there was no Loki, this turtle's son, Thanos would have 2 guts. Do you think he dares to come? Odin is so awesome. Back to the point, it is precisely because he understands Odin's awesomeness that Algorym is very low-key and will not use his big moves casually. After destroying the protective core, Algorym quietly left a large group of prisoners. Those people are definitely the focus of Asgard's attack. Staying with them may expose yourself at any time. But even if he chose to keep a low profile, a large number of guards were still killed by Algorym along the way. The guards who died in his hands all turned into black charcoal, as if all the life energy in their bodies had been absorbed. Many Asgard warriors who came to support also noticed Algorym, but his steps were not delayed at all. Soon, Algorym locked onto Jane's position with a weak connection between the ether particles and the ether fragments. As he got closer to the ether particles, he encountered more Asgard guards. Judging from their armor, these were palace guards, and they should be protecting important people. But Algorym didn't care about this. All he wanted was the ether particles. A moment later, he was already standing outside the half-closed heavily guarded gate. The guards guarding the gate had long known how terrifying Algorym was. They tried to completely close and lock the golden gate, so that at least they could guarantee the queen's safety even if they failed. But they only pushed the door halfway, and Algorym killed through the crowd. The last guard was about to close the door, but one of Algorym's hands had already pierced his chest. The guard could only look straight into the gate, hoping that the people inside could stop this monster. Algorym pushed open the door and saw his target. A frightened Majordian. But there was one last obstacle between him and the ether particles. That was the goddess Sif standing there holding a golden sword, wearing golden armor and staring at him intently, and the queen of the gods Frigga wearing a golden and gorgeous robe and holding a scepter. As Kai sat back and watched, 2 Asgardian women stood up to block Jane. Jane was even more scared and hid behind Kai. Kai curled his lips. He didn't like the white left atmosphere in the United States. In Kai's opinion, these people were 100% of them just talking nonsense. They shouted slogans, and everyone seemed to be able to do so. Naturally, all kinds of weird remarks were more exaggerated on one another, even to the point of crazy involution. It was just a competition of who was more saintly and who was more white left. The most realistic example happened in Seattle, where the $0 shopping movement was at its peak. This place is where the white left is the craziest, such as expelling the police and the government and establishing an autonomous region without a government. At that time, Seattle female council member Lisa Herbold and King County Public Defense Director Anita Candlewall jointly proposed a proposal, saying that it was for poverty alleviation. If the robbery suspects committed the crime to meet basic survival needs, they would be pardoned for crimes such as theft, assault and invasion. The councilwoman said that if a person has no money to eat because of poverty, then this person breaks into other people's private property, or steals things and robs property. If the robbed property is used for one's own living expenses, it can be considered not a crime and exempted from punishment. The councilwoman claimed that when convicting the robbery suspect, as long as the suspect presents evidence to prove that the money he robbed was used to eat, pay rent, or pay for the child's milk powder or buy clothes, then he can be exempted from punishment. How about it? Magical enough, right? Of course, this proposal that tramples on laws and social norms will not be passed. It would be great if it were really done this way. The bad is that not all people in the United States are crazy. But something even more magical happened. Then the female counselor was robbed. Then she immediately called the police and sternly demanded that the police catch the criminal. By the way, the Seattle police had been tortured by these crazy people. The Seattle East Police Department was disbanded by the city council. Many police officers could not stand this discrimination, and many police officers simply resigned. In addition, a California councilor proposed that in the future, when white people see black people in public places, they should give money directly. Well, it is said to atone for slavery. Anyway, the area where this councilor lives is a high-end community, and there are no poor black people at all. Anyway, the crazy ones are all the same. Anyway, in the minds of those white left-wingers, they just talk big, and they don't need to really do it themselves. But as long as their interests are really involved, their true colors will come out. Although this time is not as exaggerated as Kai's previous life, this politically correct trend has already blown up at this time. Take Jane for example. A typical white left, what she said is so righteous. Why can she say those words so easily? Because she doesn't need to fight hard at all. It's Kai who fights hard. She just needs to stand there and say it. Well, does it look like the Donglin party in the late Ming dynasty? They talk a lot, but they just don't do anything. The more I think about it, the more it looks like that. There are a lot of empty talk in the United States right now, and those who really want to do things are criticized in various ways. When something really goes wrong, they just quibble and shirk responsibility. What's more ridiculous is that they all like to use the banner of morality to fight for power and exclude dissidents. Fighting for profit with the people and political correctness are inexplicably similar. The Orthodox Donglin Party is in America, just waiting for the uprising. Big Sister Legion is going to take the pill. Let's get back to the point. The two ladies stood in front of the cursed warrior. At this moment, the cursed warrior Algorim is no longer the cold and handsome face of the dark elf. The hideous mask on his head and the skeletal armor all over his body are more like growing directly from his bones, covering his original identity firmly in this special armor, which is why no one can find out that he is a dark elf. Elves, whether they are light elves or dark elves, are thin and not as strong as Asgardians. No one would have thought that the cursed warrior in front of them was a dark elf. Similarly, the two smaller ladies stood in front of Algorim, and the composition was extremely tragic. Unfortunately, Algorim did not feel this kind of tragedy at all. Although Sif and Frigga's eyes were all on Algorim, he did not have two women in his eyes, but only Jane. The straight eyes made Jane even more scared. He is a cursed warrior. As the most knowledgeable wizard in the whole of Asgard, Frigga finally recognized the true identity of the monster in front of her. After all, the flashing crimson light on his body could not deceive people. He's a dark elf. Don't let him get close to Jane. Frigga immediately raised the scepter in her hand. The scepter, which was taller than a person, was not only a scepter but also a magic staff. As the scepter slammed down on the ground, there was a hum sound. All the rune arrays in the entire hall lit up at the same time, and then they were tightly connected with the rune chains, and finally formed a huge transparent golden light curtain, connecting the upper and lower left and right sides of the hall, and dividing the entire hall into two halves with the wall as the center. Outside was the cursed warrior Algorim, inside was everyone, and outside was Algorim. As the wife of the God King and the Queen of Asgard, Frigga was naturally not too weak. She was the #1 wizard in Asgard. As a wizard, seeing this kind of melee profession close to her, the first reaction was naturally to hold up the shield. But at this moment, the cursed warrior had no expression on his face. Facing the magic shield held up by Frigga, his arm smashed down and hit the wall directly. At the same time, the sharp blade transformed by the curse power also slashed the wall fiercely. With a loud bang, as if the whole hall jumped up, Algorim's arms directly inserted into the invisible golden light curtain, and then he saw his hands exert force, the invisible wall shattered, and the rune chains immediately broke layer by layer, as if they were about to break away from the entire hall. Frigga's body trembled violently as if struck by lightning. But the next second, she bit her lips that were oozing blood and raised the staff in front of her again. Boom! The golden light burst out from Frigga, and a huge force pushed the cursed warrior away. At the same time, the originally shaky protective shield stabilized again, and it was more solid than before. Chapter 1080 No Choice. Although the cursed warrior over there was blown away by the divine power, he stood up the next second, not even bothering to brush off the dust on his body, and rushed up again. For the cursed warriors, other things may not be exaggerated, but the ability to withstand attacks is absolutely unique in the world, although it is only useful for a period of time. But during this period of time, they are really indestructible cockroaches. So Frigga's attack is probably equivalent to tickling him. At this moment, the cursed warrior Algorim's body is bursting with powerful curse power. It is a scarlet power, a curse power formed by the combination of ether particles and Kurz's vitality, as well as the power of the dark elves he originally possessed. The scarlet power turned into a mist, seeping out from the gap in Kurz's armor, and filled half of the palace in a very short time. As the scarlet curse power spread, the pressure on Frigga suddenly doubled. Algorim is not a white man who can only fight in close combat, he also knows spells. But compared with Malekith, his spell ability can be basically ignored, so most of the time, Algorim is a great warrior in the eyes of his people and enemies, and no one pays attention to his spellcasting ability. But with the blessing of the ether fragments, the originally insignificant spellcasting ability has also been strengthened. Seeing Frigga struggling to support herself, Sif turned her head and looked at Kai again. But Kai still looked like that, lying drunkenly on the recliner with a glass of wine. Sif did not intend to ask for help, but the argument between Kai and Jane just now made Sif not have the face to say the words of help. Odin watched Loki invade the earth, and ignored the death and injury of hundreds of thousands of people on the earth, and forcibly took Loki away. Originally, although Kai was angry, he didn't have any better solution, and then Thor told Kai that Loki was imprisoned forever. Kai thought about life imprisonment. Although he was not satisfied, he reluctantly accepted it. But when he came to Asgard this time, Nima, do you call this life imprisonment? The old man and his wife can visit him anytime, but what about him? Other prisoners were thrown into prison with nothing, while Loki enjoyed the best treatment and had time to complain and talk nonsense. Is this torture? Kai suspected that it would not be long before this mysterious and useless prison would be in name only. This was not groundless worry. Looking at the attitude of Frigga and Thor, it was really possible. Could Kai tolerate this? Originally, extraterritoriality had already made Kai feel humiliated. The Chinese hated it, after all, it was a symbol of shame. But now Asgard and the old aesthetics really regarded the Earth as a colony. Kai really couldn't tolerate this. So he got excited and angry, and made himself exhausted. The cosmic stone was really poisonous. In short, Kai's anger was clearly shown. And Odin and Frigga would never give up Loki. Sif had no position to ask for help. Thinking of this, Sif immediately denounced her weakness. Asgard's status has always been earned by relying on its own swords and guns. When did it ever beg for help? If you are great, just die. Are the Asgardians afraid of this? Thinking of this, Sif led several royal guards who were originally guarding Frigga to rush out of the protective shield established by Frigga and kill Algorim. It can be said that the Asgardians are really fierce. Once they start fighting, they are really not afraid of death. Frigga didn't have time to stop them, and several guards rushed towards the cursed warriors. For the warriors, letting the queen protect themselves is simply the greatest shame, and they have long been unable to bear it. Death has never scared the Asgardians. The Asgardians believe that after they die, their souls will return to Asgard itself and become part of the great domain of the gods. Those Asgardian warriors were very respectable, but courage did not represent strength. They were just sending food to Algorim with their swords rashly. It was meaningless. As soon as they approached, their bodies were already infiltrated and controlled by the Scarlet Power, and then Algorim twisted their necks in the blink of an eye. Sif saw her companions being killed, but she was not timid at all. She had no room to retreat, because Algorim had already strode towards the protective magic circle. It was unknown whether Frigga could hold on. Sif could only swing the sword in her hand with all her strength and cut it down on Algorim's head. With a bang, Sif was hit hard in the golden hall. The powerful force knocked the sword in her hand away, and the cursed warrior Algorim just paused for a while and prepared to continue to move forward quickly. But at this moment, taking advantage of his slight pause, a huge thunder hammer with endless thunder fell directly from his head. Algorim subconsciously put his hands on his head and used all his strength to resist, because the mighty thunder and the thunder hammer really looked like Thor's hammer. Before coming to Asgard, Algorim had heard countless legends about Thor, the next generation of god king of Asgard, who wields Thor's hammer Mjolnir. As a war nation, they would not underestimate the role of intelligence, but Algorim only cared about Thor's hammer. Here we need to explain a fact, that is, Thor's hammer is not unique to Thor. It was not made by Odin. In fact, Thor's hammer appeared a long time ago. Before Thor, there were several masters of Thor's hammer, the most famous of which was Odin himself. As early as when the Eternal Spear was forged, Thor's hammer was also forged. When Bauer established the kingship of Asgard with the Spear of Eternity, Bli took control of Thor's hammer. When Bli took over the kingship, Thor's hammer was controlled by Odin. When Odin was killing people with Thor's hammer, the Dark Elves were far from leaving the stage of history. It is precisely because of this that for Thor's hammer, even though Algorim has become a cursed warrior and has long disregarded life and death, even if it is just out of instinct, Algorim is still fully focused and ready to meet the bombardment of Thor's hammer. However, the next moment, the huge thunder hammer with endless thunder fell on Algorim's body, which only made him feel a slight pain like being scratched by a cat, and those thunders turned directly into small arcs of lightning, which kept moving on his body. Fake. That is completely fake. It is not Thor's hammer at all, but an illusion. The cursed warrior stared fiercely at Frigga behind the protective shield. That's right, the thunder hammer just now was Frigga's masterpiece. Where do you think Loki learned the illusion from? It's just that Frigga is better at illusion than Loki. The illusion just now, no matter from the momentum or appearance, easily deceived Algorym. It was also at this time that Sif climbed up and rushed forward fiercely, trying to knock him down. Facing Sif's counterattack, Algorym did not feel threatened. He just wanted to tear Sif apart, but at this time, a huge thunder sounded behind him. Originally, Algorym thought it was another illusion, but the next second, he felt bad. Before Algorym could react, the magic-made Thor's hammer had already hit him hard on the back with endless thunder. Algorym, who had been rushing forward, rushed forward without reacting in time under this powerful force. And at this time, Sif, who rushed towards him, had already held a sword in her hand. With a cold face, she pointed the long sword at Algorym's chest. At this moment, facing Sif's long sword, Algorym did not choose to dodge, but gathered all his strength and rushed forward. He wanted to directly break the long sword in Sif's hand and smash him into pieces. He believed in his curse power, which could ignore the effect of the long sword in Sif's hand, and Jane behind Sif. However, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. The longsword in Sif's hand suddenly burst out with a powerful golden light, which directly tore Algorym's body and pierced his chest fiercely before turning around. Puff! Algorym was startled. That was the powerful magic power attached to the sword. It was still Frigga. It turned out that Frigga had come behind Algorym at some point. Whether it was the magic just now or the magic on Sif's sword, they were all Frigga's masterpieces. Asgard did not need the Queen of Gods to come out to fight, but it did not mean that the Queen of Gods must be a helpless decoration. On the contrary, before becoming the Queen of Gods, Frigga was already the strongest wizard in Asgard. By the way, I have to make it clear here that Frigga was not Odin's first wife, but his first legal wife. It's a bit confusing to say this, but in fact, Odin had a child before marrying Frigga. In short, everything happened in a very short time. The longsword in Sif's hand pierced Kur's heart in an instant. Even though his armor was extremely strong, and even though he had enough power to protect his whole body, in front of Frigga and Sif who had been calculating for a long time, his chest was directly pierced, and the powerful magic power was raging rapidly in his body. Sif's hand tightly grasped the hilt of the longsword in her hand, but her eyes were fixed on Algorym. It was at this time that Algorym suddenly opened his eyes wide open, and then he saw him grabbing Sif's shoulders with both hands, and then pulling her into his arms with force. In an instant, blood was dripping, and the longsword in Sif's hand pierced Algorym's body even more, and the barbs on Algorym's armor also pierced deeply into Sif's body, and blood gushed out of her body. Frigga saw this scene and immediately planned to save Sif. But Algorym turned around and threw the seriously injured Sif to Frigga like a broken doll. Then he gathered the power of the curse on his left hand and stabbed Sif's back. He wanted to pierce Frigga and Sif in one shot. But at this moment, the sound of thunder sounded again behind him. Algorym immediately thought of Frigga's illusion, so he didn't pay attention to it. After all, even if it was really a magic attack, he could withstand it. But the next second, Algorym's eyes widened again. Damn! This time it was not magic. It was a physical entity. Bang! Algorym was smashed and flew out. Frigga and Sif immediately looked up and found Jane raising her hands in horror, making a throwing gesture. How could it be her? They looked at Kai again, still in the same look. But they saw the weapon in Jane's hand. Isn't that Kai's ultimate storm? It has to be said that Asgard has a rich family background over the years. What is the origin of the ultimate storm? This has to start with Odin's generation. The kings of Asgard before Odin were all single-line descendants. Borg had no brothers, and neither did Ble. But when it came to Odin, there were 3 brothers. They were the eldest son Odin, the second son Willi, and the third son Frey. Among them, Willi and Frey were not weaker than Odin in strength. Facing outstanding sons, like Odin, their father Ble also decided to give each son a chance, because Odin was the eldest son, so he inherited Thor's hammer Mjolnir a long time ago. In order to make things even, Ble made 2 other weapons, among which Willi got the ultimate storm. As for the subsequent story of Willi and Frey, no one knows. It is only known that Odin cares a lot about the death of his 2 brothers. Once someone mentions it, he will be furious. So over time, no one dared to mention them. In short, the power of the ultimate storm is not only not weaker than Mjolnir, but even stronger than Mjolnir to some extent. But just like this, how could Jane? And Kai is right next to him. The ultimate storm can't rebel, right? until they found that the scarlet light of Algorithm appeared on Jane. Ether particles. As for why Kai didn't do it, if he could do it, he would have done it earlier. Damn, now he is injured, where to fight? In fact, when he knew that it was the Dark Elves who came, he wanted to help a long time ago. How could he have thought that Asgard was actually attacked to the core area? This is the royal palace. He is not stupid. How could he stand idly by at this time? No matter how lively the fight was before, it has nothing to do with the earth. As long as Jane does not fall into the hands of the Dark Elves, it is not Kai's problem how many people die in Asgard. But now the Dark Elves have come to him. He can't just ignore it. He knows what the Dark Elves are going to do. If the Dark Elves succeed, he will be in trouble. Kai stood aside before, partly because he was angry, and partly because his body didn't allow it. How could he know that using the Cosmic Stone directly would have such a big side effect? If he had known earlier, it would be useless. The atmosphere was so tense at that time, Kai couldn't just watch Loki show off his power. Chapter 1081, Furious. Jane was panicking now. She looked at the scarlet light on her body and felt like she saw a ghost. In fact, it was almost the same. She had heard Odin and Thor quarrel before and said that ether particles were easy to control. It was enough to host ether particles in the body, but the cost of controlling ether particles was life force. In other words, she had just used her life to save Sif and Frigga. Thinking of this, she looked at Kai. Just now, Jane asked Kai to help again. As a result, Kai told her that he couldn't do it because he was injured. Then he gave his battle axe to Jane and let her choose. Jane was skeptical about whether Kai was injured. She could feel that Kai didn't like her. She even felt that Kai did it on purpose. She didn't understand why Kai didn't take action. But thinking of Thor, Jane couldn't stand idly by, so she could only use the terrible power. Is he dead? Jane looked at the cursed warrior lying on the ground and asked tremblingly. Kai sat up with some difficulty and pouted. No. Kai was also secretly surprised at the vitality of this thing. It didn't die after being treated like this? Just as Kai was talking, Algorithm sat up from the ground. He looked at his chest, where a sword was stuck and a huge gap was cut by the ultimate storm. Algorithm felt very strange, no pain, no blood, as if those wounds were not on his body. After all, it was his first time to be a curse warrior and he had no experience. This feeling was really subtle. Of course, he didn't explore this subtlety too much, but grabbed the hilt of the long sword on his chest with force, and then grabbed it outward with force. From beginning to end, Algorithm's chest didn't spurt out a drop of blood, or to be more precise, there was no blood in his body, and his blood was replaced by the surging curse power. Wounds, where did the wounds come from? Just like a dream, those terrible wounds disappeared almost in an instant. You deserve to die. Although he didn't care about getting hurt, Algorithm cared a lot about the ether particles being used by a pathetic mortal. That was the holy object of the Dark Elves and the key to their ultimate dream. So Algorithm strode towards Jane. In a blink of an eye, he was less than 3 steps away from the magic shield in front of him. At this time, Algorithm had raised his hands, and the curse power in his body surged. It seemed that in the next moment, his hands would smash down hard and completely blow up the entire protective magic circle. However, the next moment, something strange happened. Algorithm took a step down, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. In an instant, it was as if time had gone back, and he suddenly appeared at the door of the hall, and the distance between him and Jane was pulled farther. He was not convinced and tried again, but it was still the same. Don't even think about it. Frigga pinched the seal with one hand, pointed the scepter in her hand at Algorithm, and shouted loudly. In front of her, there is a round magic circle. Every time it rotates, the space and time where Algorithm is located will retreat, returning him to his original place. However, it is obvious that this powerful spell has a strong effect, and at the same time it puts more pressure on the caster. At least Frigga is not in a good state now. Not only does she have to maintain the protective shield, but she also has to use spells to restrain Algorithm, which makes her overwhelmed. The known cosmic stones on Earth have actually passed through the hands of Asgard. Although they did not keep those gems, they also have a relatively deep study of them. The spell that made time and space regress just now came from this. Don't even think about getting close to her. Algorithm is already impatient. He can't waste any more time. He doesn't have much time. Now that the reason has been found, Algorithm raised his arms again without hesitation and smashed Frigga. With a bang, Sif, holding her sword high, stood in front of the cursed warrior. Under the powerful attack, she felt as if all the bones in her body were crushed. What was even more terrifying was that her body seemed to be affected by the power of the curse, and her reaction speed was getting slower and slower. Once she reached a critical point and something went wrong, she might die here. This was just Sif's thought for a moment, because the next moment, she was hit hard and flew out. No, that's not right. Sif's feet had just left the ground, and at this sudden moment, Frigga also took action. Countless rune chains suddenly sprang out from all around. These rune chains rushed towards everyone in the temple frantically, and before the cursed warrior could react, they had already drilled into his body. Neither the power of the curse nor the bone armor on his body could stop the rune chains from going deeper. Quick! Quick! Kill him! Frigga maintained the posture of casting spells, controlling various rune chains to lock Algorim in place. This is the best opportunity. Kai immediately kicked Jane. Hurry up! What are you standing there for? Jane woke up as if from a dream, and she didn't care about the problem of vitality. She directly communicated with the ether particles, raised her axe and smashed it towards Algorithm. Sif also used all her strength to raise the god-given longsword in her hand. Sif always follows Thor, so many people look down on her and think she is just a follower. In fact, she is stronger than most people in the god's domain. She has superhuman strength and can lift up to about 30 tons. She also has super speed and endurance, and can fight for a long time without feeling tired. Sif has super strong hand-to-hand combat skills and extraordinary swordsmanship. Her fighting ability ranks among the top 3 goddesses in Asgard, second only to the Valkyrie. Guess who is the first? At the same time, the longsword in her hand is also exquisite, and it is a longsword granted by Odin with divine power. Not only that, in order to protect her, her brother also cast a special magic on the longsword, which not only made the owner of the longsword extraordinarily powerful, but also had the power to mobilize the Rainbow Bridge. That is, the power of space. But Sif, like Thor, had not awakened the true power of divinity, so that the longsword could never exert its true power in her hands. But this time, it was different. In desperation, Sif activated her potential and made the longsword appear in front of the world in an unprecedented manner. Buzz buzz buzz. In the gentle sound of the sword, the longsword in her hand burst into dazzling brilliance. When the sword chopped down, it seemed that everything would be cut open by it. Roar! Algorim didn't know whether these attacks could kill him, but it didn't matter. Time was his life. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Seeing the surging attacks, he also gave it his all. He ignited himself, and endless energy poured out from the ether fragments. One of Algorim's hands became extremely large. With one hand, he blocked Sif's sword in the ultimate storm, and with the other hand, he tried hard to tear the rune chain. However, the rune chain seemed to be non-existent. His hand went straight through it. It seemed that there was no effect, but he could not get rid of it. Thinking of this, he became more anxious. Thinking of his master, Algorim's eyes flashed with a resolute light, and the curse power on his body surged again. Boom! With a loud bang, Frigga suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood mist, and the rune chain she created was shattered at this moment. Originally, she used the rune chain to suppress the curse power, which had consumed most of her strength. Coupled with Algorim's final explosion, Frigga could no longer hold on. Even the protective shield she had created before was broken. And Algorim was thrown out like a rag doll. Half of his body shattered directly at that moment. At the same time, Jane and Sif also fainted in the roar. Looking at the 3 women who were unconscious at his feet, Kai scratched his face, feeling a little embarrassed. With Kai's personality, it was rare for him to encounter such a thing. When it happened, he would hide and let the women take over. This was contrary to his chauvinistic character. But who told him to be so exhausted now? Fortunately, the result was good. But before Kai could rest assured, the sky suddenly darkened. A huge dark elf warship suddenly appeared over the palace. Then dozens of gates similar to insect wings on the warship opened, and one razor fighter after another was released. It's a dark elf. Damn it! Odin, you useless thing. Kai wanted to curse at the slope. Such a big thing actually ran over your palace, and you didn't even notice it? Odin, who was fighting with Gogman, was actually no better than Kai. His house was robbed. Get out! Odin was really angry this time. As the former tyrant Odin's anger returned again, Everyone finally knew why Odin was feared by so many people. He stood in the air, and the eternal spear slammed down hard, hitting the void. Bang! It was like a giant hammer hitting the ground, and the sound was like a bell. It made everyone's ears buzz. In the blink of an eye, a series of golden lights the size of a circle shot out from his side, shooting directly at Gogman. Roar! Odin, Gogman was immediately hit by the powerful force and couldn't raise his head. His body was constantly pierced by the golden light, and then recovered again, but the huge energy made it only lie on the ground and passively take the beating, without any power to fight back. No one was surprised by this result. After all, relatively speaking, Odin can use the energy of the entire Asgard. Not to mention anything else, the energy provided by the countless treasures collected by the 9 great kingdoms in his God King's treasury alone is enough to destroy a world. Not to mention the Star Destroyer cannon Rainbow Bridge, these are all part of Odin's power. It can be said that Asgard is him, and he is also Asgard. You all deserve to die. Odin couldn't bear it any longer when he saw his palace being ravaged. He was a warmonger and a tyrant. It was just that he became more open-minded after getting older. But now, the ancient barbaric personality from Asgard has revived again. So there is nothing to say. You know, Odin never took prisoners in the past. It was only after he cultivated his character that he was willing to give those rebels a chance to reform and lock them up. But now, Odin pointed the eternal spear in his hand at the prisoners who were still fighting with the Asgard guards. Buzz! A dazzling light like the sun shot out from the tip of the eternal spear. The light of the eternal spear swept over, whether it was the frost giants, the rock trolls, or even the monsters that didn't know where they came from, they were all turned into ashes. In just a few seconds, a large number of prisoners disappeared without a trace physically. The rest, although they are cruel, they are not stupid. The real thing is to run away. First is the extraordinary dragon. This guy is very cunning. After Odin got angry, this guy would rather take Thor's hammer and run away without caring. The extraordinary dragon actually doesn't know Odin. He has never dealt with him. He thought Thor was already strong enough, but if we had known you were so strong, we would have eaten too much and run to your territory. Now I won't say anything, just run away. There are also people like Ulik. He ran even faster. He is also ignorant. The strongest opponent he met was Thor. Odin. Everyone thought he was just an old man who stayed on the golden throne. I thought those legends were just legends. Now seeing this scene, how can he dare to make trouble? He quickly ran away with the remaining brothers. But these people do not include Gogman. The others survived because Odin cultivated his character. And Gogman. He was imprisoned because he was really unkillable. This thing, Odin will also reflect on the reason. To put it bluntly, this thing is the sin of Odin's youthful recklessness. In fact, Gogman's race did not have any conflict with Asgard. Probably the only conflict was unwillingness to surrender. This is normal. Others live well, and suddenly a group of people come and ask them to kneel down and surrender. No one will accept it. Besides, they are not soft persimmons. So they were exterminated by Asgard. Odin was like this at that time. Then Gogman was born. To put it bluntly, Gogman was born out of the hatred of that race for Odin. It was born from the gathering of the souls and lives of tens of millions of people, and the connection between these lives and souls was due to the hatred for Odin and Asgard. From then on, Odin began to reflect on himself. If there is one Gogman in a race, how many Gogman can be born in the entire universe? I'm talking too much? In short, Gogman was born with the hatred and life of an entire race, and basically belongs to an unkillable existence. Gogman couldn't beat Odin, but he couldn't kill him either, so Odin had no way to deal with him except to imprison him. But now, Odin really didn't have time. Thor. Go support your mother. Odin decided to make a stopgap plan first, letting Thor go to support while he exiled Gogman. After hearing this, Thor didn't chase the extraordinary dragon, but swung his hammer and flew. This was actually not accurate, it was more like the hammer took him flying. Heimdall, open the transmission channel and exile Gogman. Odin shouted Heimdall's name while holding the Spear of Eternity and beating Gogman. He had to suppress it all the time, otherwise even Heimdall would find it difficult to throw it out of Asgard. On the other side, Kai grinned and looked at a group of dark elves who were surrounded by a dark elf with completely different clothes and walked into the palace. Malekith glanced at the hall, and didn't stay on Kai for long, but looked at Algoring who was lying on the side. Algoring, Facing his brothers and sisters who have been with him for tens of thousands of years, the cold-blooded Malekith rarely burst out with unprecedented emotions. This is very rare for the Dark Elves. Chapter 1082, Runaway. Algrith was in a very bad condition, and he was almost exhausted. After all, half of his body was blown to pieces, and the curse power just exploded, which further increased the consumption of vitality. At this moment, he couldn't recover for half a day. Malekith walked a few steps to his friend's side, grabbed his hand, and then waves of black energy rushed into Algrith's body. Soon, Algrith's already dim scarlet light began to gradually become active, and in just a moment, Algrith's body was restored to its original state. When he opened his eyes, he saw Malekith's face, which was getting paler due to the transition of vitality. Algrith was like being burned alive, and he quickly dodged and distanced himself from his master, no longer allowing Malekith to supply him with vitality. As the king of the Dark Elves, Malekith has the strongest strength of the entire Dark Elves. To pull the entire universe into silent darkness through the ether particles, Malekith is also needed to achieve it. Others simply do not have the strength to accomplish such a feat. Therefore, for the entire Dark Elves, Malekith himself is a strategic resource that cannot be wasted. Over the years, although the Dark Elves have been hiding, Malekith himself has actually been sleeping most of the time, trying to control the loss of vitality. Now it is on Algorim. At least Algorim thinks it is a waste. Master, Algorim was very moved, but the more he was moved, the more he hated himself. He actually let the king consume precious vitality for himself. Don't say it, Malekith obviously didn't want to make a touching speech. The Dark Elves are very pragmatic. They have always felt that language is the most powerless prophecy in the world, and expressing emotions is considered weak. Let's finish what we should do. As he said this, he walked towards the unconscious Jane, and at this time, Sif and Frigga stood up firmly. They knew what would happen if the ether particles fell into the hands of the Dark Elves. Go away. I won't kill you. Malekith had no intention of dining with the two women. Although it was perfunctory, it didn't mean that what Malekith said was a lie. In fact, he did plan to do so. After taking back the ether, he left immediately. He didn't want to fight Odin to death on Asgard. What's more, that thing was calling him. The ether that had been lost for countless years, its smell was clearly transmitted to Malekith's nose. Malekith could even clearly feel the ether's restlessness. It couldn't wait to return to his control, but now it had a bond that it couldn't easily get rid of, and this bond was Jane Foster. Sif and Frigga looked at each other, and both saw a resolute look in each other's eyes. Fight. But at this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared behind Malekith. Malekith turned his head immediately. It was Odin and Thor. At that moment, Malekith had to admit that he was almost scared to death. But soon he found out that he was deceived. It was an illusion. Frigga also seemed to feel something, turned her head and found that Loki, who was originally unconscious and tied like Jesus, had woken up at some point. At this moment, Loki's eyes were red, and there was a green light in his eyes, which was a sign of the use of illusion magic. Loki, Frigga called her son's name emotionally, but the next second, she was grabbed by the shoulders. Then the light flashed, and she couldn't see anything. No. The last thing Frigga heard was Malekith's exasperated shout. Heimdall, who was fighting with Ulik, suddenly felt something, and he looked up at the palace where Frigga was. As the man who can see the farthest in the universe, Heimdall saw his sister and queen in danger at the beginning, so he wanted to rescue them at the first time, but unfortunately, he guarded the entire Asgard's external exit. If he wanted to leave Asgard, he had to pass through the Rainbow Palace guarded by him. So the prisoners who intended to escape blocked Heimdall in the Rainbow Palace. Heimdall can't abandon his duties. He is the most stubborn god on the whole Asgard, 10,000 times more stubborn than Odin. He regards responsibility as his life, and he is unwilling to abandon his responsibility even if he is broken into pieces. So he can only worry. When Malekith appeared, Heimdall was shaken for a moment. He wanted to abandon everything to save his sister. But unfortunately, the side effects of Odin's outburst came, and Ulik and a group of silver medalists also joined the siege of Heimdall in order to run away. Heimdall's comprehensive strength has always been at the top of Asgard, even stronger than Thor. Well, comprehensive strength does not simply refer to combat effectiveness. But the tiger can't stand the wolves, and he can't move. Until he saw Kai's action. Desecrators. Die, Heimdall, who had put aside his worries, exerted his full strength and killed a group of prisoners who cried for their parents. On the other side, Malekith was still in impotent rage. He destroyed the entire palace. "Master," Algorim called out to his master who was pinching the weak Asgardian. "The king of Asgard has noticed us. We should withdraw." Malekith pinched Loki's neck, and his anger had made him lose his mind. It was because of this little brat. His ether particles ran away. Even a cooked duck can fly away, so you can imagine how unstable Malekith's emotions are. But Loki was not afraid at all, but a smile appeared on his face. That was pride. He finally did something that would make his mother proud. Just as a way to atone for his sins. He was originally trapped in the curse given to him by Kai, and lost himself again and again in the endless maze of self-collapse. If left alone, it won't take long for Loki's mind to completely lose the concept of being alive, and then he will really die. After all, the mind can affect the body to a great extent. Many optimistic and cheerful people have much better bodies than those who are depressed. Of course, this does not mean that Loki has lost his perception of the outside world, but the mind maze has imprisoned his mind and made him unable to do anything. Originally, things should be like this. But the mind has never been something that can be quantified. People's emotions and thoughts often contain unparalleled power. What's more, the maze set by Kai is not impossible to break through. It's not because the mind gem can't do it, but Kai can't do it. The pressure of using the cosmic gem directly is too great. Kai just wanted to finish the job quickly at that time, so he didn't let Loki's mind sink completely. Moreover, Loki is just a bare child who has not grown up, and Kai doesn't think his mind is very tough. In Kai's script, he will still die, either by suicide or by self-collapse. But things in the world are so strange. When Loki saw Frigga being knocked down, whether out of love or anger, Loki temporarily broke free from the mental maze. He used his illusion magic. Kai also seized the opportunity and teleported Jane and the others away. Don't forget that the Poseidon Trident is still lying in Kai's treasure house. Under normal circumstances, the Poseidon Trident could not allow Kai to teleport from Asgard to Earth. No matter how powerful the Poseidon Trident is, it is only an artifact of the Earth and cannot control outer space. But the problem is that it happens that the 9 stars are now connected, the 9 realms are fused, and the spatial boundaries are disappearing. From the perspective of space, the 9 realms are considered to be one. Then there is no problem of being unable to teleport. As for Loki, do you think Kai will be so kind to take him away? Let him die. Master, at least the ether particles did not fall into the hands of Asgard. Feeling that Gogman's breath was getting weaker and weaker, Algorim immediately advised, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Malekith directly pinched Loki's neck. Loki showed a look of relief on his face. "No. Loki." Just then, Thor finally arrived. Seeing the mess and his brother being strangled by Malekith, how could Thor tolerate that temper? Seeing Thor's worried look, Loki pulled the corners of his mouth with effort and showed a smile. He has always been loved. Crack. With the sound of broken bones, Loki's face, which was originally purple due to being strangled, turned black in an instant. His eyes were dull, and his body drooped limply. No, boom. Thor threw Thor's hammer with the greatest force in his life. It hit Malekith's face. The surging thunder instantly carbonized half of Malekith's cheek. Algorim saved his king and immediately started to run away. Because another furious breath was approaching quickly. It was Odin. Loki's death completely angered the old father. The remaining dark elves stopped Thor very tacitly. They were ready to die for the king at any time. Damn. I will never use the trident to teleport in outer space again. Although the trident completed the teleportation, it must be said that this was Kai's worst teleportation ever. Ugh, he felt his body being stretched, flattened, and then thrown into a drum washing machine and spun 1,300 times, and then thrown 5,600 times. This feeling made Kai unable to help but vomit. The others were even worse. The 3 women fainted gorgeously. Kai looked up and saw dozens of suited agents rushing towards him quickly. Your Highness, the first to arrive was Kai's Holy Grail Knight leader, Kingsman leader, codenamed Harry Hart. Kai waved his hand and asked them to wait until he finished vomiting. About half an hour later, after taking the dragon bone, Kai finally got rid of the damn weakness. Frigga and Sif also woke up and were brought to him. Where is this? Where is Loki? Frigga was the first to lose her temper. She was worried about her child. Kai drank hot cocoa to relieve his fatigue. After all, the dragon bone of this thing could not be restored. This is the temple of the earth. The last resort left by the immortals to the earth. You are very lucky, you are the first Asgardians to come here in history. After you were exiled, you return to the embrace of Mother Earth again. Be grateful, the inner world is still peaceful. Although the creatures here are very dangerous, it is still peaceful because of the trident and the holy city of Camelot. Kingsman has developed very well here. Although their headquarters are still in London, England, in fact, the core part of the entire Kingsman has been moved here. They are responsible for maintaining and developing the holy city. As a reward, Kai allows their souls to return to the holy city after their death and become heroes. This is really a reward, especially when Kingsman knows that there will be no heaven or hell after death. Well, heaven in the traditional sense does not exist, but hell does exist. However, hell is more philanthropic. They are not picky about souls. As long as it is a soul, they want it, good or bad, it is all food, but the premise is that your soul is captured by the devil. What's really bad is that they already know that the human soul will dissipate quickly after death. In contrast, the soul can be preserved and then sent to the holy city of Camelot to become a heroic spirit and continue to exist. What a gift. Kingsman, who was originally extremely loyal to Kai, suddenly became loyal to the Max. When you don't know where your soul will go, you naturally don't care. Did that sentence say, I don't care about the flood after I die? But now that you know what will happen to you after you die, no one will care. This is also the trick of religion. But Kai's is not, it's real. Every Kingsman who has seen the holy city will not doubt its authenticity. Because the holy city is really too sacred. It's not because of history or religion, but the holy city itself was born out of a miracle. It represents holiness. When Sif and Frigga opened their eyes, they were shocked by everything in front of them. Asgard is 100 times more majestic than the holy city. But the existence of the holy city still makes them feel the insignificance of Asgard. It is the collective thoughts of countless heroes, the crystallization of unparalleled power and wisdom. Of course, Frigga doesn't care about this now, she only cares about her son. Where is my son? Why didn't you take him? Frigga asked angrily. Unfortunately, Kai was still calm. What do you think? Kai asked back. Frigga opened her mouth. She knew that she had no right to ask Kai to take Loki with him. I must go back, Frigga shouted to the sky, Heimdall. Take us back. The surrounding Kingsman agents looked at Frigga inexplicably. I don't know what she is doing. The fact is, it's calm here, nothing happened. Heimdall, Frigga was a little panicked. In her mind, Heimdall could see everything, so there was no way he would not respond to her call. No need to call, Kai said, so what I just said was in vain? This is the holy land of the earth. No one can see through it. Except for me, no one can bring people in here, and no one can take anyone away from here. Chapter 1083 Died Young? In the Holy City, there is a place full of modern technology. It is filled with the most advanced technology equipment from all over the world, and in the middle of it, Jane Foster is placed in a life support device filled with blue liquid. The blue liquid is dragon bone extract. How is she? Kai walked to Merlin and asked. Merlin, the head of Kingsman's technology department and Kingsman's chief scientist. After Kai brought Jane back, he immediately sent her to the technology department and asked them to try their best to make up for Jane's lost vitality. Although Kai doesn't like Jane, he is not so stingy as to watch her die. What's more, from the root, the reason why she overuses ether particles is also the reason why Kai can't do it. It is reasonable to cure her. Sif and Frigga also came to the front of the life support warehouse to check Jane's condition. Asgard's technology level is very high, at least much higher than that of the Earth. Although they are still a magical civilization, it does not mean that they are unfamiliar with technology. For example, the data at the life support warehouse, after they are familiar with it, they can understand it. Very bad. Merlin was a little surprised to see Sif and Frigga, but he didn't ask much. When she was just sent here, we found that her body cells had begun to decline. Her body tissues are now seriously aged. It can even be said that she has a 30-year-old face, but the body is 80 years old. People have been aging since birth, but aging can be controlled. The key to controlling aging lies in a special structure inside the cell, telomeres. In order to stay healthy, the cells in our body need to be constantly renewed. In this process, some aging cells will be cleared by themselves, but other aging cells will accumulate and increase in the body, releasing inflammatory signals to other cells, causing aging of surrounding tissues and damaging body functions. These cells are called senescent cells by scientists. Why do cells age? This depends on a special structure in the cell, telomeres. Our genetic information is stored in segments of DNA, that is, genes, and genes are located on chromosomes in the cell nucleus. At the end of each chromosome, there is a small section of special DNA protein complexes that are responsible for maintaining the integrity of the chromosomes. These complexes are telomeres. But the problem is that every time a cell divides, the telomeres will shorten a little, just like the soles of shoes will wear out. When the telomeres are short to a certain extent or even fall off, the cells will stop metabolizing and no longer divide to produce new cells. At this time, the cells will age and die. Generally speaking, people with shorter telomeres are more likely to get sick and have weaker bodies. But the hell is that Merlin and his team found that the telomeres in Jane's body were consumed in large quantities. In other words, the number of Jane's cell divisions will be greatly reduced. What Merlin just said was not that Jane's body was really aging, but that the rest of her time was the same as that of an old man. What is the effect of dragon bone extract? Kai asked. Kai didn't know what the mechanism of ether particles was, but one thing was certain, Jane's current physical changes were definitely related to ether particles. Now we can only hope that dragon bone extract can restore this condition. The effect is very good. But we noticed that the decline of the dragon bone's power in her body is very abnormal. We need to further verify the specific situation. After all, there are too few experimental samples of dragon bone extract, and we are not sure whether it is caused by individual differences. There are many dragon bones, but they are limited after all, so this non-renewable substance has been strictly restricted. At present, there are not many people who really use dragon bone extracts. The base is not large enough, so it is naturally impossible to conduct a thorough study. In addition, we have to consider another possibility. Merlin pushed his glasses, that is cancer, a very special disease. This thing is also related to telomeres. Telomeres will inhibit the proliferation of aneuploid cells by generating stress signals and respond to aneuploidy. However, telomerase, which synthesizes telomeres, may indirectly promote the survival of aneuploid cells by slowing down the stress signals induced by telomeres, thereby promoting the occurrence of carcinogenesis in the body. Telomeres and telomerase play a dual function in inhibiting and promoting tumorigenesis. When telomerase is missing, telomeres will shorten the lifespan of cells and inhibit the occurrence of tumors. However, the shorter the chromosome telomeres, the easier it is to lose the cap structure, which will lead to cell disasters and genetic instability, thus causing many types of cancer. For general cancer, keel can be cured, but Jane's condition is completely different from that of ordinary people. At least in terms of the current monitoring situation, it is very pessimistic. The ether particles have completely escaped the detection range of human science today. At least all the current instruments have not been able to detect that Jane's current condition is very bad. Sif and Frigga looked at each other, helpless. The ether particles are also full of mystery to Asgard. They don't understand many things, let alone solve them. It seems that if you really want to save Jane's life, you really have to find a way from the Dark Elves. Soon, Kai appeared in Stark Tower with Frigga, Sif and Jane. When they teleported to Stark Tower, Tony was doing exercise with Peggy. Well, as a result, a large group of people suddenly appeared, almost scaring Tony to death. Peggy was the most direct, screaming and running into the bathroom wrapped in flyers. Fuck. You must give me a reason not to kill you today. Otherwise, the world is about to be destroyed, and you are still here in broad daylight. You disappoint me so much, Kai was the first to complain. After all, it was a bit unreasonable to suddenly run to Tony's room at this time, but it was also Tony's own fault. Who told him to design a teleporter with such poor accuracy? He originally planned to teleport to the living room with people. Tony held a pillow under his crotch and pointed at Kai, unable to speak. Okay, put on your clothes quickly, there are two distinguished guests here, don't scare them with your little thing. Kai waved his hand and walked out with Frigga and Sif first. Small. How dare you say I'm small? Believe it or not, I'll take it out and scare you to death. Tony jumped and cursed behind him. Unexpectedly, Sif really turned her head to look over, as if she was really going to confirm the size. Then Tony immediately backed off. About 5 minutes later, Pepper came out with a slightly red face and a drink, helping Tony to greet the guests. As for Tony, she was still angry at this moment. Although Pepper was a little scared, she was not as shy as the little girl. This is Sif, you should know. This is Frigga, yes, the Frigga in Norse mythology, Odin's wife, Thor's mother. Kai introduced Frigga and Sif simply and clearly. Sif had been with the three warriors of Asgard on Earth for a period of time, and Pepper really knew her. But she had never seen Frigga. Then Kai pointed at Jane, who had been unconscious. You may not know this one, her name is Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend on Earth. I know her, Pepper nodded. She knew that Thor and Jane were in love at the beginning, but she was not familiar with them. Kai also forgot whether the two of them had met. After all, it was not important at all. At this time, Tony had also prepared himself mentally and ran out angrily. Pepper quickly grabbed him. Don't be rude, Tony. That's the Queen of Asgard. Pepper has a better view of the overall situation than Tony. After all, Frigga's status is extremely noble. If something happens to her, the whole Earth will be in trouble. Queen? The mother of that idiot Thor, Tony blurted out. Then Pepper was embarrassed to see Frigga's face become uglier and uglier. There was no way. One son didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and the other son was called a fool. No mother would have a good face. Pepper quickly changed the subject. I remember you disappeared after going to London. Now the White House and S.H.I.E.L.D. are in chaos. They are looking for you everywhere. How come you are here? Kai didn't react at first when he heard this, but he immediately found something wrong. Wait, you two bastards. Even the politicians in the White House and the idiots in S.H.I.E.L.D. are worried about you, and you two are still interested in having sex in broad daylight? Are you still my friends? Pepper also felt that it was out of place, but only Tony knew. This bastard is talking nonsense again. Bullshit. We don't believe anything will happen to you. This is trust. Trust. Do you understand? You bastard. Tony actually mistook Kai in the past. Although he was annoying at that time, he was definitely not as annoying as he is now. Kai always gives people a reliable and cold impression when dealing with outsiders, but only those who are familiar with him know that this guy is actually very stuffy. For example, he has several girlfriends and has an affair with a married woman. Okay, don't pay attention to these details. We are in big trouble this time. Tony was still fooled. Kai once again smoothly changed the topic, and Tony didn't know it. Maybe he knew, but he just enjoyed this way of conversation. He was happy to be fooled by Kai. It sounds impossible, but it is actually like this. Tony has always been a lonely guy. He was cursed by knowledge. His superior wisdom made him look down on mediocre people. His arrogant personality made him unwilling to wrong himself. So he has very few friends. There are only 3 at present, Happy, Rod and Kai. Kai told the whole story about the ether particles and the dark elves. This is the situation now. We have no way to take out the ether particles in Jane's body. What's worse is that the dark elves will keep chasing the ether particles like wild dogs, smelling feces. Once they get them, not only Asgard, but also the Earth will instantly become a dead place without life. So we have to fight the dark elves, let the aliens invade the Earth again, Tony said with a headache. You know, this is not a good idea. If those people know that the dark elves came to the Earth for Jane, I really can't imagine what will happen then. Tony has finally grown up a lot with Kai. If it were the old Tony, he would not care about this. He would definitely hit his fort and fight the dark elves. As for what other people think, he doesn't care. But now, at least he knows how tricky this matter is. What do you mean by this? Protecting Jane is protecting the Earth itself. The dark elves will not let the Earth go just because the Earthlings hand over Jane. Sif didn't quite understand what Tony meant. Tony opened his mouth. He was a little embarrassed to explain this. After all, it would make the Asgardians think that the Earthlings were too selfish. Although the actual situation was indeed like this. The problem is that other people have to believe it too. Kai felt that there was nothing to be ashamed of. It was human nature. Earthlings don't know anything about dark elves, let alone ether particles. You can't expect humans to pay a price for something they don't understand at all. This is also the reason why Kai didn't plan to find the White House or S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. Because this is empty talk. Who the hell believes it? You say to destroy the universe, and then destroy the universe? This is completely beyond the scope of human cognition. Of course, facing the threat that may occur at any time, abandoning Jane can save the situation, so why not do it? In fact, Kai also thought so, but the difference was that he thought that if there was really no way to take out the ether particles, Kai would simply chop Jane to death with an axe and release the ether particles. Save suffering. In short, the ether particles cannot be obtained by the dark elves. Maybe I can think of a way. Tony looked at the unconscious Jane, touched his chin, and became interested. Such an interesting thing, he naturally wanted to study it. Kai was just about to agree, when suddenly there was another change in the sky. Boom! A 7-color beam of light descended. Thor landed on the platform outside Stark Tower. Seeing her son, Frigga immediately stood up and rushed to Thor. "How is Loki?" "My son, how is he?" Tony frowned instinctively when he heard the name. "What about that bad guy who looks like a gay?" Kai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up when he heard Tony's description of Loki. The specific situation is very troublesome and difficult to explain. Basically, I had some problems at the time and couldn't fight. I could only run away with others, but I didn't take him with me. Now, I guess, he's dead. That's really great. What a pity. Tony's voice was a little louder. Thor and Frigga looked over, and this guy quickly changed his words. Die young. Woo woo. Chapter 1084 The Bad Omen of Fate. Kai felt that he had lost a lot. He almost crippled himself, but in the end, Loki broke free from the mind labyrinth in less than half an hour. This is a joke. Kai actually sensed the moment Loki broke free from the mind labyrinth, otherwise he would not have cooperated with Loki so coincidentally and ran away with the 3 women. What's even more ridiculous is that just now, Kai sensed that the last restraint of the Mind Stone on Loki had also disappeared. Of course, it is also possible that Loki really died, so the influence of the Mind Stone on him disappeared. But the problem is that the time is not right, because Kai just sensed that Loki's mind labyrinth had completely lost its effect. So Loki couldn't have died, but completely escaped the control of the mind labyrinth. Impossible. We just held a funeral for Loki. Thor was happy at first, but he reacted immediately. He and Odin had just put Loki's body on a small boat and let him flow along the seawater of Asgard to the unknown deep space of the universe. The funeral in Asgard is based on the funeral of the Vikings. The Vikings would put the deceased's warhorse, weapons, and shields into a boat, and then put the boat into the sea to let it drift. Because of Loki's bad criminal record, no Asgardian was willing to attend his funeral, so only Odin and Thor attended the funeral. It was a sad death. Frigga was very happy. No one knew her son's talent better than her. He could deceive Thor, and now he must be able to deceive Odin. She didn't care what happened. She only knew that her child was fine. That's good. That's good. Good people don't live long, bad people live for 1,000 years. Kai did not hide his disappointment. Thor wanted to redeem himself for his brother. At least he didn't want Kai to hate his brother so much. Loki. He has realized his mistake in the end. I hope. Impossible. It's strange that the bastard will realize his mistake. Besides, things are not so simple in this world. Can everything be wiped out by saying I know I was wrong? It's not that easy. You once promised that he would get the punishment he deserved, but you broke your promise. Now, he has even escaped, haha, under Odin's nose. Thor, if you were me, what would you do? Kai sneered at Thor. Thor opened his mouth and said hesitantly, after all, he saved my mother, that's his mother too. This is what he should do. If you can get a reward for doing something you should do, then aren't your Asgardian laws too trifling? Tony gently pulled Kai's sleeve. He felt that it was enough. Although he didn't know what happened in Asgard, from the limited information they had, he could tell that Kai must have made Loki suffer a lot. In the final analysis, the Earth and Asgard are inherently unequal. Even Tony has never thought about getting any fairness and justice from Asgard. Since others have been so humble, we have a chance to make peace. It is enough for everyone to be happy. It must be said here that many of the thoughts of the privileged class are common. No matter how great Tony is, his class is destined, and he will not look at the world from the perspective of ordinary people. Kai is different. He is a people's policeman. The people are in front. He will not accept this kind of compromise. Hundreds of thousands of casualties are just let go so lightly. Kai can't do it. Okay, I don't want to discuss this anymore. I'll just tell you the conclusion. The conclusion is, you Asgard failed to keep your promise. Not only did you not give Loki the corresponding punishment, you also let him escape. I seriously suspect that you did it on purpose. Therefore, I believe that the tacit agreement we reached before no longer exists. Loki has lost the protection of Asgard. So, if you meet that poor bastard, tell him to run away quickly and run far away. The next time we meet again, it won't be as polite as before. I will keep my promise and hang his head on the roof of Stark building. Thor wanted to say something, but Frigga held him back. The mother nodded silently. She didn't believe that Odin would really be deceived by Loki. After all, the possibility was too small, and Loki was still too young. Odin just pretended not to see it. And even if Odin was really deceived, what about Heimdall? Others might be deceived by illusions, but Heimdall would never be. There's only one reasonable explanation for everything, that is, Odin watched Loki escape. As for the funeral, it was just a cover-up. After all, for Asgard, it was the best fate for Loki. The topic about Loki stopped here. At least Frigga thought that this was the best outcome. Anyway, Kai stayed on Earth and couldn't touch Loki. Even if Loki came back to see her secretly, as long as Kai didn't find out, it would be fine. So she thought Thor had better not dwell on such trivial matters. So tell me, how to solve the problem of this girl now? Frigga quickly raised an issue that everyone was concerned about. Sure enough, everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Just when Thor was about to speak, Natasha suddenly walked in. "Boss, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are here," Natasha really reported to Pepper seriously like an office worker. "Tisk, are these people dog noses?" Tony said very unhappy. Pepper looked at Tony and asked, "Do you want to drive them away?" Tony looked at Kai. "No, bring them up. It's okay if they know about this. If there is a country in the world that doesn't believe in democracy the most, it must be the United States." When the United States was independent, a group of founding fathers gathered together and designed the American system. They were extremely vigilant against the tyranny of the majority. This is why the United States has such a weird election system. The United States has always been ruled by elites. They don't believe that the people can make any truly correct decisions. Although it is a bit politically incorrect to say this, it is true that the decisions made by the group are often accompanied by impulse, blind obedience and short-sightedness. A minority of people can make the right decision soberly. Of course, this is not a political platform for a minority. After all, elite politics also has great drawbacks. It can only be said that there is no perfect system in this world. But at the moment, it's okay for a few people to know about this. The fewer people there are, the easier it is to avoid causing any mess. Soon, a woman with a frosty face walked in with Hawkeye and several agents. "Oh, by the way, it can't be called Hawkeye, it should be Green Arrow. But who cares, just follow Hawkeye." Kai looked at Natasha curiously. Natasha shrugged. She didn't expect Hawkeye to be released so easily, including Phil, who was released earlier and is now in the hospital. So, none of Nick Fury's men were implicated. This is totally abnormal. It seems that Agent Hill in front of him, no. It's Director Hill who has some skills and can actually protect them. "Ms. Hill," Pepper stepped forward to negotiate with Hill. Tony and Kai were too lazy to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, they were both famous for hating S.H.I.E.L.D., and everyone knew that. Facing the president of a behemoth like Stark Group, even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. must take it seriously. If you have money, show it off. "Hello, Ms. Pepper. I think you should know why I'm here." Hill noticed Kai and Thor at the first time. She had seen Sif before, but not Frigga. However, from her dress and temperament, Hill knew that this person must be extraordinary. "Hello, Mr. Wayne. It's great that you can come back safely." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Pepper, Hill immediately got to the point. Not too good, Kai and S.H.I.E.L.D. had nothing to say. "Okay, let's not talk about unnecessary things. Anyway, we won't be friends. If you have anything to ask, just ask it quickly. The world is in danger, and I still have to save the world, so I'm very busy." Hill was not angry with Kai's attitude. In fact, she didn't like those meaningless conversations. She was not Phil. On the contrary, she preferred this more efficient way of talking. Hill only cared about that little thing, and Kai had nothing to hide. What's the benefit of hiding this thing? S.H.I.E.L.D. hoped to get some benefits from it, such as the technology of the Dark Elves, but the problem was that the British Empire was not up to the task. The exchange ratio, the other side was 0, and tens of thousands of people died on their side. Asgard's Dragonhead battleship destroyed several Razor fighters, but the problem was that the Dark Elves kept their technology very secret. The shot-down Razor fighters immediately exploded in a self-destructive manner after landing. Except for some fragments that could bring some inspiration to the metallurgical industry on Earth, there was nothing useful left. They didn't get anything. "Are you sure what you said is true, the destruction of the universe?" Even Hill couldn't believe it. What do you think is the benefit of me lying to you? Kai said disdainfully. I can prove that what Kai said is true, Thor echoed on the side. Hill looked at Thor and said, then I ask that Ms. Jane Foster be handed over to us. We will provide the best protection. Believe it or not, Hill felt that the Dark Elves must be after the ether particles in Jane's body. So instinctively, it was like to control this dangerous weapon in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dead as a rock. Impossible, no, Kai and Thor shouted almost at the same time. But their starting points were completely different. Thor looked at Kai and found that he didn't mean to say it first, so he said, we already have a plan to extract ether particles from Jane. Kai looked at Thor in surprise. Asgard has come up with a solution? Hill turned her head to look at Kai. She felt that Kai could understand her. Anyway, since such a powerful weapon has come to Earth, they have no reason to let it get out of control. This is very important to Earth. As for Jane, to be honest, Hill doesn't care about this girl. Maybe her experience is heartbreaking. But for the future of mankind, Hill can only feel sorry for her. At most, S.H.I.E.L.D. will remember her contribution. For example, find a few third-rate reporters to write articles to commemorate her and beautify her, saying that she voluntarily sacrificed her life for mankind. She thinks Kai should support her. Unfortunately, she seems to have forgotten something. I will negotiate with Asgard about the ether particles, but I can't hand over such dangerous weapons to you, S.H.I.E.L.D. Why? Have you forgotten your criminal record? Kai interrupted Hill with a sneer. Such unstable and dangerous weapons are absolutely impossible to hand over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. changes, Kai can't hand it over to them. Don't forget that there is Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he was full of resentment towards Nick Fury. He was the one who led the troubles caused by S.H.I.E.L.D. several times. Then who do you hand it over to? Hill can only work from another angle. After all, apart from S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems that no other force is qualified to master the ether particles. The United States? The nature of the US government is that as long as they get the ether particles, they will definitely make trouble. After several major events, the United States' strength and prestige have been greatly damaged. The world situation has become much more peaceful without this troublemaker. If it is released again, won't it cause more trouble? As for other countries, the consequences are similar. Kai wants to hand it over to his motherland, but the problem is that the international community does not allow it, and internal strife may occur again. Night King, but this is not difficult for Kai. Don't forget the vests that Kai specially prepared. Hill froze. The Night King is indeed transcendent. After all, no one knows about the Night King so far. The other party has appeared very few times, but every time he appears, the effect is explosive. The time in London made many people regard him as a real god. Hill felt that he still had to work hard. How can you be sure that he is trustworthy? At least he is more trustworthy than S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you kidding? If you don't trust yourself, who else can you trust? Frigga and the others looked a little, how to say, weird? Others don't know. Don't they know that the Night King is Kai himself? Fortunately, Asgard has no desire for the cosmic stones, otherwise it would not have thrown the cosmic cube to Earth and left it alone for thousands of years. In fact, Asgard knows the whereabouts of another cosmic stone. The Time Stone. It is now in the hands of the Ancient One. It is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in Camelot. There are 6 cosmic stones, and Asgard knows the whereabouts of 4 of them. This treatment is unique in the universe. But Asgard thinks this is a bad omen. It's like fate has sent these gems to Asgard. For this reason, Asgard has always been very resistant to the cosmic stones and even willing to discard them. The ether particles are dangerous, but Asgard can accept them in Kai's hands. They think much more simply than those politicians on Earth. No matter how many problems they have with Kai, they believe that Kai will not violate his friendship with the ancestors of Asgard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1085 Big Guys Have Big Wisdom. Okay, that's enough of the irrelevant stuff. We're very busy, so Kai didn't want to argue with S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. He had said everything he needed to say. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help him anymore, so there was no need to keep them. Hill pondered for a while and shook his head. Mr. Wayne, I know you don't like S.H.I.E.L.D. and you have a lot of misunderstandings about us. Kai looked at Hill with a strange expression. I kind of understand why they chose you as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. At least in terms of shamelessness, you and Nick Fury are really similar. You call those things misunderstandings. Hill's face darkened, not because Kai said she was shameless. In fact, she really didn't care about face, but saying she was like Nick Fury. You have to know that in the current S.H.I.E.L.D., everything related to Nick Fury is inherently politically incorrect. He was originally criticized for using a large number of Nick Fury's confidants, and now he said she was like Nick Fury. If someone with ulterior motives heard this, they would definitely use it to make a fuss. Don't think that there is no political struggle in S.H.I.E.L.D. After Nick Fury was declared a traitor, S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer has the situation where the director has the final say. After all, the director may be a traitor, and no one will let one person monopolize the power of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. So at this stage, the political struggle within S.H.I.E.L.D. has begun to show signs, which is a situation that most people are happy to see. Only Hill doesn't want to. Damn it, who wants to be such a director? Although the results of those things are a bit regrettable, I can guarantee that the original intention of our S.H.I.E.L.D. is good. So what? This world only cares about results. You know, when Hitler came to power, he just wanted the Germans to live a better life. The result? He started a world war. So don't quibble. Hill took 2 deep breaths. She also decided not to argue with Kai on this. After all, Kai is right anyway, and even if he wins, what's the point? Will Kai listen to S.H.I.E.L.D. obediently from now on? Become a weapon in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Since it doesn't work, forget it. I only know that this matter concerns the safety of the entire Earth. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. have the right to know. Even if you don't trust us and don't want us to participate, we must get the basic right to know. Hill looked at Kai stubbornly. At this time, Pepper walked to Kai's side and secretly pulled Kai's sleeve. She felt that Kai didn't need to be so stiff with S.H.I.E.L.D., which would not be good. Besides, Pepper's current situation also requires easing relations with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, if S.H.I.E.L.D. announced her situation, it would also cause some unnecessary trouble. Pepper has now mastered the ability of the desperate warrior, otherwise she would not dare to do the harmony movement with Tony. Next, Pepper is also ready to run away like Tony to do chivalry. At this time, if S.H.I.E.L.D. can turn a blind eye to her, everyone will be happy. As for hiding it from S.H.I.E.L.D., honestly speaking, she doesn't have the confidence. You challenge other people's professions with your hobbies, that is not confidence, but stupidity. Kai turned his head to look at Pepper, and Pepper's eyes kept signaling. He got it. Although it was a bit unpleasant, it was not a matter of principle. Besides, as Hill just said, they had no chance to get involved in the mess. If it was just the right to know, it was not a problem. Thor had been watching the show. He could not quite understand the dispute between Kai and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, in his opinion, Loki was the culprit of the New York War. Of course, he did not need to understand these. What? Hill stood up immediately after hearing Thor's plan, revealing a rejection. Kai and Tony looked at each other, and then looked at Thor with an expression as if he were looking at a prehistoric animal. They never thought that Thor could come up with such a bad plan. Is Odin old and confused? On the contrary, Frigga and Sif did not react much to this, and even seriously considered the possibility of this plan. Is this your plan for Asgard? Hill looked at Thor in shock. Let your mother pretend to be your brother to pressure you, then enter Varthame, and give Jane and the ether in her body as a gift to Malekith. What is this, a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth? Yes. This is the only way to save Jane. Otherwise, the ether will kill her soon, Thor said firmly. You don't understand the Dark Elves, and you don't understand how important the Dark Elves are to them. In this way, he will take out the ether from Jane without hurting her. The ether has been taken out, and we will immediately join forces to kill Malekith. This plan is not so much a plan to deal with the Dark Elves, but a plan set for Jane. Loki is dead. Killed by Malekith, Kai didn't comment on Jane's importance in it. It was useless. You couldn't discuss this kind of thing with a romantic. So Kai decided to change his angle. This plan is good, but Loki is a huge loophole. At least from Malekith's point of view, that's the case. He killed him with his own hands. Actually, I'm sure I can deceive Malekith. Thor touched the back of his head and said. What method? Kai didn't believe it. Thor didn't hesitate. He took out a 1-foot-sized dark blue cold box. This thing looked like an urn, but it was dark blue all over, as if it was carved from a whole piece of sapphire, with fine carvings and handles for holding. As soon as this thing appeared, the temperature around it immediately dropped by about 10 degrees. Ancient winter coffin. Others didn't know this thing, but Kai did. When Kai and Bauer fought against the frost giants in northern Europe, they had seen the power of this thing more than once. The ancient winter coffin is a sacred object passed down from generation to generation by the frost giants, and it is also the source of energy that has enabled the Ice Kingdom, Jotunheim, to prosper for many years. It is because of them that the frost giants can keep fighting against Asgard despite repeated defeats. Under the control of the holder, this divine object can erupt a large amount of ice, and its power is even enough to trigger the arrival of an ice age in a world. It can transform any world into a habitable place for frost giants. It is also because thousands of years ago, after the frost giants lost to Asgard in the Battle of Tensberg on Earth, the frost giants really fell into weakness, so that they could not resist Asgard for thousands of years. Since the loss of the ancient winter coffin, the temperature in Jotunheim has risen by several degrees. Although the temperature of that broken place is still freezing for humans, even the coldest Antarctica on Earth is considered a warm place compared to Jotunheim. But for frost giants, a rise of several degrees is very fatal. Adult frost giants naturally don't care about this temperature. But the problem is that many newly born frost giant cubs can't stand such high temperature and die. This is why the frost giants no longer have the strength to resist Asgard. Because since that war, the population of frost giants has never recovered. Do you think Odin really maintains peace with love and understanding? How dare you take this thing out? Kai snatched the ancient winter coffin and even carefully looked around for fear that someone would come to snatch it. Kai knew too well what kind of character the frost giants were. When Kai heard that Loki was going to use the Rainbow Bridge to directly destroy Jotunheim, he actually agreed in his heart. At least this bastard had mixed one good thing among so many bad things. Unfortunately, he did the bad things, but he didn't do the good things. That was enough. The frost giants were barbaric and warlike, so the frost giants had always lived by looting, and the biggest target of looting had always been the earth. Although Jotunheim was the hometown of the frost giants, no matter what, that broken place was really desolate. Once the population of the frost giants reached a certain level, they had to rely on looting to feed the entire race. In a sense, Odin's snatching of the ancient winter coffin was a favor to the frost giants from the side. At least it was a good way to control their population so that the frost giants did not have to experience famine. But if the ancient winter coffin fell into their hands again, things would be hard to say. In order to survive, these barbarians can do anything. Thor didn't care about Kai's behavior, but continued to talk about his plan. Few outsiders know that Loki was adopted. As long as Frigga takes this thing and disguises herself as Loki, she will definitely be able to deceive Malekith. Frost giants and dark elves are the two most hated races in the 9 realms. Frost giants like to turn every world they find into ice, while dark elves want to drag the entire universe into darkness. They have brought countless traumas to all races in the 9 realms. Well, although frost giants like to plunder the earth the most, they will not let go of other worlds. They are not picky and can eat any race as a piece of meat. In a sense, these two races are also in cahoots. Kai can probably understand what Thor means. Isn't it that holding the ancient winter coffin can better simulate the frost giant? But you still can't solve the fact that Malekith killed Loki personally, although now they all know that Loki's grandson ran away again. To be honest, although Loki is not very capable and not very smart, his ability to survive is really strong. Last time he was thrown into the endless space from the Rainbow Bridge, he not only survived, but also met Thanos. You know, surviving from Thanos is much more difficult than jumping from the Rainbow Bridge. What's more interesting is that this guy not only survived, but also got a Mind Stone from Thanos. To be honest, this kind of survival ability is really awesome. At least Kai doesn't think he can survive under such complicated conditions. Back to the point, all this is meaningless to Malekith. He is the kind of person who only believes in himself. No need to explain. Thor gave an answer that Kai didn't expect. The more you say, the more loopholes there are. Just don't explain. Anyway, Jane and I are real. That's enough. Kai looked at Thor in surprise. Is this really what you would say? Are you sure Odin didn't teach you? What Thor said is really right. Why explain? Aren't there enough magical phenomena in this world? Besides, Malekith doesn't need to believe Loki. He only needs to see Thor and the ether. The former caused him serious harm, and the latter is his dream. So you agree, Thor was pleasantly surprised to find that Kai actually praised him. Then he said embarrassedly, "This is what I thought. You know, no matter how stupid a person is, after being deceived countless times by someone, there will always be some experience or something." Frigga was quite relieved at first. Her stupid son had grown up, but her face turned bad after hearing the rest. "My stupid son, are you admitting that you are stupid? Give up on yourself and give up treatment?" Well, although the plan looks good, there is a problem that needs to be solved. Kai did not agree to Thor. "What problem? How do you know you can beat Malekith?" "Malekith is not some cat or dog. He is a tough guy who can fight with Bully for 300 rounds. As for Bully's fighting ability, just refer to Odin." "It's okay," Thor smiled with a big mouth, "as long as you bring back Jane and the Ether, then it will be my victory." Kai looked at Thor with a new look. Is this guy pretending? Indeed, for them, it is not important to kill Malekith or not. As long as the Dark Elves cannot get the ether particles, they will win. After all, the 9 stars conjunction is coming soon. The Dark Elves only have a few hours. If they survive this time, the Dark Elves plan to rely on the unique special connection of the 9 realms to influence the entire universe will fail completely. The concept of the 9 realms does not simply refer to 9 planets, but 9 special worlds distributed in different dimensions and different star fields, but in the same time and space. The connection between them is connected by the so-called World Tree, a special space channel. When the 9 stars conjunction, the 9 realms will lose their original barriers, and the influence of the World Tree will spread throughout the universe. This is why the Dark Elves must choose the time when the 9 stars conjunction to launch the ether particles to change the reality rules of the entire universe and eliminate all life in the universe. This is the most labor-saving and fastest. After this time, he will have to destroy the planets one by one. I really hope he can survive and destroy 1 or 2 planets. He doesn't have that ability. So as long as they snatch the ether particles and survive those few hours, everything will be fine. What meets the eye is the vast red sand. The dark clouds above are very low, but there is no tendency for heavy rain to fall. Even between the dark clouds, there is no thunder beating. It seems that the dark clouds are just dark clouds. Their purpose is to cover the sunlight above, so that the whole earth is barren and without any vitality. This is what theme. Very abruptly, a group of people appeared here. The evil god Loki, wearing gorgeous robes and very elegant in his manners, pressed down Thor, who was awkward all over. In addition, there was a woman floating beside Thor. A light hum came from the ground. It was Jane Foster who woke up at this time. In fact, since entering Wattheme, Jane Foster has shown signs of gradually waking up, as if entering Wattheme is equivalent to returning home, but in fact, it is the ether particles that really return home. Jane Foster looked a little different after waking up. She climbed up from the ground without any sign of weakness, and the first words she said were a person's name, Malekith. Chapter 1086 Extraordinary Acting. But she soon woke up. In just a blink of an eye, Jane Foster regained consciousness. Where is this, Thor? For a moment, Jane Foster was so weak that she couldn't stand steadily and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Thor supported her from the side in time, and then asked anxiously, "Jane, how are you?" I'm fine." Jane Foster finally held Thor's hand and stood steadily. In fact, this was all thanks to Kai's dragon bone extract. Otherwise, Jane, a little woman whose physique is not good among humans, would have died long ago. Her current situation is simply because she has been in a coma for a long time and her body has not kept up for a while. This is Varthame, the home of the Dark Elves. We came here to let Malekith extract the ether particles in your body without hurting your body. Loki came over from the side, looked at Jane Foster with a smile and said, "How is it? My method should be very effective, right, Loki? Why are you here?" "Thor, how did you get together with him? Have you been deceived again?" Jane Foster grabbed Thor's arm and looked at him anxiously and angrily. There is no way. Jane still doesn't quite understand why Thor is so obsessed with Loki. Loki has hurt Thor so many times, but Thor always forgives him. For example, Thor told him that when they were young, Loki knew that Thor liked snakes, so he turned into a snake. Thor happily picked up the snake, but Loki untransformed, scared Thor, and stabbed Thor by the way. Just based on this, if it were an ordinary person, not killing Loki would be considered a good temper, so what the hell is there to talk about forgiveness? Thor was speechless. What kind of image do you have of me? So easy to be deceived? But when he thought about it carefully, damn, it was true. He himself could not remember how many times he had been deceived by Loki. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. So Thor held Jane Foster's hand tightly, and whispered, "Don't worry, Jane, I have a complete plan this time. We can not only save you, but also get rid of all the dark elves." Believe me, Jane looked at Thor stupidly, and then looked at Loki beside her. Although she was full of doubts, but trust in her lover still prevailed. Thor was really good at coaxing Jane Foster. After a few words, Jane Foster stopped making trouble, but when Thor could not see her, Jane Foster always looked at Loki with a vigilant face. After all, Thor told Jane about Loki's deeds as a beautiful childhood memory. Really, sometimes Jane couldn't understand Thor's brain circuit. Is this a beautiful childhood memory? Damn it. Are we just waiting here? Jane waited for a long time, but there was nothing but sand and cold wind, so she looked at Loki with some uncertainty. She still suspected that Loki had other intentions. Don't worry, since I dare to propose this plan, I can guarantee that Malekith will come to us. In Varthame, Malekith has the same ability as Odin. He can sense everything that happens here, especially when it comes to ether particles. He is more sensitive. In order to maintain his own personality, Loki could only speak. Suddenly, he pointed to the sky in the distance and smiled evilly. "Look, isn't he coming?" In the sky in the distance, the Dark Elf interstellar battleship was seen speeding. Over the years, the Dark Elves have been hiding in Varthame. Many people know this, but no one has ever known where they are hiding in Varthame. In fact, many situations of the Dark Elves are blank to Asgard. How many people are there and how strong they are? No one knows. So, this plan actually has a lot of gambling elements. Loki squinted his eyes and watched the cross-shaped warship suddenly fall on the ground. He looked at the dense runes engraved on the black hull. This kind of text that belongs to the Dark Elves independently may be the reason why they can be completely invisible in Heimdall's sight. I don't know if Heimdall can see here now. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help but worry. After all, Heimdall is the last insurance for this mission. Once the plan goes wrong, Heimdall will immediately teleport Kai and Odin over. The huge cabin slid down directly from the top of the cross starship, but it fell to the ground quietly and silently. Malekith and the cursed warrior Algoring, as well as 9 other dark elf warriors, walked out of it together. It can be very clearly sensed that Malekith's eyes fell on Jane Foster at the first moment, or more accurately, on the ether particles on her body. On the contrary, he was not very interested in Loki, who is resurrected from the dead. "Are you ready?" Loki smiled evilly and looked at the 2 little white rabbits. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. They really looked like each other. But it was normal to think about it. Is there anyone in this world who knows his son better than his mother? Moreover, Frigga knew more about illusion magic than Loki in a certain way. Some small movements and habits were no different from Loki. Thor himself thought that his brother was with him in a trance. "Let's go." Loki pushed Thor and led the 2 captives towards the Dark Elves. When they were almost at a distance, Thor whispered, "Let's start." A trace of pity flashed in Loki's eyes, but Thor nodded to her firmly. Loki put away his strangeness, and then stabbed a dagger directly into Thor's lower abdomen in Thor's incredible eyes, and then kicked him off the hill with a fierce kick. Jane Foster on the side looked at the scene in disbelief. Loki betrayed Thor again, and Thor was really not prepared at all. But she didn't care about Loki at this time, and quickly ran down the hill and rushed directly towards Thor. Jane Foster had not been told about all the plans, so her emotional expression was very real. And the reason for doing this was to gain the trust of Malekith. Of course, the effect was very good. Even though they were still far apart, it was very clear that Malekith in the distance was a little surprised by the changes that had taken place here. Malekith actively came here because of the appearance of the ether particles, but this did not mean that he had lost all his vigilance. Even in his heart, there was no answer to all the doubts in front of him. Why did the Asgardians send the ether particles back to Varthame, and what were they planning? As for the fact that the guy he killed suddenly came back to life, he didn't find it strange. Please, is there anyone who knows better than the person involved whether he killed someone at that time? The feeling is completely wrong. If it were an ordinary person, he might have been deceived, but the question is, who is Malekith? He had killed at least 8,000 people with his own hands. Who knew better than him what it felt like to kill someone with his own hands? He knew he had been fooled. But if Thor hadn't suddenly appeared at that time, he wouldn't have had time to do anything else. That hammer. Malekith was still in pain now. Malekith didn't know the real plan of the Asgardians, but that didn't stop him from being 100% careful. But Malekith dared to come here, so he naturally had his own support, especially once he got the ether particles. The whole situation would be completely reversed. So he was still very confident. At the same time, Malekith had to come. Now there was not much time left for the 9-star conjunction to converge. Once he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 6,000 years. 6,000 years would make everything completely unrecognizable. So if there was a choice, who would be willing to gamble on the distant future after 6,000 years? And to be honest, he himself was not sure if he could live to that time, not to mention that the Dark Elves were just lingering on. If he waited another 6,000 years, who knew if there were still Dark Elves? By then, even if he could fulfill his dream, it would be meaningless without the Dark Elves. Only by returning to darkness and returning everything to darkness could Malekith completely reverse everything. By then, lifespan would not be important to him, and the entire Dark Elves would shine throughout the 9 kingdoms. So even though he knew there were considerable risks, he still had to come. The situation in front of him, the scene in front of him, in Malekith's view, was more like a special effects internal conflict. Watching Loki kick Thor off the hill, and then chasing him and beating him up, he roared with anger, "Do you think I care about any of you? No, you are wrong. The only thing I want is to see you and Odin die at my feet." The next moment, even Malekith thought it was a very interesting scene. Loki raised the dagger in his hand and suddenly cut off Thor's hand that was about to summon Mjolnir. From Malekith's perspective, he could even see the white bones. This situation was nothing to Malekith. He had experienced countless wars, and he had seen many scenes of blood and flesh flying and white bones. This kind of cruel scene of brothers killing each other was even more numerous. Malekith watched Loki pick up Jane Foster, who was squatting on the ground crying and concerned about Thor's situation. He watched Loki come to him and shouted carelessly, "Malekith, I am Loki from Jotunheim, and I brought you a gift." Loki threw Jane Foster to Malekith's feet and said arrogantly, "The reward I ask for is very simple, that is, let me see Asgard turned into ashes with my own eyes. I have brought the things to you. Tell me, you have such ability, Malekith, I remember you. You even sacrificed yourself to save the Queen of Asgard. Although you are a little clever and used some tricks at the last moment, I can tell whether you were expressing your true feelings or acting at that time." Why, hearing this, Loki was a little flustered. She didn't expect Malekith to know that Loki was being clever. But Loki was smart after all. At this time, it was better to tell the truth instead of lying. "There is nothing in the whole Asgard worth remembering, except my mother." As Loki said this, a burst of icy air suddenly came from his body, and then Loki's body shape and appearance began to change dramatically. A short, blue-skinned frost giant appeared in front of Malekith. "You see, I am a frost giant. I was deceived by Odin for many years, until I knew that Odin adopted me just to use me as a weapon, and everything he did to me was false. Only my mother. She really loves me." But soon Loki put away everything. It just so happens that Frigga has been rescued by the Earthlings and is not in Asgard. So don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and do it. Malekith smiled. He believed it. Frigga's illusion plus the power of the ancient winter coffin perfectly reproduced the image of the frost giant, without a single flaw. And Malekith didn't know nothing about Loki. After all, Algorn was Loki's cellmate. His cell was not far from Loki. Loki even talked to him when he was bored. That's right, Loki has never been honest. Even in prison, he is still plotting. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, he keeps trying. Algorth has also obtained some information from other inmates. He knows the general situation of Loki. Algorth also knows that Frigga goes to see Loki every day, and he has seen it with his own eyes. Combined with this information, Malekith decided to believe it. What's more, what if he doesn't believe it? The ether particles are right in front of him, so he doesn't bother with those things. As long as he has the ether particles, everything is easy. Malekith took a deep breath, looked at Loki in front of him, nodded silently, and then said, "Thank you for your help in Asgard. I can assure you that as long as we join forces, I can let you see Asgard reduced to ashes with my own eyes." "Very good, she is yours now." Loki took a step back, completely released his control over Jane Foster, and waited to see Malekith extract the ether particles from Jane Foster's body. However, the situation did not go as he expected. Malekith walked past Jane Foster and walked directly to Thor, who had lost one hand. He stepped hard on Thor's chest and said coldly, "Look at me, Asgardians, you must remember this scene forever. This is the starting point of Asgard's demise." Thor also cooperated and was furious. He was very into the play. Loki commented secretly on the side. She really didn't know that her eldest son had such a trick. She had always been troubled by her silly son. She didn't expect that he had this trick. She was impressed. Of course, she couldn't cut off her son's hand. It was just an illusion. So she thought Thor's acting skills were extraordinary. After saying this, Malekith aimed his right hand directly at Jane Foster, raised his arm slightly, and Jane Foster was dragged into the air. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Jane Foster unconsciously opened her arms, and the ether particles in her body began to surge again, while Malekith simply stretched out his right hand and made a special gesture, and a very strange dark rune had taken shape invisibly. Chapter 1087, Ether Particles Change. Malekith just stretched out his right hand and made a special gesture, and a very strange dark rune was formed invisibly. Seeing this scene, Loki stared at it intently. You know, any knowledge about the cosmic stone in the universe is priceless. Because there are very few cosmic civilizations that have truly mastered the cosmic stone. Not to mention in-depth research. Any race that can get some knowledge from the cosmic stone must be unique in the entire universe in some way. The most famous civilization is not the Dark Elves, but the famous Nova Empire. This is an interstellar Federation country, and the most famous one is their Nova Corps. The so-called Nova Corps is a group of space warriors with extraordinary powers, and they are collectively called supernovas. The source of the core power is the Nova Power, which is a nearly infinite power field generated by a super-life computer world mind. The energy is reasonably distributed by the Centaurian according to the level of the Nova members. World Mind also records the history and civilization of the entire Xander, the capital and origin of the Nova Empire. So the question is, where did the original Nova power come from? The answer is the power gem in the cosmic stone. The knowledge contained in a cosmic stone can be said to be vast. Even if you only learn a little bit, it is a great benefit. Frigga certainly couldn't let go of this opportunity to observe up close. As Malekith cast the spell, it seemed to completely communicate the connection between Malekith and the ether particles. The ether particles completely cut off all relations with Jane Foster, and then gushed out from her eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue and 7 orifices. At this moment, Jane Foster and Malekith also formed a special mental connection through the ether particles. This kind of mental connection, for Malekith, is not even a fly staring at it, but for Jane Foster, all of this has occupied her entire mind. Even if a particle in her body was completely removed and she fell heavily to the ground, she did not wake up. Seeing all the ether particles floating in the air, at this critical moment when Malekith had not yet absorbed the ether particles into his body and was about to absorb them into his body, Thor on the ground shouted. Now, Loki acted almost at the same time, and saw that several men behind Malekith suddenly had chaotic eyes and were motionless. The illusion on Thor's body also disappeared, and there was no wound on his abdomen and broken arm. Thor, who was unharmed, summoned Thor's hammer in his hand immediately, and the huge thunder had rushed out of Thor's hammer, and then hit Malekith in front of him fiercely. And Frigga also picked up Jane Foster at the moment when Thor suddenly jumped up, and quickly moved away from the dangerous core that was about to explode. Malekith's face changed, as if he had done something. Those ether particles that were about to enter his body suddenly dodged and just blocked Thor's hammer. Amidst a bang, the ether particles in the sky exploded into a ball of scarlet smoke, and exploded directly in midair. The impact of the powerful force made Thor fall to the ground, but he didn't care, still staring at the direction of Malekith. The explosion of the ether particles was very strong, and even a small mushroom cloud could be seen rising in the air. Even Frigga and Jane Foster, who had run several kilometers away, could feel a strong impact. Frigga lifted the cloak behind her to cover herself and Jane Foster, and waited until the dust from the impact dissipated. Only then did she look around in a daze, because in front of her, there were floating scarlet flower-like flakes one after another, all over the sky and the ground, and there was no end in sight. These scarlet flakes were the fragments after the explosion of the ether particles, as if under the influence of an inexplicable force, they floated in the air. Not good, Frigga quickly reacted, something went wrong. Malekith is very likely not dead. Thinking of this, Frigga immediately activated the beacon in her hand that she had prepared in advance. This beacon was prepared by Odin in advance for this kind of time. According to the plan, Heimdall has been paying attention here all the time, but the moment Jane was extracted from the ether particles, Heimdall should have teleported reinforcements to the scene, but now there is no response, which can only mean one thing, that is, Malekith blocked the space and prevented the Rainbow Bridge from being teleported here. Fortunately, Kai felt that Thor's plan was too presumptuous before, and they had to make several more plans. And the teleportation beacon is one of them. The beacon contains Odin's divine power. Once activated, it will immediately produce a sense, allowing Odin to use divine power to drive the Rainbow Bridge and force the reinforcements to come. On the other side, Malekith half knelt on the ground, obviously injured by this surprise attack. He did keep alert all the time, but he didn't expect Thor to be really unharmed. Everything in front was acting, and all his mind was on guard against Odin's surprise attack. Isn't this unlucky? But it doesn't matter. Malekith sneered and raised his right hand to the side in a strange gesture. Then he heard a faint hum. The next moment, all the fragments of ether particles in the air seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force. In an instant, they changed from extremely slow to extremely fast, and gathered in front of Malekith, and then condensed directly into a ball of scarlet fluid. Ether particles, just like this, they were reassembled in front of everyone and reappeared in the world. Malekith opened his hands, and there was no need for anyone towards them. These ether particles rushed into Malekith's body frantically, like a flock of birds returning to their nests, at an astonishing speed. He seemed to be sublimated in an instant, as if this Malekith was the real Malekith, and the previous Malekith was just an incomplete semi-finished product. In fact, this is indeed the case. Only when Malekith regained the ether particles can he be the real king of the Dark Elves. Only Malekith, who possesses the ether particles, truly has the ability to make the entire race radiate vitality. The previous Malekith was just an old and decrepit man. Come. My dream is about to come true, but just when the ether particles were about to enter Malekith's body, endless thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. This is Svartalfheim, the famous country of fog. There is never thunder here. Puff. Malekith suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the ether particles that were supposed to enter his body seemed to be stimulated and repelled from his body. Going up to the sky. It was Odin. Odin tore apart the protection of Svartalfheim by the Dark Elves. The space blockade was completely destroyed. And Malekith was also backlashed. Malekith also believed that the restlessness of the ether particles was caused by Odin. After all, Asgard has had the ether particles for 6,000 years, 9 stars align once every 6,000 years, God knows if they have figured out something. Although the probability is very small, after all, if they really have a way, they will not let the ether particle stay on the little girl all the time. But the problem is that he dare not gamble. What if? Go to hell. Without waiting for Malekith to react and pull back the ether particle, the thunder in the sky suddenly gathered together, and Kai appeared in the air wearing the destroyer armor, and threw the ultimate storm at him at the same time. Malekith looked at the ether particle going away and the ultimate storm coming at him with great momentum, and made a decision with the gritted teeth. Time is running out. Can't drag it on with these bastards. Save the ether particle first. So Malekith ignored the ultimate storm flying over, but clenched his fist. The ether particle instantly flew towards him again. But the ultimate storm was still one step faster. Crack! Thor looked at the thunder that kept flashing in the sky. The dense thunder was like Thor was having a big sale today and throwing out all his stock. It was a devastating destruction. Wait? Am I not Thor? Thor looked at the scene in front of him with suspicion. He began to doubt himself. If he was Thor, why didn't he have the ability to make such a big noise? Could it be that, as Kai said, he was not Thor at all, but the hammer god? Thinking of this, he looked at Thor's hammer lying quietly in his hand. Without the hammer, what was he? Thor's attention was soon diverted. Because the ether particles in the sky had changed. It separated. It became 2 distinct groups. No, a black shadow with scarlet light all over his body rushed out of the thunderstorm and roared at another group of ether particles. That group of ether particles directly plunged into Kai's body. Kai was really scared. Damn. This thing is deadly. In fact, the scene in front of him was beyond Kai's expectations. The original stone of the universe, can it be broken? As early as before, through the attraction of the other 2 infinite gems to the ether particles, or the real gems, Kai determined that there was a connection between the infinite gems. In order to clean up the mess, Kai could only secretly activate the 2 infinite gems to track the ether particles. It was quite smooth at the beginning. Kai was going to throw this thing into the king's treasury. Let it never see the light of day. After all, the king's treasury itself is Kai's private space, and no one except Kai can open it. Even if Kai died, this private space would fall into the cracks of time and space, and the possibility of being found and opened again is infinitely close to zero. But I didn't expect Malekith to be so stubborn that he would rather be hit hard by the ultimate storm than give up the ether particles. Then Kai was anxious and overactivated the 2 gems. Although he did not directly use the power of the 2 gems, it was also a great burden for Kai. Then this scene appeared. But on second thought, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. The reality stone itself can modify the laws of physics, and its form is not solid at all. Even if it is divided into 2 pieces, it seems nothing wrong. After all, it can modify the physical laws of the entire universe, so there is no reason why it cannot modify its own. Malekith wanted to snatch back the other half of the ether, but his right-hand man, Algoring, grabbed the furious master. Algoring, Malekith turned his head and looked at his most loyal subordinate with a fierce look. Master, time is too late, Algoring said calmly. Malekith was stunned. Let's go. To fulfill our dream, Algoring pushed Malekith to the other dark elf warriors, and he picked up a big sword and walked towards Kai and the others. Malekith opened his mouth. He knew what Algoring meant. The time for the 9 stars to be in tandem is almost up. He didn't know if the ether would still have the same power after it was divided into 2 halves. But it's too late now. Continuing to dine with them here will only miss the time. By then, even if you get to complete ether, nothing can be changed. If the Dark Elves still have tens of millions of troops, it is not impossible to take a gamble. Even if they miss the time in the end, the Dark Elves can still continue to develop with the help of the ether particles. However, the current population of the Dark Elves is less than 30,000, and there are only 20,000 warriors. What can these people do? Even if they have the ether particles in hand, it is not enough. Any star-level civilization can kill them even if they pile up people. So apart from fulfilling their long-cherished wish of dragging the entire universe into darkness, they have no way out. At this time, as long as they miss the 9-star conjunction, then no matter whether they can get the ether particles back or not, they have already failed. Malekith immediately understood this. It was precisely because of this understanding that he felt powerless. I know, he had no choice. Apart from taking a gamble, they had no other choice. The 2 looked at each other, and Malekith retracted his gaze without hesitation, turned around and walked away without hesitation, and walked directly towards the star-level battleship in the distance. Thor immediately rushed forward, but was stopped by Algorim. At this time, Algorim had abandoned everything and burst out the curse power in his body with all his strength. You mean Kai? Haha, what Malekith doesn't know is that Kai's current state is actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At this time, Kai can only maintain his superficial strength. If Malekith rushes up without caring about his life, Kai really can't stop him. But Malekith ran away, unexpectedly. I wonder if Malekith will be furious when he finds out the truth later. Looking at the Dark Elf warship that has gradually disappeared, Kai thought so. But Kai didn't chase it at this time, and it would be useless to catch up. Now the most important thing for him is to desperately inject himself with dragon bone extract to restore the damage caused by the 2 gems to his body. On the other side, 2 strong men are fighting each other desperately. Algorim's fist is full of barbs, and he punched Thor's chin with one punch, which also deeply hooked into Thor's body. A huge wound was cut on Thor's body, which looked extremely miserable. Thor, who was knocked out, hit the mountain wall hard on one side, smashing half of the mountain wall into pieces at once. Not only that, Algorithm lifted a huge rock on one side with force, and then smashed it heavily at Thor. But the situation was not bad. Although the gravity of the planet of Wathim was 1 or 2 times that of the Earth, it was still worse than that of Asgard. In addition, after thousands of years of weathering, the rocks of Wathim had long lost their original hardness, so Thor just hit them hard with his shoulder, and smashed them directly. At the same time, Thor was not to be outdone, and swung Thor's hammer at him. The whole land began to crack under the tossing of these 2 tough guys, and even the surrounding gravity was disordered in their fight. Pieces of rubble were thrown into the air by huge force, and then floated in the air. All this looked like the end of the world was coming. But it doesn't matter. This place has been in such a mess since the Genocide War. It doesn't matter if it gets worse. The trolls, who are as rampant as cockroaches in the Nine Kingdoms, have come to Watham before, but this place, this planet, is too unsuitable for life. Even the fucking trolls can't stay there. Chapter 1088 The Center of the Universe. Thor was unlucky. His strength was originally stronger than Algoring, but the problem was that this was Algoring's home ground. Especially in Svarheim, there was no thunder at all. Their sky was always foggy, without sunlight, without sun, without stars, and even without thunder and lightning. Especially afterwards, the final battle between the Asgardians and the Dark Elves took place on the planet of Watham. Two powerful races, powerful enough to destroy the Nine Kingdoms, fought a life and death battle on this land, and it was a war that the Dark Elves could not admit defeat. You can imagine how fierce the two sides were. The final battle between them destroyed everything in Watham. There was not even a trace of life on the entire planet. This is a desperate world. Only a tough race like the Dark Elves can survive here. If it were in other worlds, the power of thunder would be much stronger than it is now, but in today's world, the energy of Thor's hammer cannot be fully exerted. Algorithm no longer cares about his own life, and he wants to trade injuries with Thor, life for life. The two sides are not on the same level in terms of determination. Algorithm doesn't care about Thor's attack on him, but no matter how reckless Thor is, he will dodge and block, so he will naturally fall into a disadvantage. Facing such an opponent who is fighting for his life, any mistake may be fatal. After Thor accidentally lost his hand, he faced a miserable situation. He was pressed to the ground by the cursed warrior Algorithm, and hammered hard with punches, and Thor's hammer fell to the ground beside him and couldn't even fly. Thor was hammered to the ground, unable to move. He could only raise his arms to block his face and face the fierce hammer blows again and again. He had no time to summon Thor's hammer, and he was worried that even if he could summon Thor's hammer, when Thor's hammer flew over, it would be punched away by the cursed warrior Algorithm. This happened more than once. Even Frigga's support could not change the situation. On the contrary, after seeing Frigga, Algorithm changed his strategy and pointed the spearhead at Frigga. Originally, Frigga wanted to use illusion magic to confuse Algorithm, but Algorithm didn't care about vitality at this time. He directly used the ether fragments on his body to change the physical laws around him. No matter how powerful Frigga's illusion was, it needed to be based on reality. Under Algorithm's full output, it didn't have much effect. On the contrary, in order to protect Frigga, Thor had to divide his energy to take care of his mother. As a result, he was almost defeated by the wind. Fortunately, Kai also recovered at this time. Tisk, all the noise every day, and this is the result. Kai looked at Thor's miserable appearance, and couldn't bear to watch. He kept saying that he was a god, which was simply inexplicable. Thinking of this, Kai raised his axe. Get out of the way, Thor suddenly heard a loud roar, and immediately rolled to the side. Before he could look up, he felt a blazing lightning flash over his head, almost singeing his hair. The lightning rushed fiercely to Algorithm's left ribs. At this moment, it seemed that all the power gathered together and hit Algorithm's left ribs heavily. At this moment, it seemed that something was broken all of a sudden. I got you, it was Kai. He stood in front of Algorithm, holding the axe in his right hand and chopped it fiercely into Algorithm's left chest, and grabbed something with his right hand. In his palm, there was a black angular stone emitting scarlet light. This stone was the so-called fragment of the ether particle. The fragment of the ether particle that Malekith had treasured for thousands of years. Just such a fragment almost made the Dark Elves turn Asgard upside down. Ah! A roar came from the cursed warrior Algorithm's mouth, and then the fierce Kai pounced on him. But Kai looked at him with a look of looking at a dead man. Not only him, but even Thor and Frigga stopped their actions. Thor even showed a trace of sadness in his eyes, as if he was lamenting the fate of such a warrior. Then something extremely surprising happened. Algorithim was fine when he just took the first step, but from the second step, his whole speed suddenly slowed down, as if it changed from extremely fast to extremely slow in an instant, just like when watching a video, the playback speed suddenly slowed down. The third step was very difficult to take, but it was at this third step that time seemed to be accelerated from Algorithm's body. Decades, hundreds of years, and even longer time flashed by him, and he seemed to have experienced tens of millions of years in an instant. First, the bone armor and mask on his body turned into gray-white ash and drifted away with the wind. Then his black hair suddenly turned white, and his extremely tall figure suddenly became extremely hunched, and his face went from middle age to old age, and then quickly withered and weathered, and turned into a mummy in an instant. Finally, his body fell to the ground on one side. The string broke. The string that had been breaking broke. The reason why the cursed warrior is a cursed warrior is because the power and continuous vitality in his body are stimulated by the ether particles, gathering powerful power and burning vitality, and mixed together to form a special power. Although this power is strong, it is all based on the power of the ether particles. All the power is twisted into a rope by the power of the ether. But now, the rope broke. The rope that brought all the power in Algorim's body together broke, and the power core formed in his body also completely collapsed at this moment. The power of ether disappeared, and the power he originally possessed fell to the bottom, and the life force that kept burning was completely extinguished at this moment. The power originally obtained by consuming life force also disappeared without a trace. His body was empty and he couldn't muster any strength. His body had long been accustomed to the huge power brought by burning life force, but now this power disappeared without a trace. His body was still thirsty for power, and then it unscrupulously extracted the life force in Kurz's body, and extracted the life force in his normal state. That is, this caused the little life force left in his body to be quickly consumed. Then, he became like this. Kai raised the stone and looked at it. The power on it was already very weak, as if it could only be used once. But forget it. He still has another half of the ether particle in his body. Although it is incomplete, it is really authentic. This kind of broken monkey copycat is much stronger. Just looking at the ashes on the ground, Kai shuddered. It was too scary. Kai crushed the ether fragment with one hand. Then he glanced at Thor. It's nothing. Thor curled his lips. It was the first time in his life that he was despised like this. But he couldn't say anything. He spent a lot of effort, but was beaten by others, but Kai was defeated with an axe. The gap is too big. Of course, Thor was overthinking. Kai was stronger than him, but that was it. At least Kai could never beat Odin. Otherwise, why do you think Odin could take Loki away? If Kai was strong enough, he would have directly attacked the Asgard god realm and made a big fuss in the god realm. But how to say it? Again, Thor relied too much on his hammer. Strength is only real when it is your own. But 80% of Thor's strength comes from Thor's hammer. As long as the hammer can't deal with the enemy, he will be finished. For example, in terms of combat power on paper, Thor and Kai actually have some fighting power, at least it won't be one-sided. But in real combat, Kai can hang him up and beat him. Why? Because Thor can use Thor's hammer, and so can Kai. If Thor hits him with Thor's hammer, it would be like a meat bun hitting a dog, and there would be no return. Then Thor, without Thor's hammer, has no power to fight back at all, and even Kai can beat him with Thor's hammer, and he can't do anything. This is Thor's biggest problem now, and Kai once reminded him. Unfortunately, it seems that he doesn't care. Is Asgard's reputation created by those artifacts? Of course not. When Asgard was first founded, what did Bolt have at that time? Nothing, but just like that, he beat the frost giant holding the ancient winter coffin with his bare hands and made him cry for his parents. It was not until Kai left Asgard that the Holy Lance and the Eternal Lance were created. Thor completely missed the point. What belongs to you is yours. The hammer will always belong to the hammer. Frigga didn't say anything either. After all, she knew her son better than Kai. Odin was strong because he was strong himself, not because of the Spear of Eternity. Did Loki also hold the Spear of Eternity that time, but he was still beaten up by Thor? This thing can only add icing on the cake, but it can't help in times of trouble. What should we do now? Malekith ran away? Thor quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. Kai glanced at him and curled his lips. Frigga. When you gave birth to Thor, did you land on your head first? Kai called him Dwal directly. The Reality Stone has the power to change reality according to the will of the owner, from modifying the laws of physics and chemistry at will to creating reality directly and erasing objects. What the user thinks is right, what the user thinks is wrong. Ether particles are the extension carriers of the Reality Stone. To some extent, his abilities are very similar to those of the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Stone. As the extension carrier of the Space Gem, the Cosmic Cube has the ability to open the door of space anytime and anywhere, and then move to any corner of the universe. As the extension carrier of the Mind Gem has the ability to control the mind, transform and awaken the light of the mind, just like what Loki did to Professor Shagway and Hawkeye. But although they all represent the power of the origin of the universe, this power cannot be used casually. Malekith wants to realize his wish to pull the entire universe into the so-called darkness, and it is naturally impossible to do it with ether particles. That is unrealistic. The cost is too high. But the 9 stars can. The special nature of the 9 kingdoms has been explained before. They are like special nodes in the real universe. Once these nodes change at the same time, these changes will immediately affect the entire universe. So only when the stars converge can Malekith affect the entire universe through the special nature of the 9 kingdoms. Among the 9 kingdoms, the most special kingdom is not Asgard, nor is it the kingdom where other monsters live. It is the earth. Midgard. This place is called the atrium. In ancient times, if the 9 kingdoms wanted to communicate with each other, they had to go through the earth. In other words, the earth is the center of the universe. It's not impossible. Perhaps it is this special talent that has given birth to so many mythical civilizations. Ether is equal to reality. Modifying reality, even if it is just a decimal point, is enough to have a huge impact on the world. The more precise and detailed the work, the stricter the requirements for numbers. Many times when calculating, people are often accustomed to using familiar data instead of symbols. For example, gravity. When people calculate, they often replace the acceleration of gravity with 9.8 meters per second too, but in fact the acceleration of gravity is more accurately 9.8066555 meters per second too, and there are even more precise digital extensions, as well as directions. There are slight deviations between each point and the direction of each point. If this is not taken into account, there will be big problems in the calculation. Many theoretical conjectures always have errors when they are actually studied. Sometimes it may not be that the conjecture is wrong, but that the calculation is wrong. It's just that because the final answer is in such an extremely small space, the calculation error is equivalent to deviating from the correct space, and naturally the correct answer will not be obtained. And the ether particles don't even need to change too much. As long as you do something with these data, it will be enough to destroy the world. This is very similar to the mathematical law weapon mentioned in the 3-body. But to modify this objective law, the consumption is extremely terrifying. If you want to change the underlying rules of the entire 9 realms, even if you draw Malekith's vitality 10 times, it won't make much of a wave. But now there is a loophole. And the earth is the best place. It is the center of the 9 realms. So where will Malekith run to? Do you still need to guess? It can only be the earth. The Dark Elves definitely know how to go directly from Svarheim to the space channel of the earth. Otherwise, they would never run so fast. In order to get to the earth faster, the group used the power of the Rainbow Bridge to return to London directly. That is the center where the 9 realms merge, and it is also the best place. Malekith must be absolutely sure in his current situation. He must go back there. When everyone arrived in London, it was already dark, and there was even a drizzle covering the entire city. Chapter 1089 London again. I don't like it here. Thor touched his golden hair. The weather here reminded him of Svarheim, which was just as gloomy. Kai didn't like it here either. To be honest, the weather here was far worse than in ancient times. God knows how this world has become like this. After that, everyone stopped a taxi and rushed to Jane Foster's residence. After returning to Earth, Jane Foster's physical condition improved a lot. She could even walk normally without Kai's help. But Kai could feel that this girl wouldn't live long. The effect of the dragon bone extract dissipated quickly in this girl's body. Kai got goosebumps all over his body. Don't forget, he still has half of the ether particles in his body. Kai was so scared that he checked his body immediately. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was okay. The ether particles were very honest. Kai was different from Jane. Jane didn't know how to use power at all, so she would always subconsciously activate the ether particles. But Kai was different. He knew how to use power carefully. As long as he didn't trigger the ether particles, it would not easily extract Kai's vitality. Of course, this does not mean that Kai can rest easy. After all, if that were the case, Malekith would not have kept the ether particles outside his body. If Malekith had allowed the ether particles to reside in his body at any time, Uli would not have had the opportunity to carry out the beheading plan. Soon they came to Jane's temporary residence. Pushing the door open, Daisy Louise, who was eating dinner alone, couldn't help but scream when she saw Jane Foster. "Jane, you are finally back. Where have you been all this time? You can't do this and leave everything behind. The whole world is crazy. The visions we saw before are everywhere now. Hey, Kai, you are back too? Did you go to the party? Jane Foster is now wearing the clothes of an Asgardian lady. When she was checking, the clothes on Earth were disinfected. Well, they were burned. Asgard is not really an iron fool who knows nothing. Naturally, he knows what the virus is. Although Thor has been back and forth several times and found no problems, what if? So Jane could only change into Asgard's clothes. It must be said that this outfit looked very exotic. Daisy, I need to call Eric. Jane Foster grabbed Daisy Louise's phone on the table, and dialed Professor Shagwell without hesitation. How could she have the mood to argue with Daisy here now? Hey, Eric, are you busy? Okay, I need to meet you immediately. I'll wait for you. After Jane Foster hung up the phone, she turned to look at Thor and Kai. Eric said he will be here soon, and he will be here in half an hour. Kai nodded indifferently, then turned aside and planned to let Tony come over. Soon, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Professor Shagwell came to Jane's house together. Malekith wants to launch the ether at the place where the 9 kingdoms converge and connect, so that he can destroy the 9 kingdoms in the shortest time and then affect the entire universe. Jane Foster pointed to the map on the table, trying to find the exact location where the stars converge on the Earth, or more accurately, in London. Dr. Shagway, who was standing by, was also studying the same thing during this period and had some results. Not only that, if I guess correctly, when the 9 kingdoms launch ether at the same time, the power of ether will increase exponentially as the number of connected kingdoms increases. At that time, the speed of destruction will become faster and faster, and finally reach Asgard. If we really want to describe it with an intuitive spatial concept, when the stars of the 9 kingdoms converge, all the kingdoms will form a straight line, and the Earth is in the center. It can kill upwards to Asgard or downwards to the underworld Helheim. The more kingdoms are destroyed, the more difficult it is to stop the ether particles. However, there is also good news. Thor followed up and said, the time for the stars of the 9 kingdoms to converge is very short, so Malekith must get to the right place without a second's delay. So where's the right time and place? Daisy Louise understood that this question was the most critical. The 9 planets will only align once every 6,000 years. No one knows the exact time of the last 9 planets aligning. And as such a long time has passed, the rotation time of the Earth has also changed. The rotation speed of the Earth has been getting slower and slower over the years. Although ordinary people can't feel it, it has accumulated little by little over 6,000 years, and it is not a small number. As for the location, it is even more difficult, and there is no clue at all. The only thing that can be sure of is that this place is in London, but the question is where in London? S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately began to contact astronomers and historians from all over the world, hoping that they can calculate the specific time of the 9 planets in conjunction as soon as possible. As for the exact location, to be honest, this is really difficult. Who has nothing to do to study space fusion? At this time, Dr. Shavik discovered something and slapped his thigh. Oh. I know, what? Follow history. Professor Shagway smiled confidently, then pulled out a map and opened it in front of everyone. At the same time, he held a triangle ruler and drew on the map while explaining, thousands of years ago, the convergence of stars happened. The ancients witnessed it with their own eyes. Those amazing ancient architectural projects, the Mayans, the Chinese, and the ancient Egyptians, all used the influence of convergence on gravity. This is our map. Stonehenge, Snowdon, and the Great Orme can be found with their coordinates. Here, Professor Shagway's calculations were very simple and crude. He just drew a few lines on the map. The center point where these lines converged was naturally the most likely location. Everyone looked at the center point on the map. City of Westminster. City of Westminster, also known as the City of Westminster, is located to the west of the City of London and on the north bank of the Thames. It is a London borough with city status under Greater London, England, United Kingdom. Westminster is the administrative centre of the United Kingdom, and the Palace of Westminster, the British Parliament, is located in the City of Westminster. There is no doubt that this place is the political centre of the United Kingdom. Well, the British are so unlucky. It seems that the second battle is destined to leave a strong and colourful mark in British history. If you are not careful, the British Empire will be finished. S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally cannot allow such a thing to happen. They immediately contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Their level is not enough. With the British bureaucracy, They will not pay attention to them. A branch wants to command those congressional masters? What are you thinking? The British bureaucracy is enough to drive them crazy. So they have to use the political influence of SHIELD headquarters to make those officials pay attention. Finally, Tony rushed to London the next morning, and by the way, he also asked Jarvis to calculate the specific time of the 9 stars in a row. Just this afternoon. But just as Kai expected, the British didn't believe it at all. Or, they thought it was a joke by SHIELD. Of course, it is more likely that the bureaucratic problem broke out. What does it mean? Don't want to take responsibility. The British are simply a strange flower in the world in this regard. Someone interviewed a British MP and asked him what 1 plus 6 equals. As a result, this guy just grunted for a long time and didn't fart. I saw this in a report before. I don't know whether it is true or not. After all, in the old internet environment, nonsense came out of people's mouths and no one knew whether it was true or not. Here I will take it as true because it really looks like something the British can do. Is this person stupid? Of course, I won't say how smart he is to become a MP, but he is definitely not stupid. Although Daying is used to being lame, it's not to this extent. This guy just doesn't dare to take responsibility. He thinks there is some mystery in the reporter's question. For example, 1 plus 6 is not equal to 7, or what is a sensitive topic, like LGBT. Before this thing became popular, who knew what this was? If you say something wrong and it is distorted by the reporter, you are screwed. Don't believe how smart that British guy is. It's too late to refute the rumor afterwards. Although this guy cannot represent all British officials, he can represent a considerable part of them. Evacuate the entire city of Westminster. It's easy to say, but who will take this responsibility? Those who have power dare not give orders. Those who don't have power just talk nonsense. Anyway, it's not illegal to brag, so they can say whatever they want. Now all the British have started to take sides. Some support evacuation, some oppose evacuation, some think it's a conspiracy, and some are inexplicably confident that the British can survive. In short, there are all kinds of people. In the past 2 years, due to various reasons, the British economy has been very bad. In addition, after globalization, due to the global economic downturn and the problems of the European Union, a large number of foreigners have come to the British to find jobs, causing many old Londoners with Union Jacks to feel dissatisfied, thinking that outsiders have taken away their job opportunities. Even those who have jobs think that the influx of a large number of foreigners will cause their income to drop sharply. After all, most of the foreigners who are willing to come to the UK to find opportunities come from poor countries. Their expectations for salary are much lower than those of British natives, and they are more obedient. In this way, capitalists are more willing to hire those foreigners. If the British want to keep their jobs, they can only be forced to lower their salary expectations and welfare benefits. In this way, populism rose much faster than in Kai's previous life. With these populists, there are naturally politicians who flatter them and earn votes, so a large group of crazy people came online. These people may not have much ability to govern the country, but they are not only good at talking nonsense and shirking responsibilities, but also very big. In short, the main card. Not only did these people not evacuate the people, but they quarreled. Of course, these people did not take their lives seriously. After notifying the British side, these grandsons immediately adjourned the Congress. Anyway, there is no need to quarrel face to face. Thor and Tony, on the other hand, are more anxious than the Emperor. What time is it? What are they doing? Sure enough, politicians can't be trusted. Kai was very calm. Although his hometown in this life is Great Britain, the problem is that he and they are not of the same species at all. He is an ancient Celt, and all his people have moved out of the earth long ago. He is the only ancient Celt in the world. As for the British now, haha, they are far behind. Those are Anglo-Saxons, all from Denmark and Northern Europe. They have no kinship with Kai. Why should Kai worry about them? It's true that Kai doesn't want to see civilians get hurt. But the problem is that what he says doesn't count. Other people's own officials are not in a hurry. What can he do? This is also the reason why Kai has always paid attention to the relationship with the government. Sometimes, some things have to be done by these grandsons, and they don't even need their help, as long as they don't make trouble. So things that offend people are done by several clones. He himself is a white lotus. You are shouting here, it's useless. If you have the time, you might as well expose this matter, Which is better than anything else. Kai looked at the two idiots who were thousands of years old and only knew how to complain there, and he couldn't stand it. What a big deal. Is it difficult to deal with British officials? Why not just not deal with them? Just expose it directly like Batman. Whether to run away or not depends on the people themselves. This time, Camelot is probably not interested in helping. How many people will die at that time, depends on luck. He can only do this. Actually, to be honest, he can also achieve the same effect by letting the Night King show up. But the problem is that the Night King's personality is there. He can't come out to warn. Of course Batman can, but Batman has been in North America, and it's not appropriate for him to suddenly run to the UK. Thor and Tony looked at each other, and then looked around awkwardly. Then Tony went out to make a phone call. Soon, less than half an hour later, an insider suddenly broke the news on TV. At the same time, Thor and Tony also deliberately went around Westminster and even London. Public opinion exploded directly. Many people obeyed and ran away. But there are also those who are not afraid of death. Let's not talk about these people. There is no shortage of such idiots in any country. They think they are very important and think that even if there is a problem, superheroes and the government will save them. This is true, but you can't think too much. If superheroes and the government really have this ability, the domestic demand market in the United States will not be so prosperous in the past 2 years. Fewer people died? I really don't know where they get their confidence from. Do they think that if something really happens, they won't be the ones who die? What if God is your uncle? The British government is very angry and thinks that this is the Americans interfering in their internal affairs. Haha, it seems that the Americans are not interfering enough. The wife of another diplomat hit and killed a 16-year-old boy, but the British just watched and even said harsh words so gently, as if nothing had been said. The United States naturally doesn't bother to pay attention. After all, this matter has nothing to do with them. In the afternoon, the group came directly to Westminster, and Jane Foster took a batch of specially customized instruments. While debugging, she quickly said, the interaction between the gravity field and the weak points between the kingdoms can theoretically produce a wormhole that connects the two time and space. This is the Einstein-Rosen bridge theory. At this point, she paused for a moment, looked back at the Palace of Westminster behind her, and then continued, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to find such a complex gravity field environment, and it is also difficult to find such a weak space barrier environment, so as long as you use a little force, you can open the space door, that is, the space wormhole, and these instruments will help us monitor it accurately. As long as the enemy approaches. Chapter 1090, War Begins. In fact, strictly speaking, there are not many residents in Westminster, because many representative buildings in the UK are concentrated in this area, such as Buckingham Palace and Big Ben. In addition, there are the National Portrait Gallery, the Royal Albert Hall, the Royal Academy of Arts, the Royal Academy of Music, etc. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is a scene every 5 steps and an ancient building every 3 steps. There are too many representative buildings related to British history and culture. That's why the residential areas here are all antiques. How many ordinary people will live here? The entire city of Westminster has a population of only about 190,000, and they are basically white, Asian and Bangladeshi. Whites are the main population, and blacks rarely live here. In the West, it is enough to remember that the fewer blacks there are in an area, the safer it will be. This is also why those politicians don't dare to take responsibility. At least the people living here are middle-class people. In addition, how can various museums, universities, art galleries and other things be relocated? Those are all ancient buildings and there is no way to move them away. If these things are destroyed, then Britain will completely lose its heritage. After all, they only have these things left. But the problem is, some things won't happen just because you pretend not to see them. What's coming is coming. Professor Shavig, who has been monitoring the instrument data, shouted, "It's coming." What's coming? Of course it's the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves' interstellar battleship has finally arrived. The wide Thames River suddenly seemed to be split by a giant axe, splashing huge waves, and under the impact of the waves, the Dark Elves' huge black interstellar battleship appeared faintly in the sight of everyone who was paying attention to it. And then, the Dark Elf battleship simply completely lifted its own invisibility ability, and a Dark Elf interstellar battleship hundreds of meters high appeared directly in everyone's sight. Here we can also see the embarrassment of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves' main battleships used to be at least thousands of meters long. And now their flagships are only hundreds of meters long. The Dark Elves did not lift the interstellar spaceship because they were about to reach the shore. Instead, they still maintained the original height, cutting the surface of the Thames River, crashing the Westminster Bridge, and then cutting the hard rock ground of the Westminster Palace. From the outside, the Palace of Westminster is crowned with a large number of small towers, while the walls are decorated with pointed arch windows, beautiful reliefs and cornices, and stone carvings on the windows with lace. The Parliament building is even more beautiful under the night sky, and its many towers and needle-like spires shine like a crown under the illumination of searchlights. But now, this crown is like a fragile glass product, which may be crushed by a rude visitor at any time. The Dark Elf starship is made of special dark metal. Whether in terms of toughness or other aspects, it is far superior to all the metals that can be found in the countries on Earth. Of course, vibranium is not included. With a loud bang, the Dark Elf starship finally stopped. The huge cabin slid down from the top of the nearly 100-meter-high starship, but the moment it hit the ground, the speed dropped to the minimum and finally stopped completely. The door opened, and Malekith walked out with an expressionless face, accompanied by a dozen Dark Elf warriors. He didn't do anything to save the whole family. After all, he wasn't sure if he could succeed. If he failed, at least he could leave some sparks. Even if he couldn't continue the entire race, he could at least extend the time of the Dark Elves. Although it was useless, it was the last kindness of Malekith. Although it wasn't the first time Malekith appeared in London, it was the first time here at Westminster Palace. The Dark Elves' attainments in architecture and art were actually quite poor. After all, this was a very pragmatic race. Everything they did was based on practicality. They didn't pursue beauty. After all, for a long time, they didn't have the energy to think about spiritual needs. But this doesn't mean that the Dark Elves lacked the vision to discover beauty. At least Malekith liked Westminster Palace very much. But there was no way he was about to destroy it. Malekith was also in this area for the first time, but he could accurately determine that the best location to open the space channel was here. This was already very difficult, and it was impossible to be more precise, because there was no way to be more precise. The locations of the 9 kingdoms of Asgard are intertwined. To make the 9 kingdoms in the same space at the same time is the internal function of the 9 kingdoms themselves. No matter the time or the place, they are changing anytime and anywhere. Only an approximate range can be calculated. It is impossible to accurately locate them. Even Malekith, who has ether particles, cannot do this. However, Malekith's time is still very accurate. He just landed on the ground and looked up at the northwest sky. He immediately noticed that the space barrier was becoming extremely weak there, and a space channel leading to another world would be generated in a very short time. And the facts have indeed proved this point. Waves of space fluctuations that ordinary people can't notice at all are vibrating and merging. But this kind of fluctuation can't be hidden from these humans with extraordinary powers. Tony observed everything through the detectors on the Mecha. If someone passes by here at this time, they can actually see the lush new world behind the space channel. It is a new world full of countless forests. Alfheim, the kingdom of the elves, who would have thought that the first one to connect to the earth was Elheim. Malekith knew that the location would not be wrong. With the appearance of Alfheim, Nidavellir, Vanaheim, Asgard, Vartheim, Jotunheim, Muspelheim, and Helheim would all appear one by one. What he needed to do now was, with a boom, a huge thunderbolt came straight from a distance and hit Malekith hard. Malekith, who had been prepared, immediately activated the ether particles in his body and blocked all the thunderbolts that came. After Malekith and the ether particles met, it was not only Malekith who got a breakthrough, but also the ether particles. The power he could exert was several times stronger. It was not so easy for Thor to hit Malekith like last time. However, Thor was not without confidence. In addition to the fact that this was the Earth, the activity of the extraordinary power was extremely low because of the great protection, but it was not as desperate as Svartalheim. At least here. There was thunder, wasn't it? The power that Thor can exert is far greater than that of Svartalheim. And most importantly, Thor is not the only one here. Behind the huge thunderbolt, 2 figures flew straight over. One was Kai wielding the ultimate storm, and the other was Tony, who put his hands and feet together and spread his hands like a duck. By the way, Tony's flying posture has been ridiculed by Kai. Tony has also learned from his mistakes and has been planning to improve this aspect, but at present, the progress is still on the design drawing, and there is still a long way to go before the real thing. The moment he saw Kai, Malekith couldn't help but grit his teeth. The ether particles were broken into two halves by this grandson. This is also the first time Malekith knows that the ether particles can host two people at the same time. More importantly, since they appear here intact, then Algorithm. Of course, Malekith is still more afraid of Kai. Because he can't understand how Kai took the ether particles from him. This makes him feel very tricky. But now that things have calmed to this point, he can't give in. Malekith turned to look at Thor. As guardians, why do you have to run so far? Death will find you soon. And you Earthlings, why don't you stay at home and wait for the darkest hour to come? At least then you won't feel despair and pain. You won't even feel the coming of destruction. Death may come, but it will definitely not be in your hands. Thor stared coldly. Kai curled his lips. He was too lazy to pay attention to such words. Then he heard Malekith say with great resentment, your universe should not exist. The universe should return to the original silence and tranquility. It is you noisy creatures who destroyed everything and occupied our living space. Only darkness is the final destination of the Dark Elves, and you will all be completely wiped out. This is also the concept that Malekith preached to his own people. It is roughly equivalent to the Nazi propaganda that the Germans are the descendants of the noble Aryans and are superior to others. Actually, Aryans and Germans have nothing to do with each other. Aryans were an ancient nomadic people in the southern Russian steppes. They gradually migrated south to conquer the South Asian subcontinent and merged with the locals to become the South Asian subcontinent people with unique physical features today. The German Nazis distorted the concept of Aryans and defined the physical features of the blonde and blue-eyed Germanic people in the 5 Nordic countries and the Scandinavian peninsula as the physical features of Aryans. The members of their so-called Aryan race were people who spoke Indo-European languages and were beneficial to all human progress. They claimed to be superior to Semites, yellow people and black people. The believers of Aryanism regarded the Nordic and Germanic peoples as the purest members of the Aryan race. In fact, the two have nothing to do with each other and are far apart. The German Nazis believed that the ancient Aryans were, out of political considerations for German national identity rather than real research, with long skulls and narrow faces, blonde hair and blue eyes, small distance between eyes, superior intelligence and excellent physique. But in fact, the ancient Aryans were already identified as brown-black hair. This is the so-called historical inventor. This theory was abandoned by anthropologists in the 1930s-1950s, but was used by Hitler and the Nazis as the basis for the German government's policy to exterminate Jews, Roma, Gypsies, and all other non-Aryans. In terms of kinship, Indians are closer to Aryans than Germans. In short, it's just a lip service, giving yourself a reasonable-sounding reason. Malekith is the same. He invented the myth himself and told all the Dark Elves. They are the original race of the universe. They were originally free to enjoy the tranquility of the original universe, but other races appeared and occupied the living space of the Dark Elves. They were afraid of the Dark Elves, so they attacked and persecuted them, making them struggle to survive in a hellish world. The suffering of the Dark Elves is all their fault. This is also a reasonable explanation for the endless fighting between the Dark Elf tribes for tens of millions of years, otherwise Malekith would not be able to eliminate the deep hatred between the tribes. How to unite a group of scattered sands. The first thing is of course to find a common goal for them and establish a common enemy. Maybe the Dark Elves themselves couldn't stand the endless fighting between each other, so no matter what the purpose, everyone accepted this set of statements. We can't fight anymore, otherwise we will fall into the enemy's trap. Then as this set of nonsense took root in people's hearts, a group of Dark Elves with holes in their brains actually believed in this invented statement and even developed religious fanaticism. In fact, the 9 kingdoms all retain the past of the Dark Elves. They are actually of the same origin as the Light Elves. Where did the original species of the universe come from? It's really ridiculous. Aren't they afraid that the Celestials will cause trouble for them? You know, those guys don't dare to claim that they are the original creatures of the universe. It can only be said that the bumpkins in the corners are ignorant and fearless. I don't understand it. You have such a strong power, why are you so gentle? Thor taunted while swinging his hammer at Malekith. Thor's ridicule made Malekith's face look a little ugly. He subconsciously wanted to activate the ether particles to launch a more powerful attack, but in this extreme time of potential, Thor had already seized the opportunity and smashed Thor's hammer hard. Thor's plan was simple, that is, to consume Malekith's vitality as much as possible. Avoid the worst situation. After all, there is no gas in the tank. Even if you are a supercar, it is just a pile of scrap metal. A huge thunder also fell from the gloomy sky, and at the same time hit Malekith's body, smashing him hard and flying, and even breaking several huge stone pillars one after another, and finally smashing directly into a car at the edge of the parking lot, flattening the car in an instant. It was also at this time that Kai's attack followed and fell again, and endless thunder kept falling from the sky at the same time, entangled Malekith tightly. At the same time, above everyone's head, another space channel of the world was opened. Vanaheim, the mysterious Vanaheim, appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a very strange world, with a sunny blue sea in sight. They could even see many strange marine humanoid creatures curiously observing this side of the space channel. Chapter 1091 Big Baby Cheers for the Superhero. Vanaheim, a world dominated by water, is a bit like the cosmic version of Atlantis. This is a complete water ball. It also gave birth to a super civilization, the Vanir. The Vanir had a very early origin. They appeared before Asgard was established. The first generation of Asgard god king was Buri. Is anyone curious about who led the Asgardians before Buri? I want to apologize to everyone here. I confused Bauer and Buri. Bauer is Odin's father, and Buri is Odin's grandfather. At that time, there was no concept of Asgard. The gods who were active in the Nordic countries at that time were called the Aesir. The Aesir was a matriarchal society. Their leader was called Adumbra, and Adumbra married a frost giant named Ymir and gave birth to Buri and two other sons, Mimir and Nigid. But this does not mean that the Aesir and the frost giants can get along in peace. The two sides still fight each other. In a conflict, Ymir killed Adumbra, and the furious Buri killed Ymir. This is also the source of the feud between the frost giants and the Asgardians. But Buri's two brothers were opposed to Buri's patricide. Of course, this is what Buri said himself. Judging from the actions of his two brothers later, their attitude is not just opposition. It was also because of this incident that Buri fell out with his two brothers, and Mimir and Nigid left northern Europe. Kai guessed at the time that these two absolutely did not leave voluntarily. Otherwise, why leave the earth? After that, Buri integrated the Aesir, unified the tribes active in the Nordic land at that time, and established Asgard. And his two younger brothers came to Vanaheim and founded the Vanir. When Odin, the war maniac, became the king of Asgard, he felt that he had the inheritance rights of the Vanir and the Aesir, and that both the Aesir and the Vanir should submit to him, and the two tribes should end their division and unite. Naturally, you can't expect Odin to use any peaceful means. Odin was much more irritable than Thor at that time. So the Aesir-Vanir war began. Look! With Odin's behavior, he still blamed Thor for going to Jotunheim to cause trouble? What can I say about this battle? Odin won, but not completely. Frey, the leader of the Vanir, joined forces with Surtur, the fire giant of Muspelheim, to fight against Odin and barely resisted Odin's invasion. However, Surtur's source of power was taken away by Odin, and his strength plummeted from then on. The Vanir could only give in and finally surrendered, but not completely. A group of Vanir did go to Asgard, but more Vanir remained in Vanaheim and remained unfaithful to Asgard. Although there was no war between the two sides, they still disliked each other. After Vanaheim, it was Asgard. For some reason, the dwarf world Nidavellir did not appear. Perhaps it appeared, but Kai and the others did not see it. After all, the dwarves of Nidavellir were not easy to mess with. Perhaps they had some powerful artifacts that directly covered the entire world. These dwarves are among the best artifact manufacturing experts in the universe. Kai's Holy Lance and Eternal Lance are their work. Of course, as of now, everyone has no intention of appreciating the scenery of those different worlds. They were fighting. With a loud bang, Thor hit Malekith hard. Malekith was directly knocked out and smashed into the space crack, but he reappeared immediately and knocked Thor away with one punch. But when he turned his head, Kai's axe hit him in the face. Then Malekith disappeared again. But the next second, Malekith came through from the other side again, but because of the space detector, Jane and the others could always report the location accurately, and then Kai and the others could seize the opportunity, such as this time, it was Tony. Malekith just appeared, and two black hole grenades exploded close to his face. This is a gift from the Dark Elves. Just now, in order to prevent the Dark Elves' warships from causing irreparable harm to the city, Tony directly gave these dark elves several M-bombs. Although the M-bombs were used on the warships outside, the effect was equal to nothing. But Tony was too reckless. He flew in from the transport exit of the Dark Elf warship and detonated several M's in succession. Fortunately, although the Dark Elf's black technology is dark enough, many of their systems still rely on electronic equipment to operate. If they encounter Asgard's dragon headship, EMP will be useless. Asgard got rid of electronic equipment thousands of years ago. In the final analysis, it was Asgard's ruthless move that prevented the Dark Elves from developing more revolutionary technology for thousands of years. Their spaceships are still thousands of years old. So after the war, Tony first made great contributions to Liksha. The only pity is that the Razor fighter inside the warship is not included. The Dark Elves felt humiliated and angry that their main battleship was lying flat, so a whole formation of 50 fighters took off. Don't expect these guys to have much protection concept for Earthlings' buildings. In short, Westminster and even the whole of London are unlucky again. At the same time, the damage management department of the Dark Elves also began to repair the warship urgently. Don't be so foolish as to think that the Dark Elves really have no way to deal with that EMP. Other people's built-in systems are all modular. Just find the fault and replace the module directly. Tony was driven out of the battleship. There was no way. The Dark Elves' black hole rays were no joke. Facing such a terrifying weapon in a small space was simply courting death. However, it was still easy to get a few black hole grenades. Tony was very interested in this thing. Of course, if you underestimate Malekith because of this, you would underestimate Malekith too much. They just took advantage of the unexpected and caught Malekith off guard. After being blown up by the black hole in the face, Malekith quickly realized the problem. After the next appearance, Thor swung his hammer again, and found that he was just hitting a phantom. This kind of trick can only be done by Thor, who is so stupid. But this gave Malekith time to react. In the meantime, Malekith hit Thor's face hard with the hammer and knocked him away. But he did not continue to chase Thor, but waved to Jane and the others. The place where Jane and the others were originally located suddenly lost gravity, and Jane, Daisy, Professor Xavier, and a group of useless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had to follow them floated uncontrollably into the air. Then Malekith waved his hand gently. Those who flew into the sky suddenly accelerated and fell down. At this critical moment, a guy in gold and green suddenly appeared and grabbed Jane, Daisy and Xavier and got them out of the affected area. Then, boom! The ground suddenly sank without any warning. And the moment those people landed, they were all pressed into plasma by an invisible force. What's more terrifying is that the plasma did not even have the slightest intention of splashing, and it was just spread flat under the deep pit. Fuck, Tony was stunned when he saw this scene. How did this guy do it? He changed the gravity of that area. The reason why those people floated up was because Malekith eliminated the gravity there, and the reason why they fell down was because Malekith increased the gravity there by 20 times. In Tony's opinion, this is more mythical than a myth. What is gravity? Gravity is attraction, that is, the attraction between any two objects or two particles related to the product of their masses. What determines gravity is mass. The greater the mass, the greater the gravity. It is a fantasy to want to change from zero gravity to dozens of times gravity in an instant. The gravity of the Earth comes from the huge mass of the Earth itself. In other words, Malekith just ignored the Earth itself and arbitrarily modified the mass of that area. What's more terrifying is that it has not affected the Earth itself. In the eyes of Tony, a scientist, this is impossible. Did he change the curvature? Tony suddenly forgot that he was on the battlefield. According to Einstein's theoretical explanation, gravity is not just a force, it is a curvature in the space-time continuum. If this is really the case, Tony's eyes were full of light when he looked at Malekith. Damn, this is the hope of mankind to break out of the solar system. Changing the curvature means that they can create a curvature engine that can travel beyond the speed of light. Don't look at Tony's black technology, but in fact, even he can change the current situation that the Earthlings can't break out of the solar system. Just when Tony was enjoying the future, suddenly an axe hit him directly. At the moment Tony was hit, a black hole was flying past him. Fuck. Tony. What the hell are you doing? Kai cursed directly. This grandson was actually in a daze. If Kai hadn't reacted quickly, this guy would probably have died directly. The weapons of the Dark Elves are the same as their personalities, cold-blooded and efficient. If they are not hit, everything will be fine. Once they are hit, They will be dead, and there is no such thing as being injured. Either they are fine or they will die. On the other side, Daisy was trembling in Arthur's arms. This is really not taking advantage. She was really scared. Arthur also swallowed his saliva. Although he was an Atlantean and of royal descent, this descent allowed him to swim in the depths of the ocean with his flesh and blood, and he didn't care about the huge water pressure that could crush steel. But this was different from the current situation. They resisted water pressure because they could adjust their internal pressure to form a balance with the water pressure, and their body mass was very high. For example, Arthur didn't care about attacks from bullets and artillery, and his body was harder than steel. But the scene just now almost chilled his heart to the point of dermatitis. After all, gravity and water pressure are different. My instruments. Shavig looked at the instruments that had become a thin layer with a sad face. Arthur turned his head and looked at the old man. Was he focusing on the wrong point? Of course the old man was sad. No company would produce such instruments because they were not practical at all. Who would be so full to study such things? These were all made by professionals with a large amount of funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. The cost was comparable to 3 latest fighter jets. The old man didn't think that S.H.I.E.L.D. would give him so much money after this incident. After all, the 9 stars only align once every 6,000 years. How idle is S.H.I.E.L.D. to continue to pay? Just when Arthur was about to let a few people leave quickly, there was a whistling sound in the sky. Several Rafale fighters quickly passed over London and rushed directly towards the Dark Elf interstellar battleship. The big baby finally started to behave. Although the British are troublemakers, they are still brave. After all, others have run to your capital. Where can you shrink back to? The British are bad, but these pilots are really not bad. You know, in the last London battle, all 50 fighters were sacrificed. And they were beaten 0-50 by others. They still dared to rush up at this time. They must not be afraid of death. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. When those planes were about to approach, suddenly they were hit by an inexplicable huge arc and rushed directly to higher altitude, and disappeared directly to higher altitude. The sky began to darken. The 9 stars have begun to align. Space fusion began. Right here, space began to become chaotic. The pilot's perception of space completely disappeared. In short, they flew to other kingdoms. From Kai's perspective, a group of planes flew into Alfheim. What's even more unfortunate is that they were facing down. Kai even saw their fighter planes explode in the forest. When they appeared in Alfheim, they were not high enough to pull up the planes. They could only fall headfirst into the ground. Well, this is so frustrating. They didn't do anything and they were all dead. This scene made the officials of the Great Infant Empire who had been paying attention to this place feel desperate from the bottom of their hearts. Then the news came from other countries. Otherwise, let's use nuclear bombs. Bomb the whole of London. Bomb the invaders to death and be done with it. Among them, the United States was the most active, and I don't know if it was to retaliate for the Security Council's nuclear bombing of New York last time. Of course, Britain refused. Just kidding, the United States would be heartbroken if it lost New York, but it would definitely not collapse. After all, New York is just a city in the United States. Why don't you try to blow up London? Britain is not the United States. London is the financial center of Europe, and Britain now relies on the financial industry. If London is destroyed, Britain is basically destroyed. Not to mention that London basically carries most of the historical and cultural heritage of the entire United Kingdom. If London is gone, Big Infant will be GG. Although there are many crazy people in power in Big Infant now, they are crazy for votes. If Big Infant is gone, what's the point of having votes? Now Big Infant can only put his last hope on Kai and others. Although, they are foreign superheroes. But now they don't care about the remaining face of the British Empire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1092 The Power of Ether. The person Malekith wanted to kill the most was Kai. After all, he had half of the ether in his body, and until now Malekith was not sure whether half of the ether could achieve his goal. But the problem was that Kai was not as stupid as Thor. Malekith tried to trick Kai several times, but it was resolved by Kai. Malekith had thought about forcibly recalling the ether in Kai, But unfortunately, his trick seemed to have no effect on Kai. He didn't understand what happened and why his spells were no longer useful for the ether. When the 9 stars were activated, Malekith decisively gave up the act of taking back the other half. There was no time to care about this now, he had to hurry. He waved his hand, and dozens of dark elf warriors ran out of the battleship. Then Malekith's body flashed with scarlet light, and the light of the ether entered the bodies of the dark elves like a cloud of smoke, and suddenly turned into black mist, instantly spreading all over their bodies. Then the dark elves roared in pain, and their eyes gradually showed a strange black and red luster. Twisted and deformed bone spurs gradually grew on the top of their heads and limbs, and their muscles seemed to have obtained some powerful energy and expanded suddenly. Even his body was as wide as a door panel, giving people a strong visual impact. Roar, but these dark elves were obviously different from the previous algorithm. They now looked more like beasts in estrus. There was no brilliance of reason in their eyes. Saliva kept flowing from the corners of their grinning mouths. They bent their bodies and roared at Kai and the others. Go, kill them. With Malekith's order, dozens of dark elf warriors shot out like sharp arrows. The speed was incredible. Malekith looked at those warriors, and ripples appeared in his heart. In fact, this is the original form of the cursed warriors, without reason, and wanting nothing but destruction. The power of the ether particles is too terrible, and not everyone can accept the infusion of this power. It is very normal for reason to be worn away, so Malekith invented the ether particles. If we have to describe it, it is to reduce the concentration of ether particles so that it can reach a balance with the level of the cursed warriors themselves, at least to ensure that the cursed warriors still have reason. After all, a bunch of irrational beasts may be very strong, but they are actually not very meaningful in war, just like the military is not interested in the Hulk now. The Hulk is indeed very strong, but what's the use if he can't be controlled? God knows if they put the thing on the battlefield, who will be attacked first or the enemy. What's more, the irrational cursed warriors will not control the output of power, they will only rely on instinct to continuously release more violent power. This is also destined that the durability of the cursed warriors in this state will be very short. It is impossible to maintain the state for several days like algorithm, and it will be finished in a few hours at most. Of course, it is not that the cursed warriors in this state are not without a little. That is, they are really fierce. For Malekith, a few hours is enough. After doing all this, Malekith turned around and walked towards the interstellar battleship behind him. He no longer paid attention to Thor and Kai, and walked forward step by step. The ether particles on his body also dispersed step by step, circling around his body, rising up continuously, and began to impact Alfheim above his head. It was also at this time that the dark elf battleship that was originally lying down suddenly moved at this moment. The huge black battleship in the shape of a cross suddenly broke open from the middle, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Bang, bang. Amidst the loud noises, the blooming battleship stretched out spikes and pierced into the ground fiercely. Then, in a dazzling moment, the entire black battleship actually formed a super altar similar to the Mayan pyramid. With the opening of the 9-star chain, the gravitational field disorder caused by the tearing infusion of space became more and more serious. There were constantly surrounding objects swaying and flying into the sky, and it was also possible that birds or aircraft that were originally flying in the air fell down without any warning. A strange image. The Dark Elves' interstellar battleship was firmly rooted in the ground, and the huge gravity could not affect it at all. However, the released ether particles were able to rush towards Alfheim at an astonishing speed. Malekith knew that he didn't have much time left. Once the time for the 9 kingdom stars to converge passed, Malekith didn't know how much time it would take to destroy the 9 kingdoms and return everything to darkness. What's more, he didn't have much time left. Once he missed this time, his dream would be completely shattered. The sunk cost was too high. He didn't have the capital to start another game. The Dark Elves' interstellar battleships were not for display. The Dark Elves were very pragmatic and didn't pay attention to any messy sense of ritual. A long time ago, the Dark Elves modified this interstellar battleship. To put it bluntly, the biggest function of this battleship was an amplifier. With it, Malekith could amplify the power of his own ether particles to the maximum and impact the 9 kingdoms in a very short time. Fuck. What are these? Tony took the black hole ray gun that he had snatched from somewhere, and shot at several cursed warriors who kept chasing him, while fleeing madly. The black hole ray gun is definitely the most powerful weapon Tony has ever seen in his life. Once hit, basically die. But this thing has no effect on those cursed warriors. They were too lazy to dodge when it hit them. Crack! A thunderbolt fell from the sky. A cursed warrior was split in two. But the next second, sticky scarlet mist emerged from the two halves of the body, and then snap. It was well. Fuck, Kai even cursed in Chinese. This thing is really a copper pea that can't be killed or broken by a hammer. Boom. A cursed warrior was directly smashed into meat paste by Thor with Thor's hammer, but the next second, the flesh and blood reassembled and turned into a new cursed warrior. Now there are only a few people who can still stand on the battlefield. The Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D. also began to lose members. Deadshot died, being beaten into pulp by a cursed warrior. Weaselman was even worse. He was hit by two black hole rays at the beginning of the battle, and he could not even see the ash. The Polka Dot Man was very powerful. His attack was the same as the black hole ray. Once it hit, there was no way to defend. Unfortunately, the Polka Dot Man's Polka Dot Ray had a disadvantage, that is, the trajectory dispersion and the slow firing speed were amazing. Can you imagine that this thing was actually floating? So except for the beginning, when he caught the enemy off guard and killed several dark elves, this guy didn't gain anything. Of course, if it was just that, it would be nothing. But the problem is that this guy seems to have some problems with his brain. If you are a weak person, stay away from him. But I don't know what Deadshot said to him. This guy rushed in like a chicken blood, and it seems that he is going to kill his way into the Dark Elf warship. As a result, isn't the Dark Elf warship a blooming chrysanthemum? A large piece of metal petals fell and landed right on his forehead. Now if you want to gather the Polka Dot Man again, you have to use a shovel. He died so casually. Now only Aquaman and Shark King are left in the whole team. Here I want to focus on Shark King. I don't know if he was stimulated or something, but there are actually a bunch of strange yellow tattoos on the surface of his body, and the tattoos emit yellow light. This thing gives it extremely terrible defense. Even black hole rays can't break his skin. What's more amazing is that he can swim in the air like in the sea. Suddenly, Shark King became the main sea, and Aquaman Arthur became the auxiliary. There's no way. Aquaman was beaten up by the three cursed warriors. Shark King doesn't care about this. His strength has also increased sharply. Coupled with his already terrible regeneration ability, he is not afraid of fighting the cursed warriors. Kai defeated several cursed warriors in succession, but the others didn't care. They didn't even bother to brush off the dust on their bodies. They stood up and continued to fight Kai. Seeing that the 9 stars were about to reach their climax and the sun in the sky was about to disappear in their eyes, Kai didn't care about much. If Malekith really succeeded, the British would have nothing to worry about. The whole Earth would die. Seeing that this was not a solution, Kai could only bear the pain and krypton his life. But at this moment, suddenly yellow circles appeared under the feet of those cursed warriors, and with a whoosh, those cursed warriors fell into them. I don't know when Caecilius appeared next to Kai, pinching his fingers with one hand and drawing circles with the other. Fuck. Where did you die in Camartage? Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw those cursed warriors being teleported away. He immediately flew to Caecilius and cursed in excitement. Tony and Caecilius had a very good personal relationship. The two of them had traveled together in the inner world. The fusion of the 9 realms is also the weakest time for the Great Guardian. The entire Camartage is dealing with those creatures from other dimensions entering the Earth. It's good that I can make it here. Caecilius is still so cold. If it weren't for Tony, he wouldn't even bother to explain. Is your Great Guardian reliable? Why does it always have problems? Can't you upgrade it or something? Caecilius glanced at Tony and was too lazy to talk. He knew that Tony was just venting his pressure and it was just a waste of time to argue with him. The reality is that the situation facing Camartage is even more serious than what Caecilius said. Although the space has fused and the center is in London, it does not mean that other places in the world are completely unaffected. There are countless space cracks. If Camartage doesn't deal with it, just wait for all kinds of strange monsters from the 9 kingdoms to enter the Earth. For example, the ice beasts of Jotunheim, the Kingdom of Frost, the fire dragons of Niflheim, the endless undead of Niflheim, the Kingdom of Fire, and some weird and macy things. If they enter the Earth, who knows what will happen. Thanks to the Great Guardian's complete monitoring capabilities, Camartage can deal with it in time. Even at this time, even the Ancient One has to go out. After all, every time at this time, those evil beings from other dimensions will come out to fish in troubled waters. If those beings really come to the Earth, the end for the Earth will not be much better than the explosion of ether particles. By the way, where did you throw those cursed warriors? Tony's mouth was still talking uncontrollably. Caecilius made seals with both hands and transformed into two transparent force blades. With a flick of his hand, the two transparent spell blades pierced through the two dark elf warriors who were sneaking and trying to attack. There is a group of trolls in Tibet who are planning to invade the Earth. I threw the cursed warriors among them. Cool. Tony fiddled with a black hole ray gun in his hand while talking, dismantled it, and then connected its core device to the armor at the fastest speed, which was a simple replacement for his palm cannon, arc pulse cannon. That thing is okay to deal with ordinary enemies, but it is obviously not powerful enough to deal with dark elves. It can only be done this way. At this time, Caecilius also moved. I saw his body seem to be weightless, soaring into the air, and his feet seemed to be stepping on something, dodging and moving, so elegant. His attack method is also very strange. It is not the imagined fighting method of a wizard, standing in the distance and throwing spells. On the contrary, his fighting method is similar to that of a warrior. He constantly forms seals and then transforms into transparent magic weapons, sometimes a whip, sometimes a shield, sometimes a fan, and sometimes a blade. In short, he is proficient in all kinds of weapons. Moreover, the weapons he transformed have amazing penetration. Even Tony's palm cannon couldn't break the dark elf armor, and under his weapon, it was basically as thin as paper. On the other side, with the disappearance of the cursed warriors, Thor and Kai were also liberated. Those cursed warriors were really disgusting. No matter what they did, they couldn't get rid of them. If there was not enough time, they couldn't be killed. Even Kai couldn't do it like he killed Algorin, because they didn't have such a thing as ether fragments in their bodies. Now is the time to fight back. The first to act was naturally Thor, who had the strongest mobility. This guy always had a body faster than his brain. The powerful Thor's hammer opened the way, and endless thunderbolts rushed directly to Malekith in the constantly rotating scarlet particle storm, and behind Thor's hammer, Thor followed closely. The momentum was very huge. But facing Malekith, who possessed the ether particles, Thor was not a big problem. It just depended on whether he was willing to pay the price. At this juncture, Malekith obviously didn't care. He just turned his head and took a look. In an instant, Thor's hammer, which had been rushing forward, suddenly disappeared. Without Thor's hammer to clear the way, Thor instantly became difficult to move. Thor's face was already full of astonishment. He didn't understand what was going on and why Thor's hammer disappeared all of a sudden. Chapter 1093 Calculation. Looking at his empty hands, Thor was confused for a moment. What the hell? Despite this, he could still vaguely feel the existence of Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer did not really disappear, but was in a very special state and could no longer affect this world for a while. Of course, as an experienced warrior, he did not daze, but gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and continued to rush towards Malekith. You are the hammer god. This is the word Kai has always used to mock him. To be honest, he did not feel ashamed or embarrassed about this evaluation before. As a warrior, the weapon itself is a part of the body. Is there anything worth questioning? Is it normal for a warrior to go to the battlefield empty-handed? There is no reason. Mjolnir has been in Thor's hands since he can remember. He has no reason not to use it. But when facing Malekith, when his hammer could not be used, he understood Kai's words. Without the hammer, he is nothing. He cares about his hammer and is proud of it. When the Night King and Kai took the hammer away, no one knew how confused and flustered Thor was. He always thought that Thor and Thor's hammer were inseparable and he was born with it, but he never thought that one day, his hammer could be picked up by others. At that time, who was he? A spoiled stupid kid? If that was really the case, then it didn't matter who was Thor, as long as they took Thor's hammer and were the same as him. He was Thor, but others could be too. He was not the only one. Of course, Thor was not really stupid, he just didn't like to think. He knew what message was hidden behind Kai's words. That is, he was Thor, not the hammer god. He was powerful, not the hammer. As Odin's child, Thor had power that others could not reach since he was born. But this was not his real talent, and there was even more powerful potential hidden in his body. Malekith looked at the stubborn Thor coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He had seen Thor's quality clearly in Svardalfheim. He was far inferior to his grandfather, Baal. Without the hammer of Thor, He was just a child in Malekith's eyes. Malekith waved his hand lightly, and the already violent scarlet particle storm immediately rose to a higher level. The scarlet energy tore Thor's armor in an instant. As the arm of Thor, Asgard naturally had to use the best technology and materials to create it. But now, relying on the unique forging technology of the dwarves and the super metal Uru created by Asgard's rune technology, Thor's armor could not last for a second in this storm. Ah! With a scream, Thor's whole body was torn and bleeding. What was even more terrifying was that his left hand was severely damaged in the energy storm. In order to resist the violent energy storm, he crossed his hands in front of himself, with his left hand in front. So starting from the elbow, the entire forearm of his left hand was eroded by the storm, first the skin, then the bright red muscles. Seeing this scene, Kai immediately planned to rescue. But before he could break through the energy storm, Thor's howl sounded in the center of the storm. Ah! That was not a wail, but more like the roar of a mad beast. A flash of lightning suddenly lit up in the scarlet storm. Crack! A slight sound of electricity. Crack! Thunder is coming. Malekith, it was Thor's voice. The originally violent energy storm actually stopped. At this time, people also saw the mirror image in the center of the storm. Thor's left hand deeply inserted into Malekith's chest. Malekith still had surprise on his face, and he stared at Thor blankly. Thor was in a very bad condition. Except for his long flowing golden hair, there was no good spot on his body. Blood gathered at Thor's feet. How much blood did he lose? Did you succeed? Tony rushed to Kai's side immediately after a black hole ray made a dark elf warrior disappear physically. Kai shook his head. It's too early. Fuck, you're just looking for trouble. Kai stretched out a hand, and his injury glowed blue. That was the power of the cosmic cube. Malekith looked at Thor with wide eyes, looking at Thor who was still glaring at him even though he fainted, as if he had returned to thousands of years ago. The man from Asgard also came to him with such an unparalleled momentum, took away his ether particles, and defeated him. Too similar. Of course, Malekith did not have the joy of meeting a good friend. He was only angry. Malekith raised his hand fiercely and was about to kill the unconscious Thor. A blue light circle appeared behind Thor, and then Thor and the blue light circle disappeared together, and then Thor appeared in Kai's hand. Kai exhaled fiercely. Damn, it's really uncomfortable to use the cosmic stone. Fortunately, Kai had injected dragon bone extract in advance, so he could still bear it. Although it was uncomfortable, it was not as bad as in Asgard, where half of him was directly disabled. Tony saw Thor with his eyes open and found that this guy's eyeballs were not moving, so he waved in front of him. This, fainted, Tony felt incredible that someone actually fainted with his eyes open. Kai was too lazy to talk at this time, and felt uncomfortable. Then a rainbow light flashed, and Thor disappeared from Kai's hand. Tony looked at the sky. Take it away now. If there was no rainbow bridge, Tony would not feel it, but now seeing the rainbow bridge, Tony felt a little unhappy. Can't you see what's happening on the earth? How many people come down? What else? Kai said unhappily, trying to suppress his discomfort. Asgard was not feeling well either. The 9 stars in a row was not only affecting the earth, but also Asgard. The last time Kai went back, the coalition of the frost giants and the fire giants had already killed their way out of the god's domain. In addition, there were the evils that Odin had committed over the years, and he had as many enemies as he wanted. At this time, of course, he would take advantage of his illness to kill him. In addition, there was Gagman. Odin threw him out of the god's domain of Asgard at that time, and it was impossible for him to leave him alone. He would continue to capture him and lock him up in Asgard. In short, Asgard was also in a mess. There was not much power to help the earth. Of course, as a last resort, Odin was always on standby. Once Malekith could not be dealt with, Odin would naturally fall from the sky. But Kai still hoped that it would not come to this. On Malekith's side, looking at the disappearing Thor, his original expressionless face showed a hint of anger. This was already rare. Kai took a deep breath. People, you have to rely on yourself at all times. Malekith showed him a hideous look, and then he dug out a piece of hand bone that was inserted into his chest. That was Thor's. There was only bone left in his forearm. But this guy used the hand bone as a weapon and inserted it into Malekith's chest. What a cruel group. Malekith was not afraid, and dug it out abruptly. He held the hand bone and threw it aside without even looking at it. It's going to be a fight, Tony, give me a few shots, and then stay away. Kai took a deep breath and asked Tony to inject all the dragon bone extract in his hand into his body. Do you really not need my help? Forget it, you can't help in a battle of this level. Kai shook his head. Although Tony felt unhappy, he still flew away honestly. Then, the second round begins. Kai took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Then, Mjolnir, crack. A flash of lightning flashed by, and Thor's hammer, which had disappeared, suddenly appeared out of thin air. Kai grabbed Mjolnir. Crack. The originally dark sky became even darker, but the frequent lightning made the sky unusually bright. With a loud boom, Kai grabbed the ultimate storm in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, and rushed towards Malekith at supersonic speed. The loud noise just now was the sonic boom caused by Kai's flight. Malekith's pupils shrank, and he immediately crossed his hands and took a defensive posture. The scarlet storm that had made Thor difficult to pass through blew again, and at the same time, a blazing red light ignited on his body, and for a moment, half of the sky was reflected in that terrible scarlet color. But the next second, both Malekith and the scarlet storm stopped. Only a very few people with super eyesight saw what had just happened. A silver light penetrated the red storm at once. After another second, many Londoners felt a vibration of the ground, as if an earthquake was coming. Then a loud bang suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, and many people even felt that their hearts were about to explode. Boom. Then the air was sucked into the core of the explosion crazily. Immediately, a force 12 gale blew in London. Then a huge shock wave. At this moment, all the glass within a radius of 50 kilometers with the Westminster Palace as the center was damaged. Then people in the city saw a huge mushroom cloud rising from the location of Westminster Palace. Scarlet and silver lightning kept flashing in the mushroom cloud. Did the government drop a nuclear bomb? Many people who didn't know the truth thought so. In fact, even the British government was so suspicious at this time. Who ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb? The French? It must be the French. Damn French, the old British politicians like to blame France the most. Of course, they may really think so. After all, they are the only two countries in Europe that have nuclear bombs. Germany should have the ability to manufacture nuclear weapons, but for historical reasons, they do not have nuclear weapons. No, the military liaison quickly gave a negative answer. We have been monitoring the airspace, and no foreign aircraft has entered our airspace. In view of the entry of nuclear bombs in the New York War, Daeng was also afraid that someone would sneak a shot at him, so as early as after the appearance of the Dark Elves, Daeng immediately banned flights over their airspace. Any aircraft that entered Daeng's territorial waters without their permission would be destroyed immediately. Those politicians looked at the military liaison, then pointed at the scene on the video, trembling and speechless. Damn. They may be stupid, but they are not ignorant. Who hasn't seen the video footage of a nuclear bomb explosion? The military liaison swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, this may be made by someone. Mr. Kai Wayne, politicians and ordinary people have always had different ideas. If it were an ordinary person, they might be excited at this time. No matter what, repelling the aliens is the most important thing. But the politicians thought of a fact. That is, there are such powerful people in the United States, then it's not that Daeng wants to go to war with the United States, but if superheroes are regarded as a weapon, others have it, but they don't. This is very worrying. Just like biological weapons are banned internationally. But the 5 big gangsters have the most biological weapons in the world. Is this thing powerful? Well, it depends on one's opinion. In short, it is not as effective as imagined. But why do the 5 big gangsters still stock this thing? The reason is mentioned above. Others have it, so I have to have it too. At this time, someone whispered, don't we have the Night King? Then a group of people looked at him silently. The Night King's character was established very successfully by Kai. The dragon is seen from the head but not the tail, and only cares about the human race as a whole. Last time, there was no one in London, and the aliens came again, so they showed up out of mercy. As a result, after Kai and Thor appeared this time, the Night King disappeared. This kind of superhero who is completely incommunicable, there is no difference between having one and not having one. Even their analysts told them that the Night King showed, well, indifference. I believe that even if Britain is really killed by someone, such as France, I believe that the Night King will never intervene. That is the historical process of mankind, and he does not need to intervene. I remember that Kai Wayne seems to have British ancestry, and the Wayne group itself originated from us. Maybe we can think of a way in this regard. This is unreliable. Although the Wayne group has many industries in the UK, their main business is all in the United States. What's more terrifying is that according to the financial report of the Wayne group, their main profit is also in the United States. Why do those uneducated Americans have so many superheroes? But we, the Great Dane, can't find a reliable superhero? It's unreasonable, it's unreasonable. Are you going to complain to someone? Although what he said is unreliable, there is one thing that makes sense. Maybe we can tap the potential internally. Just when a British guy diverted the topic, the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated. In fact, those mushroom clouds were blown away by the energy storm. Kai and Malekith fought against each other. However, compared to Kai's almost intact state, Malekith was in a much worse state. Malekith's hands had disappeared. The ether particles had already emerged in time from the position of the two arms that had disappeared, and in an instant, they formed the shape of two arms. And very quickly, the two dark elf arms were rapidly forming. It would not take long for Malekith to return to his original state. He himself did not care much about his injuries. He just looked around. Kai's target was not him at all, but the battleship altar under him. With the destruction of the altar, the ether power that had originally eroded the 9 realms eased at once. And the time for the 9 world stars to gather, the peak moment of the gathering of the stars was about to pass. Malekith must hurry up. Ahem, Malekith did not speak, but just coughed twice. He looked at Kai and showed a triumphant smile. Kai was stunned and suddenly turned his head. It turned out that for some unknown reason, the other half of the ether particles that originally resided in his body actually left his body. Kai was calculating, and so was Malekith. Chapter 1094, Soul Gem Race. Ho ha ho ha, Malekith laughed so heartily for the first time, and it was even the first time in his life that he laughed so heartily. Come on, Kai wanted to take back those ether particles as soon as possible, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Those ether particles that were like viscous liquid suddenly appeared beside Malekith like a flash, and drilled into Malekith's body with a swish. Boom, the originally raging scarlet storm became even more violent, so that Kai could not control his body, and his steps were unsteady because of the violent energy storm. Ho ha ho ha. Malekith was laughing wildly. With his rampant laughter, the scarlet energy caused by the ether particles broke through a space channel and invaded other kingdoms. In the place where he was, the energy storm began to spread to a wider range. Those buildings with hundreds of years of history turned into ashes as soon as they touched the energy storm. The gravity in some places also began to change. Large chunks of the strata began to crack and fly into the sky. In some places, they sank inexplicably. The original ground, soil, and rocks in those sunken pits turned into some kind of extremely solid crystals under the heavy pressure. That was the ground compressed by huge gravity to form some kind of material similar to gems or crystals. For a while, the whole city of Westminster presented a very abstract dream scene. At this speed, it won't take long for the whole of London to be submerged by these energies. What's more terrifying is that as the range expands, the speed of the energy spread will be even faster. Perhaps it won't be long before the whole world will be turned into a lifeless dead land by ether particles. Go to hell. Kai ignited his own divine fire directly, and the lightning in his body formed a protective shield similar to armor around Kai's body. Then Kai threw Thor's hammer and the ultimate storm fiercely into the middle. With a dull sound of metal collision, the thunder light in the sky actually tore the violent scarlet storm apart at once. Go to hell. Without any hesitation, Kai threw out the ultimate storm and Thor's hammer fiercely. Malekith was also frightened by this earth-shaking blow, and almost instinctively mobilized the ether particles in his body to fight back. With a loud bang, Kai was directly repelled by the powerful force, but his eyes were still fixed on Malekith. He could clearly see that Malekith's head had collapsed by more than half, and there was a big hole in his chest. It looked extremely terrible. His heart was gone, and his head was mostly broken, but Malekith still stood firmly in place, because at this time, the ether particles completely replaced his heart and head. With such injuries, even if it was placed on the cursed warrior Algorin, it would be difficult to kill him, let alone Malekith who directly controlled the ether particles, but it must be admitted that Kai's series of attacks did greatly distract Malekith's attention. At this time, the speed of the ether particles attacking the 9 worlds could not help but slow down. So Malekith just glared at him fiercely, then raised his head again, and put more of his energy into promoting the attack of the ether particles. No matter how much Kai's attack was, it could not hurt him. But at this time, 8 platinum rune chains suddenly rushed in directly from the outside of the ether particles. Malekith subconsciously urged the ether particle storm to stop it, but for some reason, the ether particle storm had no effect on the rune chains. Almost in an instant, the 8 rune chains had penetrated the etheric particle storm and fiercely and directly pierced into Malekith's body. All his own power could not stop them, as if these rune chains were nothingness. No, that's not right. They were not nothingness, but were very similar to his own etheric particle power, or something that was consistent with it. After this power entered Malekith's body, it immediately began to interfere with Malekith's control of the etheric particles. In an instant, a large number of etheric particles escaped from Malekith's control. At this time, the etheric particles in the air not only stopped rushing down more kingdoms, but began to shrink back quickly, as if Malekith had voluntarily given up destroying the 9 kingdoms. But the actual situation was not like this at all. The etheric particles that had fallen to half suddenly rushed up again, but not long after they were charged up, they were pulled down again. The two forces acted on the etheric particles in different ways. At this time, even the etheric particles themselves were a little confused. Malekith had no idea what was going on. He clearly wanted to do that, but his body was inexplicably not listening to him. Kai limped over at this time, and those violent energy storms actually made way for him very smoothly, as if they were obeying his command. However, Kai didn't look very good either. His eyes glowed with yellow light, and his cheeks kept twitching, and big drops of sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Damn, this thing is simply a maniac that hurts others and hurts itself. Malekith felt wrong. It was not that his body was not listening to him, but that his mind was controlled by Kai. The power of the ether particles is unquestionable, but it is not invincible. Kai can be said to be the person in the world who has the most contact with the ether particles, except Malekith and Jane Foster. He knows its advantages and disadvantages very well. What is the ether particle? It is a reality gem. It can change the physical laws of any reality and make matter undergo all kinds of incredible transformations, such as turning water into fire, turning air into lightning, and changing gravity from a negative number to dozens of times. To put it bluntly, it is to control all possible and impossible realities with thoughts. Science and laws will be abolished, and facts will lose their meaning. To put it bluntly, it can turn all imaginations, fantasies, etc. in the mind into real reality, ignoring all real logic, natural laws, and scientific laws. Very powerful, right? But is it really invincible? Of course not. Looking at the description above, you will find a problem. That is, the reality gem needs to be changed by thoughts. It itself has no power. It will only realize what people think in their brains. Therefore, it is naturally countered by the mind gem. The mind gem sounds like the most lame among all the cosmic gems. It can only control things with minds. It can't make rocks fly, can't destroy a planet with one blow, and can't make the impossible become reality. But it is the gem that restrains other gems the most. Because no matter what, all gems must be controlled by people to play a role. Here I have to complain about the mind gem and the soul gem. The functions are highly overlapped, but since the soul gem does not appear often, I will ignore this small flaw for now. The biggest function of the mind gem is to control people's will. No matter how awesome you are, once controlled, you're done. Damn. You said, you dark elves are going to be extinct. Can't you just find a place to hide and have more children and plant more land? Even if you succeed, your people are almost dead. What's the point? Kai actually couldn't understand the brain circuits of these dark elves. You said that the dark elves conquered one world after another with ether particles. Kai could understand. After all, holding a hammer, everyone looks like a nail. With such a powerful force, it always feels like a loss if you don't do something. The dark elves want more resources and a larger living space. There's nothing wrong with this. The universe is the law of darkness. If you don't become stronger, you will naturally be swallowed up by others. But, destroying the entire universe, what's the idea? Is there any special meaning? Shut up. The yellow light in Malekith's eyes kept lighting up, and then kept going out, but he himself still knew nothing. When the yellow light appeared, his body was like a puppet, acting according to Kai's will. But the next second his original will took over again and returned to himself. Our dream is not something you low-level barbarians can understand. I want to understand, but your people are almost dead. Even if you kill all the life in the universe, what's the matter? This is what Kai is most puzzled about. The universe fell into darkness and silence again, and the Dark Elves could do whatever they wanted. But the problem is, what can they do with that small population? Kai even doubted whether they could build spaceships again. Industry is not just about technology, there must be a supporting industrial chain. To make a simple analogy, that is, you have nuclear technology, but if you don't have mining, metallurgy, or chemical industry, you can't build a nuclear bomb even if you have technology. In fact, industry has never been dominated by a single technology. What is needed is a huge system. Even if your technology is so powerful that you can build a spaceship, if you don't have a screw factory, you're doomed. Let alone a spaceship, you can't even build a screw. But such a huge system cannot be done by just 10,000 or 20,000 people. Those novels about traveling through ancient times say that they go back to ancient times to establish an industrial system. I just laugh. You use a screw to establish an industrial system? Just talk about it and you can build it? Without long-term education and training of industrial workers and engineers, without long-term development of the manufacturing industry, without long-term establishment of a system, you can't do anything. Just burn glass and make soap honestly. Don't even think about airplanes and cannons. You can't make them. Let's not talk about anything else, just say a spring. How much technical accumulation and process improvement does it take? You rub it with your hands. In short, don't talk about the industrial system for the Dark Elves. When the old generation of people who master technology die, their technical level will plummet. Because they don't have a complete system at all. It will only get worse and worse, and it may even regress to the Stone Age. If there is a plague or a natural disaster, life may be extinct in an instant. Life is not as tough as we think. So what's the point? Unfortunately, Malekith doesn't seem to care about this problem. Or maybe he knows this problem. But he doesn't think about it anymore. The reason why he and his Dark Elves are obsessed with their dreams may be just a simple obsession. For this dream, they lost everything. Their homes have completely become a dead place, and the people have died. The sunk costs have been reported. If they give up this dream, it means that everything they have paid is meaningless. Rather than saying that they are doing it for their own ambitions, it is better to say that they are making things difficult for themselves. Malekith is still desperately trying to control the out-of-control ether particles. Unfortunately, everything is useless. The stars that block the sun began to move away, and a ray of sunlight shone from the edge of the dark sun to the earth. The shadow that blocked the sun was rapidly receding. What on earth did you do? Seeing that the solar eclipse caused by the 9 stars in a row was passing, Malekith finally couldn't help it. Kai smiled slightly. Even though he was in a lot of pain at the moment, he didn't want to tell Malekith the truth at this time. Just kidding, he had no obligation to explain anything to his enemy. Tony. Bastard. I can't hold on any longer. Kai couldn't stand it at this time, so he could only give up his master style and ask for help directly in the communication. Here, Tony was flying over from a distance at this time. He had just gone to the center of the earth. But Tony didn't dare to get close. After all, if he was hit by Malekith's ether particles, he would die. So he simply put the dragon bone extract into the launcher and shot it all on Kai's back. Fuck. Shit. Fuck, I don't know if Tony did it on purpose. One of the needles pierced Kai's butt. It didn't hurt much, but it was embarrassing. Malekith noticed those things, so he waved his hand and grabbed a syringe. What is this? Malekith had almost calmed down at this moment. There was no way. Failure was failure. Impotent rage and the like were the things that Dark Elves despised the most. Either accept failure or accumulate strength to make a comeback. Instead of complaining about the world, it is better to think about practical things. Malekith was also a fierce man. He didn't wait for Kai to speak and directly stabbed himself with a needle. Then he felt good. That kind of primitive, unimpeded surging vitality filled his whole body in an instant. This comparison is much more intuitive than the reaction of ordinary people when injected with dragon bone extract. After all, his vitality is being absorbed by ether particles all the time, and is in a state of serious loss. At this time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Kai was already full of passion. After all, he saw the future. As long as he mastered this technology, he could survive for another 6,000 years. First, failure, nothing. It's not like he hasn't failed before. The important thing is whether they can make a comeback. Malekith wanted to get this technology from Kai. Unfortunately, Kai didn't intend to give him such an opportunity. Go! A blue portal suddenly appeared. What are you going to do? Malekith has gradually realized that he is about to fail, and he began to prepare to take back the ether particles. Change the venue. The final round is about to begin. The next moment, Kai has disappeared. At the same time, Malekith, the Dark Elves' interstellar battleships, and of course the ether particles, have also disappeared. Sensing that their king has disappeared, the Dark Elves' razor fighters that were originally fighting the British on the periphery also turned their fuselages and drilled into the space channel that had not disappeared yet. For a moment, the Dark Elves disappeared without a trace. At this time, the surviving Londoners looked at London under the sun, and for a moment they were a little bit unable to react. Is this the end? Chapter 1095. A transaction. In the desolate and silent Wat Alheim, even the air here is unusually thin. In such a special environment, a blue light suddenly descended, and then a scarlet storm appeared. The surging ether particles rushed up to the sky, and in a blink of an eye, they blew away the eternal dark clouds of Wat Alheim, revealing the white moonlight and the stars above the dark clouds. No one expected that behind the thick dark clouds, there was such a beautiful night sky. The moon of Wat Alheim is very close to the surface of Wat Alheim. Even people can see the mottled craters and rubble on it with the naked eye, as if the moon is right in front of you, within reach. At this time, only Kai and Malekith were left on the ground, and the surging ether particle storm was still spinning around the two of them. In the ether particle storm, although Malekith still stood firmly in place, he could see the extreme weakness on his face. If he succeeded in achieving his goal and used the ether particles to successfully destroy the 9 kingdoms, then there is no need to say more. Although it costs a huge price, after returning to the dark, all his efforts are worth it. But unfortunately, he failed. Although the price he needs to pay has been drastically reduced because of his failure, the pressure Malekith has been under has reached an incredible level when he only pays the price without gaining anything. Malekith looked up, and the extremely clean night sky seemed to be laughing at him. He failed again. And this time, he knew that everything was over. No one can tolerate the Dark Elves. Even if Asgard does not take action, other races in the 9 kingdoms will join forces to find the remaining Dark Elves and completely exterminate them. Although many races are against Asgard this time. But most people are still sober. The reason why they attack Asgard is actually to take advantage of Asgard's solution to the Dark Elves, to weaken Asgard as much as possible, and to take advantage of it. From beginning to end, they did not intend to stand on the side of the Dark Elves. What? Why don't they work together? Haha, it's a bit ridiculous to say this. Because the people of the 9 kingdoms firmly believe that Asgard will not turn a blind eye to such a crisis, and they will definitely stop the Dark Elves and Malekith at all costs. Otherwise, how to say, the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. These grandsons saw this point, so they dared to send troops to cause trouble for Asgard. A gentleman can be deceived by his own way. Unfortunately, they guessed wrong this time. Because of Kai's existence, Asgard's support for the earth is only Thor. There is no one else. So Asgard is powerful enough, but these bastards who took advantage were beaten up by Odin at the gate of Asgard's divine domain. It can be regarded as venting a lot of anger. Back to the point, these races may hate Odin very much, but this does not mean that they have a good impression of the Dark Elves. Odin will beat them at most, and it is unlikely to exterminate them. After all, this old man has been cultivating his mind and temper for thousands of years, and he doesn't get angry easily. But what are the Dark Elves doing? They want to dig up everyone's roots. They want everyone to die together. This is intolerable. If we can't beat Odin, can we still beat the cowardly Dark Elves? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is the same everywhere. Can aliens be immune? Ether particles can change the miserable situation of the Dark Elves. But there is still a chance. Let's make a deal, Malekith suddenly said to Kai. The originally violent ether particles suddenly shrank, and the storm calmed down. Only the two of them were left in a calm confrontation. Deal, I want the potion you just gave me. Malekith didn't know what euphemism meant. After all, the Dark Elves didn't need the thing, just do it. Diplomacy? What the hell diplomacy? They have been fighting each other for who knows how many years, and those conspiracies and tricks have been played out. Before Malekith, there was no trust between the clans and tribes, so there was no option for diplomacy, either victory or death. This is the dark law of the Dark Elves. So the Dark Elves. In fact, Although the word elf is attached to the dark elves, their principles of doing things are actually more reckless than those of the damned trolls. Kai has never met such a person. He was stunned for a moment. I can exchange everything with you. Whether it's our technology or anything else, as long as we have it, I can exchange it. Malekith knew that the only chance to save his race now was to get those potions from Kai. As long as he could control the ether particles, then everything would be fine. I refuse. Kai made an X with both hands and refused directly. Are you kidding? After giving you dragon bone extract, you're going to destroy the entire universe? Then he didn't work in vain. What is he after? Malekith's eyes turned red, and the ether particles burst out again. Since the deal can't be made, then we can only rob. Kai saw Malekith's expression and immediately felt strange. Why did this guy suddenly say something about a deal? But after thinking about it, he understood. Malekith is about to die. He is fighting for the last hope for his people. So, Kai immediately came up with a countermeasure. Just let him know that he can't win, right? This is also to prevent him from jumping off the wall. So Kai opened the king's treasury, and 2 infinity stones appeared in front of Malekith with ripples in the golden light. Give up. You can't beat me. Kai held the 2 gems and threw them to Malekith, saying, the ether is the reality gem among the infinity stones, and I have 2 gems in my hand, the space stone and the mind stone. Seeing the 2 gems, Malekith immediately understood that what Kai said was true. At this moment, Malekith, who never gave up, really felt despair. He pushed his race into the abyss of extinction. A dying man's words are good. Malekith finally remembered his original intention at this moment. What he wanted was to revive the Dark Elves, so that the next generation of Dark Elves would not have to experience the despair and wars like him. But I don't know when he embarked on an unimagined path. Let's not talk about revival. He led his race into the path of extinction. So, what has he done all these years? Who would exterminate his own people for the sake of revival? When all the ambitions vanished, the former obsessions faded, leaving only deep regret. Plop. Kai was shocked. Malekith actually knelt down in front of Kai. What is this? Kai did that just to disintegrate his fighting spirit, and then took the opportunity to kill him. But, is the effect so outstanding? You have 2 gems in your hand. If you add the ether particles, no, the reality gems, then you have 3 gems. So I still want to make a deal with you. Kai opened his mouth. What's wrong with this guy? I will let all the remaining Dark Elves serve you. Everything of the Dark Elves is yours. Our technology, our lives, our future, can all be given to you. I only need you to do one thing, that is to let my people survive. Kai really didn't expect to hear such words. A super boss who wants to destroy the universe actually kneels in front of him and pledges allegiance to him? Even the 18th-rate authors dare not think of this. Yes, I'm talking about me. I'm 19th rate. It's really a bit confusing. Malekith is undoubtedly a bad ruler. Judging from the results, there is no way to overturn this. But he is not a stupid ruler, on the contrary, he is very smart. After his obsession faded, he was able to put himself in a very low position to look at his own race. The previous failure made him and his followers put hatred above reason. So there was this wave of the whole family. Looking back now, he found out how stupid he was. Since he had snatched the reality gem, he should hide and let his race prosper again. Instead of hitting the stone with an egg. Even, they shouldn't have touched the reality gem. They don't have the ability to protect the reality gem at all. The guilt of possessing a treasure is also an unshakable truth in this terrible universe. Now it seems that instead of keeping this thing, it is better to exchange it for the living space of the race. After this incident, I won't live long, and the 9 kingdoms, or even other races in the universe, will not let us go. Malekith did not hide his words. I must find a backer for my people so that we can survive. He looked at Kai, and you are qualified, then your answer, Malekith said. What if I refuse? Kai said. Then I will use my last strength to descend on Earth. Believe me. When I don't care about my life, the damage I can cause will definitely exceed your imagination. You threaten me. Kai's face turned ferocious. He eats everything in his life, but he doesn't eat threats. No, I'm just stating the facts. A completely desperate person can do anything. Malekith's face remained calm, as if he was not talking about himself. As long as you agree to the deal, you will get the accumulation of our Dark Elves for tens of millions of years, as well as a group of absolutely loyal Dark Elf warriors. And ether particles. My only request is that my people survive. Malekith obviously understood, and he said all the pros and cons. It was obvious what he would choose. Kai admitted that he was tempted. Apart from anything else, the technology of the Dark Elves is enough to make Kai drool. Don't forget that there are still many threats in the universe eyeing the Earth, and Kai has always wanted to strengthen the Earth's strength. Now the opportunity is in front of him. Can Kai refuse it? No. But there is still a problem. At this time, the Razor fighters that returned to Wadalheim through the space channel also rushed over. They loyally came to the sky above the two people, wanting to save their king. But Malekith asked them to land at this time. Although they didn't understand what was going on, the loyal Dark Elf warriors still executed the order. Take all our people here. The first sentence Malekith said to them was to issue this order. King, the smart Dark Elf warriors immediately wanted to persuade them. They lost, there is no doubt. At this time, calling the whole tribe here, what else can it be? In addition to sending death, it is surrender. Although these two options, in the eyes of others, are actually the same. They have made plans to perish together. After all, there is nothing to lose, so just be straightforward and die in battle. It is also a good choice. Execute the order. Soon, a huge spaceship that looks like a black pyramid appeared in the sky above Wadalheim. Kai stared at the aircraft that was as big as the moon of Wadalheim, with his eyes wide open. He didn't know what to say in his heart. Sure enough, a race that can carry out a great expedition to the universe in a few thousand years is not a lie. If this thing comes to Earth, there is no need to fight. It will be placed in front of all countries on Earth, and all countries will lose the courage to resist. That is the last fortress of the Dark Elves. Black Ark. As for why it is an ark, the Dark Elf language is too convoluted, so Kai directly translated it roughly, which is very appropriate, isn't it? This Black Ark was originally built by the Dark Elves in their heyday for large-scale interstellar immigration. It is the highest masterpiece of the Dark Elves' technology and craftsmanship. Needless to say, it has all the weapons and equipment that should be there. The most important thing is the simulated natural ecosystem maintenance system inside. This thing is rare. The Earth once thought about conducting a small ecosphere experiment, which is to build a laboratory isolated from the outside world and establish a self-circulating ecosphere inside the laboratory. But it failed. But the Dark Elves succeeded, and very successfully. The environment inside is comparable to fairyland like Alfheim. This is why the Dark Elves can secretly spend thousands of years there. All food, water, and air can be produced and sold by themselves. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Elves were so miserable at the beginning, resulting in a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women in the population entering the Ark, too few women, and it seemed to be retribution or because of some messy radiation, the birth rate of the Dark Elves after that war was so low that it made people cry. It is also because of this that there are only 10,000 or 20,000 people now. These things made Kai drool. Soon all the old, weak, women and children of the Dark Elves appeared in front of Kai. There were only 1,000 or 2,000 adult warriors, and the rest were all old, weak, women and children. They obviously knew what happened. Although many people had no expression on their faces, in fact, their eyes were full of panic and despair. This is my sincerity. All my people are here. That's all I have. Kai opened his mouth and suddenly had the illusion that he was a bad guy. Damn, it was you who invaded the Earth and wanted to destroy the entire universe. You are the villain. But facing those benefits, Kai was silent. After a long while, Kai finally made the final judgment on the Dark Elves. I can accept them. Malekith smiled on his gloomy face. The smile was very simple and joyful. But I also have conditions, and there is also a problem that needs to be solved. Okay. You say. Malekith was very straightforward. It has come to this point. What else can I do? First of all, I don't trust you. After all, your ideas are just like those of a psychopath in my opinion. What if one day your people suddenly restore the old order? Then I will have a lot of fun. Kai saw what Malekith wanted to say, and he immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Listen to me. I have a way to solve such a problem. As he said, Kai waved his hand, and a golden holy grail with a green light appeared in Kai's hand. Holy Grail of Life? This is a divine artifact. The holy water in it is harmless to people and can enhance the physique of the drinker. It can even bring people back to life. But everything has a price. As long as your people drink the holy water in it, then your souls will belong to me. I swear not to abuse or discriminate against your people, but you must drink the holy water and give me your souls. Only in this way You will truly belong to me. If this happened on Earth, 80% of people would not be willing to do so. The price is too high. Of course, Kai can also pay the price for them, but why? Kai thought the Dark Elves would object. But unexpectedly, this group of people had no reaction to this. They accepted it very happily. Kai didn't understand the Dark Elves. They have always practiced cruel militarism, freedom and so on. They didn't understand it at all, and they didn't care. In the past era of strife among the Dark Elves, the methods used by the tribal military and chiefs to control their subordinates and tribesmen were much more barbaric and cruel than Kai's holy water. In their opinion, it's too gentle. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. At least Kai looked like a gentle ruler. You have to know that even Malekith is extremely iron-fisted towards this people. Tenderness is extremely rare among Dark Elves. So what about the remaining question? Malekith was too lazy to tell Kai's conditions. That's it? I was scared to death. I thought it was something else. Ahem. The last question is you. Malekith. Kai pretended to be serious and said, you have committed a heinous crime, and you must give an explanation. I can't let you live. Even if it is for your people to accept my rule wholeheartedly, you must die. Malekith still showed that his emotions were stable. In our Dark Elf tradition, if the new king wants to ascend the throne, he must kill the old king to tell everyone that the new king is stronger than the old king. Only in this way can he declare orthodoxy. The cruel environment has led the Dark Elves to an extreme path. In order to ensure the continuation of the population, their leaders must be strong. As the ruler of the Dark Elves, you can be cruel, greedy, and cold-blooded. But you can't be weak. When a ruler begins to become incompetent and old, countless challengers will appear. The species must rely on a strong leader to survive. So the problem Kai raised is not a problem at all. Even if Kai didn't say it, Malekith didn't intend to survive. Just like Kai said. Some things must be explained by someone. Who is more qualified than him? A big chapter of 5,000 words. Vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 1096. It's late today. I will update 2,000 words first and make up for it tomorrow. Please support me with monthly tickets. Then we have reached a consensus. Kai raised his hammer and axe, intending to end the battle. But at this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd of Dark Elves. Several particularly strong Dark Elves knocked down some of the commotion young people and drove them back to the crowd. Then there came out with some old, weak, sick and disabled Dark Elf warriors. It can be seen that these people are not young. Many of them have permanent disabilities. However, from their fierce eyes and firm steps, it can be seen that they are all excellent warriors, at least they used to be. Go back, Malekith roared at these people angrily. Go back to your people. They need you more. Kai put down his weapon and looked at those people quietly. As a warrior, Kai can understand what they are thinking. He can understand. At the same time, he is also happy that they stand up. King, a warrior who was extremely tall but had severe burn marks on half of his body, said to his king with a big white eye, I have been loyal to you since I was born, never retreated, and never disobeyed your orders. You are my king. When the old king leaves, there will always be people who bleed. How can such a tradition be broken? The king's funeral needs people to be buried with him. Dark Elves are cold-blooded, but they still have feelings, they just rarely show it. As a social creature, socializing is inevitable. With socializing, there will naturally be responsible feelings. With feelings, some feelings such as loyalty will naturally be born. In the old Dark Elf tribe, every time the throne changes, there will not be only one person's blood. Even if an old king does a bad job, he will have his own confidants. Many of these people will be killed, and only a very few will be left by the new king. The Dark Elves behind the man have the same expression. They have been following Malekith for a long, long time. In their lives, Malekith can be said to occupy a very large proportion. They regarded Malekith's dream as their own dream, and they regarded Malekith's ambition as their own creed. Everything was born for him, and everything died for him. They could not allow themselves to watch their king die alone without being moved, so they stood up and accompanied their king with their loyalty to the end. But at the same time, they could understand the king's decision, so they suppressed all the impulsive young people. They were old, and as the remnants of the old era, it didn't matter if they died. But the others were still young, and they still had the responsibility of reviving the Dark Elves. They had to survive. Malekith showed a smile that was not sure whether it was crying or laughing. Is that so? As he said that, he looked at Kai. Kai looked at the dark elf warriors silently. To be honest, Kai felt sorry for these dark elves. You know, if they didn't stand up, they would be Kai's men. Being disabled, is this a problem? The Holy Grail can heal it. Not long life? That's okay. Anyway, the lifespan of the dark elves is measured in thousands of years, and even if it's shorter, there are still 10 or 20 years. 20 years. For humans, this time is very long. And, the elderly have their own advantages. Experience is the greatest treasure. What if some of them have some unique skills? Would that be even more of a loss? However, out of respect for the warriors, Kai chose to remain silent. Don't worry, they are all pure warriors. And they will have everything you want. Malekith seemed to understand Kai's feelings, so he said. Kai was relieved. After all, respect is respect, but it's still painful to lose money. Then, let's send you off in the way of a warrior, Kai said seriously. Swish. Several dark elf warriors stood in front of Malekith. King, let us fight for you one last time. Please. Well, Malekith responded in a low voice, and then waved his hand, and the surging scarlet energy instantly focused on the bodies of those respectable warriors. The cursed warrior appeared again. Kai did not hide his strength this time. The destroyer armor on his body retreated in an instant, and then the light wings spread out behind him. The golden lion armor replaced the original destroyer armor in an instant, and his body suddenly grew larger. A golden giant roared loudly and rushed towards Maleski not far away. Night King. Coming. Seeing such an opponent, Malekith suddenly had a feeling, how to say it? Worth the trip? Or maybe this is his best destination. Those cursed warriors did not hesitate at this moment, and directly burst out all their lives, sacrificing themselves completely to the ether particles in exchange for the greatest power. Unfortunately. Swish. The two knights' long swords cut the neck of a cursed warrior like cutting butter. Then the cursed warrior made a splash and turned into a ball of ash and scattered directly. Another cursed warrior also had his head split open by Kai's devil swords. He turned into ash without even a hum. But this did not scare those cursed warriors. In their own state, they could not maintain the cursed warriors for a long time, at most 5 to 10 minutes. They were old, weak, sick and disabled, and they would not live long if they were left alone. It was cruel, but Kai still killed them one by one meticulously. This was the highest respect for them as a warrior. For them, defeating Kai was not important, because they could not do it at all. What they wanted most was to fulfill the promise they made when they pledged their allegiance. Fight for the king. Die in front of the king. Although Kai did not advocate such blind loyalty, keeping the oath was not a wrong act. Seeking benevolence, Kai satisfied their pursuit. Not only Kai thought so, but other dark elves also thought so. Many dark elves watched the cursed warriors fall one by one, crying and singing the music of the dark elves in a low voice. It was a hymn to bid farewell to the king and the warriors. It was probably the morning music in the Chinese cognition. However, in the culture of the dark elves, not everyone has this kind of treatment. Only kings who have made achievements can enjoy such treatment. Is Malekith a king who has made achievements? Judging from the results, it's a mess. Leading his people into the abyss of extinction is not what a king should do. But judging from the emotions of the dark elves, they seem to approve of Malekith very much. How can I put it? I can only say that their thinking is different from that of ordinary people, or is it that the thinking of earthlings is the special one? After all, Kai has not seen many aliens, who knows what they are like? However, for Kai, it should be a good thing. After all, with such absolutely obedient subordinates, everyone would be happy, right? Chapter 1097 Show Off. The battle was lackluster. There were no surprises, and no explosive moments. Malekith was already at the end of his strength. Maybe his body could still hold on, but his mind was dead. Kai didn't feel any pleasure in fighting. Of course, Kai never needed to pursue any pleasure. He fought to achieve his goal, and as for the process, the simpler the better. From this point of view, he was not a pure warrior. But who cares? The survivors of the Dark Elves also pledged allegiance to Kai without any surprise, and drank the water of the Holy Grail one after another. What happened next was simple, shit. Speaking of this, Kai got angry. Heimdall, that calf, didn't respond to Kai's call. Kai originally thought it was very simple, that is, to use the Rainbow Bridge to directly teleport the Dark Ark to the Earth's orbit and hide the Ark on the dark side of the moon. Unfortunately, Heimdall, this grandson, actually refused. Of course, Kai could actually understand Heimdall's concerns. After all, even the Rainbow Bridge needed to be transferred in Asgard, first teleporting them to Asgard, and then using the Rainbow Bridge to teleport them to the Earth's orbit. It does take courage to put so many Dark Elves and a Dark Ark into Asgard. What's more, the Dark Elves just caused a bloody incident in Asgard. At this time, all Asgardians will be angry with the Dark Elves. Kai mixed with the Dark Elves, and Asgard did not treat him as an enemy at the first time, which was already very face-saving. So Kai just complained. I won't really blame Heimdall or Odin behind him. There is no doubt that Asgard and the Dark Elves have a blood feud like the sea. If other people take in the Dark Elves, it would be a slap in the face of Asgard. But for the benefit of the Earth, Kai can only take in the Dark Elves without any consideration. After all, although Asgard has the responsibility to protect the Earth, they are not robots. In the face of the crisis of destruction, of course, everyone will take care of themselves. There is nothing to say about this. There is no reason for you Earthlings to let the Asgardians sacrifice themselves to fulfill you. Dark Elves are different. They have nowhere to go, and their enemies are everywhere, all of whom want to kill them as soon as possible. After all, the Earth is the only good place to go. After all, Earthlings, well, except for those superheroes, they are easier to bully. So, Kai floated in space for a whole week before appearing in Earth orbit. This is because Alheim is in the world tree, and there is a shortcut. If it really follows the distance of the universe, it is estimated that the daily will be cold when flying back. The mainstream way of space travel now is space jump, that is, shuttle through the universe shuttle point. This thing is unknown to Earthlings, but many star civilizations know it. Interstellar travel in the current universe is mainly divided into wormhole point jump, light speed jump, warp jump and rainbow bridge transmission. Some of these four ways of space shuttle use artificial propulsion engines or devices with mythical magic to transmit, such as the Rainbow Bridge, while others rely on the space jump points that exist naturally in the universe, which is what we often call wormholes, to achieve auxiliary jumps. Let's not talk about light speed jumps. This thing is basically mastered by most star-level civilizations, but it also has disadvantages, that is, it cannot travel far. If it travels to millions of light years, nothing can be caught up. Generally speaking, this is used in navigation within the galaxy or navigation at a relatively short distance. As for warp jumps, a warp engine is required, which requires interstellar civilizations with a certain strength to manufacture. This thing is much faster than the speed of light, but it still cannot travel long distances. The long distance here refers to hundreds of light years away. Rainbow Bridge. There is no need to say more, Asgard is the only one. It can travel freely throughout the universe, which is the most convenient and fastest way of transmission in the universe. But this is also due to the concept of the world tree to achieve such an effect. So even if the star-level civilization obtains the technology, it is useless. As for space wormhole jumps, that's interesting. The so-called wormhole is explained according to the Earth theory as the Einstein-Rosen bridge. There are many such wormholes in the universe, some of which are naturally formed, and some. So far, no star-level civilization has this technology. In short, these wormholes have become fixed routes in the universe, which are somewhat similar to the shipping routes on Earth. Many planets close to wormholes have developed interstellar ports and developed interstellar trade by relying on such advantages. I have gone too far. Kai also relied on the geographical advantage to return to Earth so quickly. If there is an interstellar jump, the fact that the Dark Elves have the reality gem has spread throughout the universe. There are many alien civilizations who want to talk to the Dark Elves. At that time, whether they can come back or not is a problem. Look, after returning to Earth, Kai did not return to New York immediately. Instead, he pulled Tony to the Black Ark. Why? Of course, it was to show off. Is there any man who doesn't like small monsters, big robots and spaceships? This is the romance of men. Even Tony is no exception. With such good things, how can you not show off? I can't help it. Of course, when Tony heard Kai say that he had a spaceship, he was very disdainful and thought Kai was making a fuss. In fact, Tony has been worried about Kai these days, but the arrogant Stark will never show it in front of Kai. As a result, when Tony boarded the Black Ark, he immediately threw Kai aside. It was like a garbage man falling into a pile of valuable garbage. How happy he was. See, this Black Ark is much bigger than your Stark. When this ark was originally designed, it was designed to accommodate millions of people working and living at the same time. It is driven by a full set of Dark Elves' unique curse engines, so there is no need to consider energy issues. It is also equipped with 20 curvature engines. A full set of Dark Elves' weapon systems, especially the destruction cannon, can destroy an entire city with one shot. Kai also introduced the Black Ark to Tony with his hands and feet dancing. In fact, Kai is a complete layman. Those words were all remembered by the Dark Elves when they introduced it to him. There are many professional terms in it. Kai doesn't know how to translate them at all, so he simply omitted them. But these alone are enough to make Tony's heart beat faster. When he came to the natural circulation system at the core of the Dark Ark, he was stunned. Blue sky and white clouds, beech forests, snow-capped mountains and grasslands, bays and waterfalls, glaciers and rivers, everything is available. This is equivalent to a small planet with a complete ecosystem. Thanks to the ether particles, the space inside the Black Ark has been expanded to be larger than the Black Ark itself. The food and meat needed by the Dark Elves can be self-sufficient in this small ecological world. In fact, up to now, the Dark Elves have never been short of supplies in this regard, and there are still many surpluses. Chapter 1098 Return to Earth. Tony stayed on the Ark for a whole week. He did not sleep for 7 days. The Dark Elves took him to visit the entire Ark, especially the core power system. If the Dark Elves had not been confused and pointed the destruction ray gun at his head, this guy would have even dismantled the entire system. According to Tony's slightly simple idea, this ship belongs to Kai, and he is Kai's friend, so it is not a big problem to use his friend's things, even if it is dismantled. He is confident that he can put it back. As a result, he was forced to calm down under the pressure of the destruction ray. Are you a pig? Do you know what you are doing? Are you going to make us crash together? Kai was almost mad at this grandson. The power system can be moved at will? It's like, you are flying a plane, but a naughty kid insists on dismantling the plane engine. Of course, the plane and the Ark cannot be directly compared. After all, the Ark has 3 backup power systems, and losing them is not a big problem. But the problem is, this thing may explode. Once it explodes, it's really over. I just want to. No. You better forget it. Kai took a black slate from his new subordinate. This thing is equivalent to a USB flash drive. This contains part of the Dark Elves' technology. Get out of here. Kai is a very reasonable person. Since Malekith gave him such a big gift, he can't be vague. Although the Dark Ark is his, he is not going to deprive the Dark Elves of their management and use rights here. The Earth can apply the technology on it, but it can't possess it. No. The answers have been delivered to humans, and humans still can't come up with anything. Who can they blame? Tony was excited again holding the slate. He was really hungry now. Just as he was about to teleport away, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Kai and said, "By the way, you should go back as soon as possible." "What's wrong?" "Down there." Tony pointed to the ground below him, which was the direction of the Earth. "I've started preparing your funeral." "Fuck. I'm still alive and well. Who the hell is so idle?" Kai is a Chinese after all, so even if he doesn't mind this, he still feels disgusted. A lot of people, the British and the group of idle people in the White House are the most active. Since Kai disappeared with the Dark Elves, it has indeed caused an uproar. The Americans are very emotional. They think that their superheroes should not sacrifice themselves for the British on the opposite side. It's not worth it. The British are always like this. They always let the Americans solve the troubles they cause. Every time the Americans sacrifice for them, these pretentious idiots don't know how to be grateful. It was like this in World War I, it was like this in World War II, and it's like this again now. There are even unreliable guys who actually propose to claim compensation from the British. A huge number. I don't know who these bastards are going to give the money to. If they give it to the people around Kai, why are they so active? What's the point? If I give it to them. To be honest, does Kai have anything to do with them? He just takes the money? There are many crazy people in the United States, and even more in the United Kingdom. Social thoughts are often accompanied by turmoil. The British Empire has been ups and downs for so many years. The British mentality has long been abnormal. Not to mention that this kind of thing happened again, people will unconsciously be attracted by all kinds of extreme remarks. So, against the crazy people in the United States, the British launched a counterattack. First of all, they want to prove one thing, that is, Kai is British. This can be confirmed from Kai's surname. The Wayne Group has always been a British consortium and a British aristocratic family with a long history. Secondly, they prove that the United States is all British. Pay money? Pay a shit. America should quickly return to the British Empire. There are even crazy people who directly clamor to declare war and make Britain great again. Of course, declaring war is pure crazy. Even the British don't piss on this pot, and there should be limits to talking nonsense. In short, I can't beat you, and I don't have as much money as you, but I will at least defeat you spiritually. Well, the British only have this little thing left to comfort themselves. Although there are some crazy people making jokes in the middle, the public opinion between the two countries is still normal. Everyone is busy studying aliens and reporting on the disaster. The British have lost face this time. The Parliament building is completely GG. Hundreds of years of history have become ruins. The entire Westminster City has almost been wiped out from the earth. All the ancient buildings in Westminster City and the collections placed in each building are also completely finished. The economic loss exceeds £30 billion, which is still an understatement. If the historical added value is added, the loss cannot be calculated. The second is death. According to the latest statistics, London lost 135,344 people in this disaster. The number of injured people, well, the damn bureaucratic efficiency of the UK has not yet counted how many injured people there are. This is also thanks to Kai and Tony, who gave the news to the media in advance to warn some people who understand and escape, otherwise the number would be even more terrifying. What's even funnier is that so far, no one knows who the enemy is and what their purpose is. The British don't even know why they are being beaten. Just tell me if it's miserable. Welcome back. Benjamin met Kai in the White House very enthusiastically. Well, the scene was very grand. A large group of senior officials on the side smiled and applauded. Benjamin has always regarded Kai as his political resource. During the time when Kai was missing, Benjamin expressed his condolences more than once. It's enough. Now that Kai is back, he naturally wants to make a big fuss. After all, in a sense, praising Kai is also to increase his own political capital. Kai doesn't like this kind of occasion, but in order to maintain the relationship, he can only pretend to be polite. Fortunately, Benjamin knows Kai's personality, and there is no lengthy process for this meeting. It's just that Kai and the president appear, take a few photos in front of the camera, and the president makes a bunch of useless speeches. Then it's over. Although the media is not satisfied with this process, they are more interested in who those aliens are, what their goals are, and where did Kai go when he disappeared? But the problem is that Kai has never cooperated with the media. He just left after the process. As for the follow-up questions, what does the White House spokesperson get paid for? Isn't that what he does? Fuck. Dealing with these media is more tiring than fighting a dark elf. Coming to the Oval Office, Kai lay down on the sofa without any courtesy. Benjamin was used to this. He knew very well that Kai didn't really care about him as the president. He just didn't like trouble. So he was very tolerant of Kai. We need to talk, Kai. Those polite words were naturally misleading. Of course, truly valuable topics could not be said in front of the public. Yet, Kai hummed while lying on the sofa. We need to know the truth and whether this kind of thing will happen again. The truth. Tisk. The truth is that this matter actually has nothing to do with us. The Earth was just caught in the crossfire. You mean, this matter is related to Asgard? Did they start the war and affect us? The military representative asked sensitively. Not really. That group of aliens are dark elves. Yes. They are the ones in Norse mythology. But they are not dwarfs. Anyway, you can regard them as cosmic terrorists. As for the impact, that can't be said. These guys are very brave. They plan to destroy the 9 kingdoms together. Yes, it's the 9 kingdoms in Norse mythology. Our Earth is unlucky and is located in the center. A group of people looked at each other. What should they say? It turns out that the fight between gods may really hurt innocent people. Then, is the matter resolved? Solved? Kai nodded. The Dark Elves will not invade the Earth again. Kai did not say that he took in the Dark Elves. That would be too troublesome and require a lot of explanations. What's more, Nick Fury is a lesson not far away, so why bother them? There are countless kinds of people in this world. It can't be that the people in this house believe in Kai, so others must believe it, right? In other words, we will never encounter such an invasion again in the future, right? Benjamin asked. This is more of a good wish. But Benjamin still hoped to get a satisfactory answer. Alien invasion. This thing is too challenging. As a result, Kai gave a contrary answer. Oh, how is it possible? I said it before, right? Ever since Nick Fury, that idiot, activated the cosmic cube, the Earth has been equivalent to issuing an invitation to the entire universe. It's okay now, it's just far away. Who knows when it will come again? Kai really didn't have such confidence. Benjamin's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. He was still preparing to be re-elected for many terms. What the hell is this? Of course, even so, Benjamin would not give up the constitutional amendment and be re-elected for many terms. The future will be discussed in the future. The president still has to be there. What if God blesses him, and the aliens don't come before he dies of old age? Right. People, you have to have dreams. What if they come true? Okay, everything is left to God? Then the next question. Have you brought back the technology of the Dark Elves? As soon as Benjamin finished speaking, a group of people stared at Kai. Whether it was for the benefit of the Earth or out of their own strength, they were extremely concerned about this answer. No, Kai hesitated whether to tell them the truth, but considering their nature, Kai really didn't trust these grandsons. It's okay for them to get the alien technology to deal with aliens, but if they are asked to do something else, Kai would have done a big sin. Kai has already discussed with Tony. And everyone should not have narrow-minded ideas. Just wait until Tony has mastered part of the Dark Elves technology, and then secretly distribute some to major countries, so as not to cause an imbalance in the international situation. What if there's a world war? What's there to be afraid of aliens? Humans can kill themselves. Anyway, whether it is Kai or Tony, they don't have any expectations for the integrity of politicians from various countries, especially Western politicians. Like before Kai traveled through time, Amy Legine and Deing were desperately fanning the flames between Damao and Ermao for their own interests. Damn, Damao and Ermao didn't even know that they were going to go to war with each other, but the United States and Britain said with certainty that they would go to war, and if they didn't, I would sanction you. Well, the war has finally started, and these two grandsons just stood aside and watched the show. Recently, they even had the idea of taking Ermao's food reserves. This is totally not treating Ermao as a human being. They used him for fun and wanted to starve him to death. Ermao, this bastard, is also his own fault. He believed in the evil and the words of those jackals, thinking that he had the support of the Bald Eagle and John Bull, but what happened? Can such people be trusted? It would not be surprising if they started a world war one day. I remember that there are a lot of Dark Elves equipment left in London. Aren't those enough for you to study, whether it is the Razor Fighter, the Black Hole Ray Gun, the Black Hole Grenade, or even those scraps of copper and iron? They are rare treasures for humans. As long as those things are thoroughly studied, the level of human technology can immediately make a qualitative leap. Apart from anything else, the things on a Razor Fighter alone are enough to study for a long time. Benjamin looked at his several consultants. Ahem, Mr. Wayne, maybe you don't know yet. Those things were blocked by the British, a consultant with glasses said so. Haha. Please, are you telling a new joke? Kai said with a smile. That's Britain. They have the guts to reject you? What a joke. How come I didn't know that the British have this ability? Britain rejected the United States. Don't be funny. The reason why Britain can still jump now is that it relies on the support of the United States. Although international relations are very complicated, it is inaccurate and irresponsible to say so, but if you look at the essence of the phenomenon, it doesn't matter. Britain is the bridgehead for the United States to influence Europe. Many of the United States' policies towards Europe require the cooperation of Britain, the second troublemaker. The United States would rather let Germany break away from their control than let the British run away and stand on their own. And it's not that they look down on the British. With their level, without the help of the United States, can they really study those things? Well, the consultant was embarrassed for a while, and then said, although this is the fact, but our intelligence shows that the core components of the remaining equipment have been destroyed. It seems that those Dark Elves deliberately did this to prevent their technology from being cracked. This makes sense. Then I can't do anything. Kai felt that these people were greedy and that the remaining things were enough. He didn't expect that these people wanted more. Thinking of this, Kai thought that he should ask Kingsman's people to secretly send some good equipment to Rabbit. I went there alone and came back alone. Look at me. How can I carry the things you want? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1099, I came back late today due to something. I will update 2001 and make up for it tomorrow. Nick Fury, this mysterious man is still watching the Earth. He seems to have a mysterious persistence in his duties. Even though he has been identified as a traitor to mankind, he still has not given up his duties. Although such a spirit is touching. But considering his record, this kind of protection is really questionable. After all, who is more dangerous the more they protect? Nick Fury is. His ideas are always so unique and extremely confident. He firmly believes that he is right, even if there are some accidents, they are within the tolerance range. His method will eventually benefit mankind. Alice, mortal wisdom is really shallow, and it is impossible to understand his good intentions. But he does not blame them. After all, it is precisely because of this that humans need their own protection. Well, this is probably his mental journey. He can always convince himself from a clear perspective. If he did not have this ability, he would have given up long ago. Director, a green Skrull walked up to Fury. Speak. Nick Fury stood on the bridge of a spaceship, watching the Skrulls walking around below, and his confidence returned to himself. Even if no one understands him, he will continue to go. We have found the tail of Hydra. The Skrulls have been working under Nick Fury. These space wanderers have nowhere to go, and the Earth is their last refuge. And the reason why they can stay on the Earth is thanks to the protection of the black man in front of them. So generally speaking, the Skrulls are still loyal to Nick Fury. Of course, there is a powerful thread of force behind this, otherwise do you really think the Skrulls are so particular? Don't be funny, when the Skrulls were in power, they were famous for being hated by people in the whole universe. Otherwise, they would not have become what they are today. Otherwise, it is unlikely that the Kree alone would force the Skrulls to become like this. After all, the universe is very big. The Kree can't take over the world. If the Skrulls were not so annoying, they would just find a remote planet to hide, or simply join some multiracial interstellar federation, and they would not become like this. The only possibility is that they are too annoying and fearful, so most races in the universe are willing to exterminate this damn race. And looking at their abilities, this possibility is very high. Oh, Nick Fury became interested. Recently, Nick Fury can only hide outside the Earth's orbit. He dare not go to the Earth at all. The reason is very simple. At this moment, a series of organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. are looking for him all over the world, so he can only keep a low profile. Look, although he is anxious about the Dark Elf incident, he can only watch the whole process. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he stand idly by when the ether particles are so powerful? If he gets this thing, then he can't think about it. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels at a loss. Kai is really a waste. He didn't bring back the ether particles. Of course, Nick Fury knows very well that Kai may have obtained the ether particles, but he may have handed them over to the Night King. Such a powerful thing was actually handed over to a person of unknown origin. What on earth is Kai thinking? If humans can use the ether particles. Of course, he can only complain about these things in his heart. He knows very well what he is in front of Kai. Even if Kai was crazy, he would not hand over the ether particles to the country, even though he thought he was the most suitable candidate. Because of this incident, Nick Fury didn't pay much attention to anything during this period, and he was a little bored. But he didn't expect to hear something that interested him at this time. Hydra. He still remembers how he was blamed. Although the Skrulls were discovered by Kai and Tony, making him bear the hat of a traitor to mankind, he himself was very open about this matter. After all, it is a fact that he is involved with the Skrulls, and Kai and Tony did not wrongly accuse him of this. As for traitors, that's because Kai and Tony don't know that they have the means to check and even control the Skrulls, and it's normal for them to misunderstand. If this happens to anyone, everyone will doubt it. But betraying S.H.I.E.L.D., and being accused of Hydra? This is completely false. What's even more terrible is that the Insight Project is actually such a thing. It's too fucking pit. It turned out that he had worked hard for Hydra for so many years. The key is that after the incident was exposed, Hydra actually had the nerve to drag him down. This is really unbearable. He was disgraced, and he had to take 20% of the responsibility, and the other 80% was Hydra's fault no matter how he thought about it. So when he heard the news about Hydra at this moment, Nick Fury was very interested. Do you remember the last presidential kidnapping incident? The Skrulls continued to report. Nick nodded. He had also paid attention to this matter, not the president, but the extremis virus. He thought that this virus had a bright future. So he sent his Skrull agents to steal the information about the extremis virus. When we were investigating this matter, we found traces of Roxxon Energy's involvement. As a result, we found a lot of secret information about Roxxon Energy. Nick Fury had an impression of this company. This is an American energy giant, and they don't just do energy-related businesses. On the contrary, they use energy as their base to extend their tentacles into more industries. For example, the manufacturing of mechanical parts, some food raw materials and processing, the construction of some high-end communities, etc., almost all of which are involved in food, clothing, housing and transportation. At the same time, clean energy, cutting-edge materials, biopharmaceuticals, etc. in high-tech industries also have considerable investment. Of course, as a super capital group, it certainly will not be stupid enough to invest on its own. On the contrary, this group is quite shady. Many small companies will be acquired by it in various ways before reaping the fruits of success. After the success, whether to hold shares for sale or to completely swallow up depends on the size of the benefits. But this is nothing. The big financial groups in the United States are basically of this kind. Even the Stark Group is not that clean. After all, this is the rule of business. It's just that Roxxon Company is a model in this regard even among big capitals. Negative words such as ruthless, despicable, cruel and vicious are all used on it, and there is nothing wrong with it. It's just that most ordinary people can't hear the negative news about this company. If terrorists are hateful, they can cause the deaths of a large number of innocent people every time. The Roxxon Corporation is not much better. They are ferocious jackals that need to constantly hunt the weak in order to allow themselves to live more comfortably. After each hunt, they will leave corpses all over the invisible battlefield. From this point of view, the Roxxon Corporation is not much better than terrorists. Chapter 1100 Traffickers and Agents. But none of that matters. Originally, the capital market is a place where people eat each other, but Roxxon's bottom line is lower. But as luck would have it, the Skrull agent accidentally discovered a piece of news that was not important. Roxxon is indeed an old giant. It was founded in 1912, and it has been almost 100 years now. But looking at its history, you will find that its rise was after World War II. This was nothing. After World War II, the United States ascended to the position of world hegemony. During this period, American capital had begun to conquer cities all over the world. Many large companies rose at this time, even the Stark Group. But as luck would have it, the Skrulls discovered that in this most important decade, many of Roxxon's shareholders had changed, and many Austrians and Germans joined the board of directors, which was highly coincidental with the time point of the paperclip plan. Of course, it could also be a coincidence. But the problem is that when the Skrulls found traces of the Death Warriors, it was different. Death Warriors, in the Insight Project, this kind of transformed warriors under Hydra has attracted great attention from all countries, especially the US government. After they discovered these transformed warriors, they immediately regarded them as treasures, because they found traces of super soldier serum from them. In other words, Hydra has achieved unimaginable achievements in the research of super soldier serum, and it has matured and can be applied. Nick Fury is naturally interested in Death Warriors. It's just that Hydra hides it very well. Of course it's well hidden. After all, the biggest boss of Hydra is still a traitor in the top of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Nick Fury still has hidden power, no matter what, his main power is developed by using the structure of S.H.I.E.L.D. A lot of intelligence needs to rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find it, he basically can't find too much. But the bad thing is that this time the investigation of the extremis virus. When the Skrulls were investigating the source of funds for the extremis virus, they found the vague appearance of Roxxon Company. This is very interesting. Because according to Reason, before Aldrich Killian kidnapped the president to deal with Tony Stark, all his financing was reasonable and legal. Even if Roxxon invested directly, there would be no problem. There was no need to hide it. Even if Killian's affairs were exposed afterwards, it would not affect Roxxon. After all, it was just illegal business behavior. There was no reason for Killian to break the law, and the investors, should also bear joint and several liability? Why did they go to such lengths, unless They knew that Killian's affairs would be exposed. What's more interesting is that when Killian kidnapped the president, Roxxon's actions in the financial market seemed to be supporting Killian. They began to short sell a lot in the market before the kidnapping. As a result, the president was fine, and the outside world didn't even know that the president had been kidnapped. So the financial market was calm. This caused Roxxon to lose a lot of money in the financial market. This is very abnormal. When investing in finance like a giant like Roxxon, how could it not hedge risks? Only a fool would bet on one side. All these phenomena show that Roxxon knew about Killian's kidnapping of the president. If this cognition is known, some of the previous unreasonable things will become reasonable. Then the Skrull agents began to trace the source of the funds and found that although these funds came from some small companies and overseas company accounts controlled by Roxxon, there were serious problems with the funds themselves. Simply put, it was money laundering. The traces of money laundering were very serious. After all, money laundering is a matter of the same few tricks. The principle is not complicated. The real complexity is verification. Soon they found a gangster named Mara, who was also a drug dealer. What's more interesting is that his business is very big. But neither the FBI nor the DEA knew anything about it. Roxxon and a gangster don't look like they are likely to have any communication. But they magically appeared together here. So, you caught Mara? Yes, the Skrull nodded. Not only that, we also found traces on him that were similar to the transformation of the Death Warrior. Judging from the time, he had been transformed very early. Based on his own qualities and the data of the Death Warrior we collected, it is very likely that he was an early test subject of the Death Warrior. Then the Skrull continued to report the information they found. It was not difficult for the Skrull agents to catch Mara. Even their actions did not arouse any suspicion, because the Skrull agents pretended to be Mara himself and walked away in front of his men. According to the intelligence obtained by the Skrull's torture, it was discovered that this gangster was actually in collusion with people inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, Mara himself did not know that the online line he had been in contact with was related to S.H.I.E.L.D. If the Skrulls were not very familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D., they would not have thought of this. There is definitely someone behind Rama, and he must be an old hand who is familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational regulations. Otherwise, this person would not use such a covert handover method. Nick Fury touched his eye patch and narrowed his one eye. Would a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent get involved with drug dealers? Not likely. After all, there is no connection between the two, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will not care about drug dealers. They are not responsible for this. Moreover, it is unlikely that senior S.H.I.E.L.D. members collude with drug dealers just for money. For example, let alone Nick Fury, even if Foe wants to make hundreds of millions of black money for his own spending, it is not difficult. As long as you are patient, you can do this quietly after more than 10 years. Then transfer to some official or corporate positions and enjoy the semi-retirement life. The risk is very small. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not investigate this matter too much. A secret agent organization is not open to the public. It is undoubtedly an idiotic idea to let everyone be as clean as water. As long as it is not excessive and no trouble is caused in public, no one will bite it. Even if Nick Fury knows, he will only regard these people as potential tools. Being able to hold these people's handles and make them hand over the black money at any time means having many more potential spies and small coffers, so why not do it? Therefore, the motive of the person who contacted Rama is definitely not pure. What's more, this guy is a modified person. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.